Well, happy Friday, everyone. You know what that means? Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you are joining us on the show or you're discovering the YouTube channel, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works is really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. On that chat box, you can enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answers. Sometimes, believe it or not, I do not. But either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. Guys, summer is definitely here. It's definitely kicking. The grass is growing faster. We got some cool gear tonight. Some folks sent me some pictures of their lawns. Scott sent me some pictures of his new hardware. We got like irrigation being installed. So we got some cool stuff to show you guys from various viewers. All right, so let's see who we have in the show tonight. Just kicking off the evening is Mr. Mark Romano. He says, brah, I just mow the lawn. Looking forward to the show. I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you so much for coming to hang out. You know, mowing the lawn first is good. I'm glad to hear your priorities are in order. As always, guys, we're coming to you guys live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. For the three of you guys that are on Twitter that actually watch the show, you're covered there as well, too. And guys on Instagram, guys and gals on Instagram, feel free to chime in. You know, if you guys have a question or comment, drop it in the chat, and I will do my best to answer during the show. We got Mr. Barriga saying, Ron is a man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for taking the time to come hang out. All right. Awesome, guys. It's a great time of year for Bermuda grass. The lawn is really doing well, growing in nicely, and yeah, looking forward to it. But there's some challenges with that. We're going to talk about that later on as well. Like, it's not all sunshine and roses during the summertime. There's some negatives that can come with it too. So it's one of the talking points in the show, so stay tuned for that. All right, next up we have is Jakota Matthews. He says, hello, Ron. How many square feet does the warm season weed killer kit combo cover? Well, it depends on application rate. So what he's referring to, what Jakota is referring to is the Celsius Certainty Kit. So it is a kit consisting of Celsius, Certainty, surfactant, and marker dye, which I don't have a bottle of it around here, but I can actually show you guys on the store what he's actually referring to. So if you were to go to the golf course lawn store, guys, the newly designed golf course lawn store, we're still working on it. Some things we still need to fix, but this is the new design of the store. Hopefully you guys like it. So if you go to shop and then weed killer, and under the Celsius Certainty Kit, you'll see, we'll close the description, and under how to use, you'll see the coverage for it. So it depends on application rate, Jakota, But really for Celsius, you're looking at up to 4 acres, but really 2 if you're using it the way that I like to use Celsius. And then for certainty, 87,000-ish square feet. So between an acre at the high rates, if you're spraying, good example, if you're targeting Poanua for certainty, you'd get about 1 acre out of it. If you are spraying sedges, you can get quite a bit more, 1.7 acres, 87,000-ish or so square feet. So covers quite a bit. Is a great investment. You buy it, you're going to have plenty of herbicide for, for years to come if you have a modest size lawn. Again, people absolutely love it. Produces great results. And again, any of the questions that you guys have, I'll actually update this after the show tonight to actually add the square foot conversions as well. But you guys will notice that you have the description, which has been tightened up a little bit, and then more detail if you want that, like everything it kills, video, that's still there, and then questions and answers. So any questions that I get by email that you guys have about the product, I've taken those and put them in a Q&A section. So you guys should be able to look through that and find hopefully a lot of what you're looking for. But yeah, I'm excited. Again, not 100% yet, but happy with the new design. Hopefully that helps Jacoda as far as coverage. Again, it's definitely the best deal on the store. You can buy Celsius separately. You can buy Certainty separately, and you can buy like the smaller packets. We also have these. Like say you have a lawn that's under 5,000 square feet, we'll say, right? You can get up to 4,000 square feet of coverage with this at the low rate, or 2,000 square feet of coverage at the higher rate if you use the single-use packets. But again, the best deal, I mean, if you have any kind of lawn, 6, 7, 10,000 square feet, and you want to have enough product for several years, the 10 ounce is really the way to go. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, do let me know. Appreciate the question and comment, and appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream this evening. All right, we got Preston Vaught in here from Instagram. What's going on, Preston? Who else we got here? JS Rock, Mr. Barriga. Yeah, man, lots of you guys coming in and saying hi. Appreciate you guys. All right, next up is Mr. Scott Harrington. He says, Ron, I just scored an outlet. Just sent you an email. An outlet, you say? A new mower, you say? More equipment, you say? All right, well, let's see what he's talking about here. I got Scott's email just before the show. And here's the thing. You guys talk about me saying, oh, you got the C27. I only have one outlet. Scott goes out and buys an outlet. He doesn't buy an outlet. He buys outlets in plural, as in more than one. So check it out here. Hopefully this will load. If we can get up here on the screen for you guys. So if you guys remember, last week he was talking about the Buckingham 30, so a 30-inch width of cut, which has the the seat, the rolling seat behind it, so for that extra stripe action. And he also got what did you also get, Scott? It was a Buckingham, but you also got a Kensington. So on the right is the Kensington, on the left is the Buckingham. So this is going to do the more on the left is going to do most of the heavy lifting as far as the cutting duties, and on the right you see he's got that turf rake cartridge, which I like. I approve of that. Great stuff. So you are covered, sir. Remember last week we were talking, you were concerned. You're saying, the Buckingham, it's only a mower. You can't do anything else really with it. There's not really any interchangeable cartridge system. But look at you. You've solved for that. Why have one mower when you can have two? Very American of you, sir. Great choice. Definitely post some footage of you using it, how the lawn looks after you cut with it. I think you're really going to be really happy with it. Here's the thing I would tell you as a piece of advice, Scott. When you're starting out with that mower, given the weight, because that mower is going to be a heavier piece of equipment, start a little bit higher than you're used to. So if you were using, like, say, a True Cut, or you're using, whatever mower, and you were cutting it, say, 3/4 of an inch, bump it up just a little bit higher, just for your first cut. Because remember, that mower is substantially heavier than what you are likely were using before. So it's going to sink down. It's going to sit in the turf a little bit more. It's going to cut a little bit shorter, unless you've been turf raking and all those kind of stuff, which you haven't, because we see you just got the piece of equipment to be able to do that. So use it in good health. We got to clap it up for that. I approve. Keep me posted, man. 30-inch with a cut. That's nice. That's wider than the C27. Very, very nice. Very good deal. You told me the deal you got on it. Sweet piece of equipment. Nice. Very, very nice. So we'll show it again throughout the show tonight. Because we're only 8 minutes in, and folks later on are going to want to see the awesomeness of not one but two. Look at it, man. He's got it on cardboard. He's like, these can't even be on the concrete floor. We got to make sure they sit on cardboard. You got the back roller on cardboard, but hey, I get it. It's brand new equipment. All right, if you guys are enjoying the show, one thing you can do as well to help as we get into it is to hit the like button. It is a free way to support the live stream. Really would appreciate it. Sends good vibes to YouTube, sends more people to come our way. And it's a great way to grow the channel. So if you guys would not mind hitting the like button ever so gently, I really would appreciate it. Next up is Mr. Leo Garcia. He says, can't wait. Hi, Ron. What's going on, Leo? Glad you're here. Hopefully the wait was well worth it. And then next up, we have Mark Luna. He says, hello, it's a hot one in Austin. Bermuda is still dark green. Yeah, man, that's the thing. This time of year, the lawns are starting to grow a lot more aggressively. My lawn is starting to grow a lot more aggressively. Tomorrow, guys, you know what it is. It's the middle of the month. It's, what do you say, the 14th? Tomorrow's the 15th. So you guys know what that means. It's my most favorite time. People talk Christmas being the most favorite time of the year. I have like a favorite time of the month. It's twice a month because this weekend, Primo and the carbon kit gets to go down on the lawn. So fun times. Should be awesome. And this time of year, you definitely need it. Like, you don't want to sleep on getting your Primo apps because heaven help you if you allow the lawn to come out of regulation with the temperatures we're getting in the Southeast this time of year. I mean, the surge growth you'll get will be off the charts. So absolutely keep the lawn under regulation. If you're using growth regulator, keep using it. If you're using Primo, definitely, make sure that you don't miss your applications. Every couple of weeks is what I like to do, and I've gotten great results with that. But yeah, man, it's a hot one in Atlanta, and it is the lawns are still looking pretty good. I gotta admit, I think I have a picture of my lawn. It's actually the one. This was taken a couple days ago, but this is how it looks, how it currently looks. So not bad. Stripe action's on point, right? It needs a little fertilizer kicker, a little bit of that go juice. So it's gonna get some of that this weekend, tomorrow. But yeah, this time of year, man, the lawn is growing a lot faster. So, we can get into the talking point, because one thing I've gotten from a question from a viewer, and he said that, he's been cutting his lawn at an inch to an inch and a quarter with a rotary mower all season long. It's been doing just fine. It's been no issues. And here recently, he's starting to run into scalping problems. So I'll show you some pictures of what I am referring to. So remember, all season long up until really late June, the beginning of July, and he starts seeing stuff like this, problems like this. So you see the scalp marks from the mower, from the rotary that is putting into the lawn. There's another shot, and then yet there's another shot, right? And the question you might ask yourself is, well, if he was cutting it 1.5 inches all season long, why would it start scalping now? It wasn't doing it in May, wasn't doing it in April. Like, why would it start doing it now? Well, the thing is with Bermuda, as you mow it a lot, right, and it gets thicker, and especially now with days are being longer and there's tons of heat, it's really going to start thickening up. And if you don't do something to thin it out, my preference is verticutting, but some people will do like a mid-season scalp. That's always an option as well too. But if you don't do something to thin it out, what will happen is instead of the wheels of the mower riding on the actual surface, it'll start floating. Like the turf begins to get a bit spongy, which makes the mower more prone to float. And in the case of a rotary, especially in the case of a rotary, you start running into issues like this. You start getting scalping in spots where you didn't get scalping before. So a couple of ways to deal with it is really, I'm going to list 3. But the first one is, you can either increase your mowing frequency, my personal favorite, because I like mowing my grass. It's the way I do to relax. So you can start mowing the lawn more. That's thing 1. You can raise your height of cut, which is another strategy. You hear people sometimes talk about during the summertime, hey, it's summertime, you should raise your height of cut up during the summer. While it's not strictly necessary, if you're not going to do like the cultural practices, do a mid-season scalp, do something to help thin out the turf a little bit, if you're not using growth regulator, then raising the height of cut is an easy way to keep the lawn green between mowings. And then finally, the third thing you can do is what I already spoke about, which is to give the lawn either a slight scalp for like a height of cut reset, or do a verticut. So increase your mowing frequency, raise the height of cut up, or thin the lawn out slightly using verticutting or a light scalp. On the topic of scalping, almost like I planned this, on the topic of scalping, we released a new blog today that's on that topic, right? So when is it the right time of year to scalp? Should you scalp all grasses? Can you scalp all grasses? Should you scalp school season grass? Should you scalp, are all grasses ones that you should do that with? So it took a while to put this blog post together, and hopefully you guys get some value out of it. But if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store under the resources section and under blog, you will see our brand new blog post on the topic of what is lawn scalping and when should you do it. So it's a longer one, but it talks about, it covers what lawn scalping is, what the benefits are, what are you trying to accomplish when you do it, some common misconceptions about scalping, when to do it, the equipment you need to do it, a step-by-step guide for doing it, aftercare maintenance. I mean, I got you covered in all different ways. And if you're someone that's like, you know what, reading is fun, but I also like to watch someone do all that work, you've got several videos on that topic, some on scalping, one on dethatching, and I believe there's one more in here. We're talking about core aeration towards the end. So hope you guys enjoy it. It's a new, again, just came out today, just was finished today. Took a little while to put that one together. It's a little bit longer one, so hence it has the menu in there. But I think it's appropriate given the time of year, because some of you guys might start running into cutting issues if you're not, you know, going full tilt like Scott here, going out and buying an outlet and being able to turf rake the lawn and do all this stuff to be able to negate the cutting issues that you can encounter if you don't do those things. So it is the pinned comment in the live stream. It'll also be the pinned comment after the show is over, and I'll also put it in the description. So if you guys are interested in that, it will be there. All right, next up, we have Jackie Bear. Jackie Bear is a staple, always present in the live stream, always, you know, usually the first one to comment, and tonight was no different, where he says, let's have an excellent stream, everyone. I holla. It's good going on, Jackie. Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you. And then Jackie talking about at Mark Luna, hot one up in Dallas, Fort Worth today too. Yeah, Texas, you guys either have floods or desert weather. You guys don't have any really in between, right? All right. Next up, we have Mr. Robert Rainey. He says, happy Friday, everyone. Got that double cut in today. I like it, Robert. I approve of the double cut. You know, normally, you know, in the academy, we were talking about that. It was a talking point. Some people were asking, you know, how often do you double cut your lawn? How often should you double cut your lawn? And really, it's as often as you have time to do it. But for me, in most cases, it's on the weekends. So this afternoon, I already gave the lawn a cut. I'm not going to mow it tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to get sprayed and get all the goodness put on it. And then Sunday, I'll mow it. And knowing myself, it'll probably be a double cut on Sunday, because why not? Why not? But I hear you, Robert. A double cut is always a good thing. The lawn definitely looks better afterwards, right? Which it should. Why mow once when you can mow twice for twice the time, right? All right, so we got Mango Stumpy here on Instagram. He says, hi, Ron. My Xeon Zoysia got dollar spot. I am sorry to hear that. That is not fun. First, I thought it was heat stress. It's spread about 500 square feet. I applied propiconazole. Should I take this opportunity to do a mid-season scalp? Let it recover first, man. Let the lawn bounce back. I mean, it's already being injured by the disease. Let's not pile on to it by scalping just yet. You said, so the propiconazole has stopped the spread, which is nice. You said you'll apply again in 10 days. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, that's good. Especially, you know, the reapplication window for most fungicides when you're treating an active problem is 14 to 21 days. If you're leaning more towards that 14-day, you know, interval, that's going to be just fine. But I would let the lawn recover. Let it bounce back a bit. And then if you want to do your mid-season scalp, by all means, go ahead and do that. One thing I'll also tell you, Mango Stumpy, if you are going to go forward with a scalp, so let's fast forward. Let's Thanos snap, and we're fast forwarding now, like, you know, 3 weeks from now, the lawn's looking great. All is well with the world. Even though that area is going to be looking better, so it's going to be healing from the damage from the dollar spot, I would still scalp that section last. So if you're going to be scalping the lawn, do everywhere else and scalp that area of the lawn where that was infected with the dollar spot. Do that area last, and then once you're done, be sure to rinse your mower off. And that's a good point too. In between now and when you decide to scalp it, if you're still out there mowing the lawn, if you're mowing that 500 square foot section of the lawn that was infected with the disease, mow that area last. Don't go mow that first and then, you know, go and mow the rest of the lawn and potentially be spreading it all over the place. So really, any areas that are that have some kind of disease going on, you're going to want to mow that area last, and then also clean your equipment once you're done to reduce the chances of it spreading to other sections of the lawn. So sounds like you're on top of it, man. Thanks for sharing your story, and you know, well wishes, you know, fingers crossed for a speedy recovery for your zoysia lawn. All right, next up is Mr. Matt Jackson. He says, dang, I didn't get to shoot a video update. Just know it's hot and my lawn isn't dead, I guess. That's a winner, right? That's a positive. That's a positive. It's hot and the lawn isn't dead yet. My lawn is not dead yet. Most lawns are not dead yet. You know, if you're taking care of them, if they're getting enough water, enough nutrient, you're taking care of them, they should be just fine, especially warm season turf. Like, this is go time for warm season lawns, right? Cool season turf, if you got fescue or particular like a ryegrass or a Kentucky bluegrass lawn, you're just trying to get it through this hot time of the year until the fall where you can have your second growing season, right? But yeah, for us with warm season turf, this is our go time. I completely down with that, Matt. I know you have zoysia, right? You switched out your St. Augustine for zoysia. So Good stuff. All right, next up is Mr. Papamos Low. He says, happy Friday, Ron, and everyone. Got my Nutrisolve replenished this week. Nice. Glad to hear that, man. Nutrisolve has been tough to keep in stock. It's been really tough to keep in stock. So we got some more in stock yesterday. And if you want some, I would not wait because it keeps selling out. If you get it, it sells out, and then they can't really keep up with the demand as far as getting it and replenishing it fast enough to where we don't keep running out. So if you want Nutrisolve, get yours. Make sure you're like Papamos Low, get yours. Make sure you have enough to where, if there's a little drought there where it's a week where we can't get it, you're so covered. You don't have to mess up your spoon feeding program or have to, omit an item. So definitely get that done. It's a great product, produces great colors. So really, as far as micronutrients go, it's a really good option. Very, very good option. Next up is Mango Stumpy. He's back. He says, what about fertilizing? Hold off a week or so till recovery? I would. Yeah, let the lawn bounce back. Let it recover, and then you can resume, introducing, here's the thing. Dollar spot is a different one in the sense that for Bermuda, and really for most warm season lawns, a little bit of nitrogen actually helps the lawn grow through it and recover a bit faster. So if you're certain that what you have is dollar spot, and you're positive that's what it is, and if you want to do a light fertilizer app, I wouldn't be opposed to that. Because the thing is, even in Bermuda lawns that are getting enough nitrogen, you might see the spider webs on the lawn occasionally in the morning, but it doesn't really materialize into anything. Like on my lawn, I don't see it quite as much, especially since I started doing all the turf raking and really keeping the thatch levels lower. But even in years past, when I would go out in the morning and I would look at the lawn, you see this webs here and there, but they've never turned into anything. I've never really had dollar spot as an issue in my lawn, mainly because I've kept enough nitrogen. The lawn has had enough food whenever it's actively growing to where it's never really turned into anything. So if you want to give it a little bit of N, I wouldn't be opposed to that. If you want to wait, that's also fine too. But just know that for warm season lawns, you even though you may see those spider webs, they typically don't turn into anything, at least to the point where they start doing damage if the lawn is getting enough nutrient, particularly nitrogen. So hope that helps, Mango Stumpy. Keep me posted on how the lawn recovers. Next up is Jackie Bear. He's back. He says, hello, everybody. What's going on, Jackie? Thanks for coming in and greeting everyone, and happy that you are. Sounds like you're having a good time, man. Like you're having, like you are having fun and enjoying yourself. I like it. I dig it. All right, Scott Harrington is up next. He says, I was able to put down the Celsius and Certainty that I purchased from the Golf Course Lawn Store. 10 days, and I definitely see an effect. Now that's not uncommon, Scott, especially this time of year. With it being hotter, herbicides are going to work better. They're definitely going to work a lot faster, noticeably faster. We're going to add Drive Accelerate to the mix next time to get the St. Augustine and centipede grass that's creeping in. That works. Just be careful. Whereas Celsius and Certainty don't really have any temperature restrictions, and you can spray them when temps are hotter with far less chance for injury. You want to be a bit more careful when it comes to conchloric. Which I believe is what Drive is. I believe it's a conchloric product. So just be careful with that. It sounds like you're going to be spot spraying, so you're just going to be going after some St. Augustine and some centipede that's creeping in. So in that case, it's going to be a localized area, and then in that case, I'm fine with it. But if you were talking about blanket spraying the lawn, I might wait for a day when or a section of the week when temperatures are a little bit milder, a little bit cooler, just to reduce the chance of any kind of temporary discoloration. It's not going to kill your Bermuda or your zoysia, but why this time of year your lawn's probably looking so good? Why take the chance of discoloring it any, right? So in your case, you're going to be fine because you're just, I imagine, just spot spraying the areas where the centipede and the St. Augustine are. In which case, go for it. Have fun. Go at it. All right, next up, we have T1000, who says, thank God it's Friday. Isn't that the truth, man? Especially it's Friday and it's the middle of the month. It's middle of the month Friday. Like last week Friday was good. We had Devin on. It was awesome having him on, answering all the cool season questions and just having a great time. Having someone else to hang out with on the live stream, which is always cool. But, the middle of the month Fridays are always special because that means that weekend you get to go play in the lawn with Primo and the Carbon Kit and whatever vintage you guys happen to be spraying, right? Falcon Pilot is up next. He says, hello, what's going on, Falcon Pilot? Hopefully you're doing well. I've not seen your name before, so if you're new to the live stream, welcome. I always like to see, new people coming in and hanging out. And then next up, we got Mr. David Quigley saying, happy Friday, everyone. Looking forward to some great discussion. I'll do my best. it'll be discussion. I can't guarantee it's going to be great, but I will do my best to at least try and keep it entertaining, Dalen. I'm sorry, David. How's that for a promise? I can either promise you that it's going to be the best live stream ever, the worst live stream ever, or somewhere in between. That I can absolutely assure it's going to meet one of those three things. All right, next up is Dalen Krause. He says, Ron, what's the weather like in Georgia? Is it pretty consistent year to year? I feel like your weather is perfect. In Oklahoma, we have lots of wind, extreme heat, crazy winters, normally dry, but not this. In Georgia, I mean, this time of the year, the days are getting into the 90s quite a bit. I'm not sure what the high today was. I believe it was in the 90s today. Let's see, the high was 92. It was 92 degrees was the high today. So overall, I'd like to say that we are fairly mild as far as it goes, as far as extremes go. Like our winters aren't crazy cold like this past winter was, but I mean, in general, we don't have, weeks on end where it's freezing temperatures. Our springs are fairly mild. Overall, the temperature, Georgia's not a bad spot to do a lot of work outdoors. Like you like working on your lawn, it's not a bad part of the country to be in because, like outside of this last year, which was kind of an outlier, our winters really aren't that excessive or that cold to where you have to worry about a lot of damage to the turf from winter kill. This year we did get some of it because of how extreme temperatures were this past winter. But even the summertime, I mean, July is typically hot, which it is, but it's not gonna, it's not like some parts of the country like Arizona, or some parts of Texas where it's like hundreds and every day the temperatures are in the hundreds. Like that's an outlier. It's kind of like, if we get temperatures in the teens in the winter is an outlier in Georgia, or at least where I am in Georgia, in the Northeast Georgia. Getting temps where it's consistently in the hundreds is also an outlier. So the highs typically during the summer, 90s, and the lows in the winter, normally in the 30s. We rarely actually get into the 20s, but normally it's in the 30s, and it doesn't stick around, again, for weeks on end like other parts of the country. But yeah, so there is that. But I'm sure Oklahoma has some awesome benefits. I mean, you guys probably have really good barbecue, or I don't know. I'm sure Oklahoma's got a lot of cool stuff. Here's the thing: Oklahoma's a lot like Montana. You never really hear anything about the state, which is normally a good sign. Like there's not a lot of drama in Oklahoma, at least not in recent years, right? Just it's fairly quiet. Like it sounds like you guys just kind of do whatever you're gonna do, and life goes on from month to month and year to year, unlike other parts of the country, which is kind of cool. So enjoy what you have, I guess is what I'm trying to say. He says, but not this year. So humid right now, it never feels great. Yeah, I mean, humid, it hasn't been terribly humid. At least, I'm a bad person to ask when it comes about humidity because I like hot weather. I hate cold weather, love hot weather. I'm from the Caribbean originally, so I prefer it to be hot than cold. I can get out there and work in the lawn all day. I don't mind it being hot. And humidity, it doesn't really bother me that much, but it's cold that I do not like. Next up is Lon Guido. He says, can I use hydrotain on my flower beds? You can, absolutely. You absolutely can, Lon Guido. The thing I would tell you as far as using hydrotain on your flower beds is the rules still apply that you would use when it comes to applying it to your lawn. Meaning you're going to, if you can, get the area where you're going to apply it wet, make sure it's nice and saturated, apply the product, and then water it in well. It really, a quarter of an inch, half an inch of water is even better. You want to get it down into the soil profile so it can really work. But yeah, there's no reason why you can't use hydrotain in your flower beds. Something I might do is if you've got mulch in your flower beds, if you can pull the mulch back, like if you're trying to treat certain plants, if you can pull the mulch back away from the plants, apply the hydrotain, water it in, and then restore the mulch, that will also improve the amount of the product that gets in versus putting it on top of the mulch. That's a bit difficult. That's not going to be as good a result versus if you can move the mulch away, apply the hydrotain, water it in, and then put your mulch back as it was before. So hope that helps. You absolutely can use hydrotain in your flower beds. No worries with that at all. Next up is Mr. Casey Humphreys. He says, I've been using a Sunjoe electric reel, but it finally kicked the bucket. Finally. Oh man, soldier. Finally gone, right? He says, I'm considering getting a Hudson Star or a California trimmer. What's your opinion of these two mowers? They're very different. Like one is a push greens mower and another is a non-greens mower that's a powered reel mower. I would say this, Casey, if your lawn is smaller And if it's relatively smooth, then the Hudson Star, I mean, from what I've seen from some of the videos online and some of the pictures I've seen, it's likely going to produce a pretty good cut. You know what I mean? So it's, as far as all things being equal, especially at lower cutting heights, the Hudson Star is going to do a really good job. You had a Sunjo before, so you had like a powered reel mower before. So the thing that's going to be closest to what you had, it would be going to like a California trimmer. You know what I mean? And it also depends on which trimmer you get too, because there's different classes of trimmer. They're different. They are very different mowers. One is a push greens mower. One is a powered reel mower. I would, it really depends on which one. If you can get your hands on a trimmer to try out, I would do that before purchasing one, because the thing with the trimmer, I am not a huge fan of the propulsion system, the way the motor runs. I am in the minority. There's people that have trimmers and they love them, but that's the one thing about that mower that I am not a huge fan of. Same thing for the McLean, not a huge fan of that either, but that's really personal preference. The mower does a great job cutting if it's set up properly. So it's your call. If you go with the Hudson Star, you never have to worry about gas. Maintenance is less. You don't have to do gas, oil, spark plugs. You're the engine for it. But if you have a larger lawn, then the trimmer might make more sense. So it depends. You're not going to go wrong either way. Either one of those mowers will produce a better cut than what you were getting with the Sunjo. So either way, it's going to be an upgrade. It's really your call. I've never used a Hudson Star, but the thing is, when you're getting into I think it's like $2,000 or whatever they are for those mowers. Last time I looked, the thing is, for $2,000, you can buy a trimmer, you could buy a pre-owned Greensmaster. There's a lot of mowers you can buy in that price range that will arguably cut better. Like a Greensmaster or a John Deere is going to produce a better cut, in my opinion, than the Hudson Star is going to. So it really depends on what you're going for. If you want to not have to worry about oil, gas, and the maintenance that goes along with that, go with the push one. If you have a larger lawn, if you want something that's going to be self-propelled, then the trimmer, you know what I mean? And I would imagine the trimmer is likely going to allow you to go to higher cutting heights than the Hudson Star is as well. So you're not going to go wrong either way. Either mower is going to be an upgrade over what you have. So hope that helps, sir. We'll even give you a pre-clap, just in anticipation, knowing that you're going to get one. But that means that next week or whatever you do get one, you got to come on and let us know about it. And you have to send pictures. You got to do like what Scott did. Some of you guys say, oh, I got this mower. And I'm like, cool, where's the pictures? Oh, I didn't take any pictures. No, don't do that. Like, take pictures so we can, not there. Where's Scott's, his outlet? Take pictures so we can see the new hotness. All right. Keep me posted on which one you end up going with, sir. Next up is C Pims. He says, what's up, Ron? Would you agree, in my case, with the fungicide issue I'm dealing with, that it would be beneficial to use the fungicide on the whole lawn to prevent further spreading? Yes. Yeah. So here's the thing, CPIMs. I'm trying to think if I've ever spot applied fungicide. And yes and no. So in the front lawn, right, you guys remember years and years ago when I was doing this experiment with like watering every day and overwatering, and I ended up having an issue with Pythium. So even though the area that was really infected with it was really the lower part of the lawn near the sidewalk, I treated the entire lawn. I didn't treat the back lawn because the conditions that caused it to the front lawn to have that problem, I wasn't doing in the back lawn. So if you're if the disease is in like one section of the lawn that is isolated and the rest of it is absolutely fine, you don't necessarily have to apply fungicide there. I'll tell you that whenever I do my fungicide apps in like my preventative ones, it's the entire lawn. But the only time I've done like a curative fungicide app for like, say for example, for the front lawn, was that case of when I had Pythium and I only did the front lawn. But take for example, like the back, in the time when I had large patch in the back lawn, I did the entire property. I didn't just do just the back lawn, just the area that was infected with it. So it's really your call. If it were me, I would do the entire thing. I mean, the only reason why in that one isolated case I did just the front is because I knew what caused it. Like I was doing an experiment and I created the conditions that caused that problem. So there's no need to apply fungicide everywhere else. I know what was causing it. I knew what was the reasoning behind why I was having the problem there. In your case, you don't want to be chasing your tail, and fungicide is I won't say it's necessarily, I won't say it's inexpensive, but compared to chasing your tail of, spot spraying here and spot spraying another spot, I would just blanket the entire lawn. I would take care of the entire thing if it were me. Like I said, there's only one time I can think of where I only did a portion of my lawn, of the property, and it was because I was doing an experiment in that part of the lawn. I know what was causing it, right? So I didn't do the entire thing. So in your case, yeah, do the entire lawn. No worries at all with that. I would. It's cheap insurance. All right, next up, we have a super chat from Mr. Ted Rogers. Ted, let me get down here and get that for you. Thank you so much, Ted. Appreciate the super chat, sir.
Super chat received.
He says, my man, I'm just watching the live stream and looking at all these trenches. I hope you have a great weekend. It's going to be a fun one, Ted. I'm going to be out in the lawn, spraying, so that's always fun. So yeah, it's going to be a fun weekend. If you guys want to see what Ted is talking about, he sent me a short video before the show started showing the savagery of what's going on in his lawn. But you know what they say, sometimes it has to get worse before it can get better. And this is what he's dealing with his irrigation install. So he's got a video going on there. You can see the getting the trenches put in. I guess the lines are gonna, the feed lines are gonna go in there afterwards. That is quite the mess, Ted. I gotta admit, man, I feel your pain. It is not pleasant seeing that, but it's gonna be worth it. It is gonna be worth it. Once it's done, the convenience of being able to, my phone's like for Instagram right now, so I can't reach up my phone, but the convenience of being able to pick up your phone and be like, you know what? The lawn looks like it could just use a little bit of cooling down and just be able to go and just dial in 5 minutes of watering. Awesome. It's like you will never go back once you have it. And it's the thing you can look at from this standpoint, right? Now that we looked at the damage, the savagery of what you're dealing with in your lawn, all the pain and heartache that goes into installing an irrigation system. Now, someone could say, you've messed up the lawn, it's looking terrible. But, here on among the golf course lawn squad, we look at this as an opportunity, because after you're done, after the irrigation is done, you got to top dress it, because no matter how good a job they do putting that dirt back, it's not going to be the same. And a top dressing is going to be the way to fix that. So while it is, not pleasant, it opens the door for even more work. So that's the way I would look at it, man. No worries. Alex went through something similar with his lawn. Granted, it was not as bad as yours because they did like the vibratory trenching to bury his lines. But overall, he wouldn't go back. I have not met anyone. I mean, there might be someone out there, but I've not met anyone at this point yet that has gone through and taken the plunge to get irrigation installed in their lawn, and they look back and say, you know what, I wish I really hadn't done that. Pretty much everyone is happy they did it after the fact, and I am pretty certain you're going to be no different, especially given that, you're officially lawn nerd status. I mean, you're here on a Friday night hanging out talking about lawn care problems, right? So yeah. But thank you so much for the super chat, sir. Based on that, I think this is correct. You are our show sponsor, so your name in lights for whatever that means to you. I really do appreciate it. Good stuff, man. Take pictures after you're done once they're finished with it, and take pictures, take video after they're done, and then that's going to give you a good basis for after the top dressing, which is inevitably going to come here. You can see where you were and how it's going to look after the fact, and then you can call it good. After you're done top dressing, then I'll leave you alone. I won't like try and put more work on you. All right, next up, Ted is saying, I can't wait. Yeah, man, it's going to be awesome. Yeah, keep going with it. And he says, I'm going to nuke it. I'm going to nuke it next month and start brand new grass in September. My man, see, you're a glutton for punishment. I like it, man. Man after my own heart. Man after my own heart. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Always fun. Never being able to leave well enough alone. And here's the thing, man, it's grass. Worst case, you can always burn it down, like you said, and start over. It'll be okay. It'll recover. It will recover. On the topic of awesome looking grass, one of the Golf Course Lawn Academy members sent me some pictures of his lawn before the show. And he was showing, right now this time of year, some of you guys are dealing with scalping issues, like the one lawn I was showing you earlier. Some people, you're dealing with localized dry spot, some drought problems. And one of our Academy members sent some pictures here that I want to share with you guys. It's pretty sweet. I mean, take a look at his lawn. This is the current state of the lawn. He's doing, those double cuts. You can see he's mowing lengthwise and the diagonal stripes, which I approve of. And then next up, now here's the thing. I don't even have this. I'm the founder of the Golf Course Lawn Academy, and I don't even have this in my lawn yet. And my man took that and then took it up a notch and installed the pole, right? He cut a hole in the turf and install the flag, which is pretty sweet. I have not even done that on my lawn. And you know what? I will tell you, Bryant, the lawn is worthy of it. It looks great. I mean, granted, you're not at putting green heights, but I got to tell you, it looks awesome. Really great. The color looks great. It's nice and smooth. Nice work. I salute you. Keep it going. Keep it going. It's only going to get better as you keep working on it. Lawn, the color. The big thing is the color, man. That's what I look for. The color looks incredible. That's where you can tell you're doing something right. That color is on point. And you know, for contrast, you look at his lawn and then look at the lawn in the background. So you can see the color of his lawn and look at the lawn that's in the background. You can see it's lighter. So dark, light, and then the one further down is also looking pretty dark too. So you guys have a nice, friendly lawn competition going on. Keep it up. You know, great lawns raises everyone's standards in the neighborhood. So awesome work. All right, next up we have Papa Mows Low. He says, heat index of 103 here in Alabama. Plan on mowing, throwing, spraying, and spreading some sand this weekend if I don't pass out from the heat. Be careful. Be careful. You know, 103 degrees is nothing to joke with. You know, that's nothing to play with. So all I would say is Papa Mows Low. Nope, there's no trouble in being out in that kind of temperatures, but make sure you're drinking lots of water, lots of fluids, you know, Gatorade, whatever your thirst quencher is. You know, make sure you know replenishing your fluids, electrolytes, all that stuff. Make sure you're just keeping lots of fluids in yourself, and you should be fine. I mean, you should be fine. And the nice thing about doing top dressing or any kind of leveling work this time of year is the lawn is going to recover really quickly. That's the one benefit of doing top dressing or any kind of leveling work in the month of July in the Southeast. So yeah, that's the benefit. The negative is that you are going to be suffering because whereas the turf loves it, you're going to be out there in pain doing your thing. So guys, if you're having fun so far, we've got 123 people in the live stream right now and only 75 likes. Surely we can do better than that. Surely we can do better than that. So if you guys are enjoying the show, please feel free to hit that like button ever so gently. It costs absolutely nothing. It's a free way to support the channel. Sends good vibes to YouTube. We'll get more people over here on our Friday night lawn church. All right, next up is David Quigley. He says, lawn is super tight with the Greensmaster 1600. I would expect nothing less, David. And it's starting to float on top of the canopy. Not great. The Sunjo turf rake I purchased came with a verticut cartridge, but I've been reluctant to try it. It could work, David. The big thing I'd say is just make sure, the big thing with verticutting is you don't want to be too aggressive with it. You really don't want to be too aggressive. Another thing you can do too is you can use the turf rake. So if the Sunjo, you know, is a turf rake and all has a verticut feature as well. If you're able to turf rake it quite a bit, turf raking is going to help the grass. One, it's going to help like comb the grass in the direction of whatever stripes you want to have, but it also has the benefit of tending to stand the grass up a bit, right? So if you have a lot of runners in the lawn, turf raking, while not as good as verticutting from a standpoint of thinning the lawn out, it does tend to stand the grass up. So, you know, you can cut some of the longer runners. It will help thin the grass out a bit, not as much as verticutting, but it will help some. So if you just want to just turf rake, I wouldn't be opposed to that. If you decide to go with the verticutting cartridge, if the the blades are getting into the dirt, it's way too aggressive. You want it to where like that verticutter, those blades are just kissing, or, you know, like I set my outlet up to where it's at 2 millimeters above the surface. With the Sunjo, I've never set one of those up, so I don't know what adjustments you have at your disposal, but the idea is start high and slowly work your way down. You know what I mean? You can make multiple passes. Like if you make a pass and it's barely taking anything off, barely doing anything, that's fine. You just make another, you set it a little bit more aggressive and make another pass, you know? I would not start out too aggressively, especially since it's gonna be your first time using it, but it's your call. If you want to continue turf raking and just do a lot of that to try and, you know, thin out the canopy a bit. I mean, it's not going to be as good as verticutting, but it's an approach that can work. But if you decide to go forward with the verticutter, start not aggressive. Like the first time you make a pass, you should barely be able to even see any lines in the turf at all. And the next time maybe you'll go down like a notch or whatever the adjustment is for the Sunjo, and then slowly work your way down to where, you know, if you looked at how my lawn looked when it was done, like if you haven't seen it, there's a live stream where I verticut the lawn live last month, or was it May? End of May, I think is when I did it. And if you look at that, you'll see how the lawn should look when you're done with it. And if you don't go too aggressive, it's going to recover very quickly, which is what you want this time of year. I mean, also given that the temps we have, it's not going to take very long for the lawn to bounce back. But this link here that I'm posting in the chat that you can look at after the show is shows you what your lawn can look like after a verticut and a turf rake, this time of year. So I should probably say what it is. So this is verticutting live stream, verticut live stream. Cool. So yeah, so take a look at that. Not now because you're still here, but after the show you can look at it, and that will give you an idea of what it should look like once you're done. Hope that helps, sir. It's always something. We're never happy in the lawn game. It's like, I always tell you guys. Remember before we got into this part of the season, I said if I can get 3 weeks where I'm really happy with the way my lawn looks throughout the entire season, I'm good with that. And that's what happens, right? And really for me, normally that's like late June, the first week of July, because that's when the turf it's nicely greened up. It's not crazy hot yet. The lawn, the color is looking really good. And you're not having to be out there mowing quite as much because the heat hasn't really arrived as yet. So for me, my sweet spot is like late June leading up to like 4th of July weekend. That's the go time. In your case, your lawn was looking great, looking really good, super tight to use your words with the GM 1600. But now, all that mowing, all that real mowing, and coupled with the high temperatures and the heat that we have now is really causing it to thicken up. So you got to do something about that. If you want that golf course lawn look, you got to do all the stuff that goes with creating and maintaining that golf course lawn appearance, not just the mowing. But you're a resourceful guy. I'm sure you'll be able to pull it off. Next up is Mr. McNasty Motorsports, one of my favorite avatar names out of all of them. McNasty Motorsports, a great name for a tuning shop, by the way. He says, howdy, I just put down the weekly spoonful of nitrogen, iron, and PGR. Yep, spoon feeding. PGR is an experiment. Backyard almost back from the scalp. Things are looking good and confidence is high. I like it, McNasty. So here's the thing, guys. That's what you're talking about, McNasty, is something I wanted to have as a note for one of my talking points tonight. Is if you're going to use growth regulator, some of you guys have the or take the approach that I'm going to wait until the lawn starts growing quickly and then I'll introduce PGR. And while that can work, what I find that produces better results is if you can get the lawn under regulation prior to when the growth really takes off. So, in my case, I started applying Primo late April, early May, and that goes all the way through until September, at least to the beginning of September. That's the minimum. Sometimes it'll go into middle of September, depending on what temperatures are like. But by getting it in the plant prior to temperatures really taking off, and the lawn's under regulation, you're not gonna be fighting. You're not gonna be really trying to get ahead of the game and really trying to get the lawn to slow down when it's really trying to actively grow, especially given the conditions now. So I know it's too late now, McNasty, but what I would say is next year, you may not want to start as early as I do, but you might want to say, mid-May, maybe, the end of May. Then you'll start using growth regulator. You'll start bringing Primo into your program, and you'll enjoy it, man. I'll tell you, like the biggest issues I see that people have with growth regulator, because there are some, people get wrapped around the axle. They get concerned about it's going to damage their lawn, and the damage that you see from growth regulator in lawns, across the board, comes from people over applying it. Comes from people applying it incorrectly. If you apply Primo at the correct rates, you're not gonna run into issues or damage with your lawn, especially if you do it the way that I recommend, which is instead of taking the monthly rate and applying it one time per month, take that rate, cut it in half, and apply it every couple of weeks. So the 1st and the 15th, you apply half whatever the monthly application rate is for your particular grass type. The lawn's going to stay under regulation, and you're going to even further minimize the chance of tip burn or any kind of adverse effects. So I think you're going to like it. You're doing it right. You got nitrogen, it's a little bit of iron in the tank, and some growth reg. I dig it. The only thing now is that now that you've started doing that, keep up with it, right? So when did you do it? You just put it down. So we'll say that you started your Primo on the 15th. And you know what? Because you're starting with Primo, because your first time, we're gonna applaud that. We're gonna give you some dap for that. But now that you started, at the end of July or end of this month, you're going to do your next app. So make sure you keep up with it until until things start to slow down, which around here is really September-ish, depending on temperatures and how our late summer shakes out. But yeah, man, congrats on that. You're gonna like the results you get with Primo. I could not maintain my lawn the way it looks without using without this product. This is a core aspect. Growth regulator is a core aspect of maintaining my lawn and keeping the appearance the way it is, especially given the height of cut that I'm at. Again, I'm at 0.70, and I think I'm going to maintain that throughout the entire season. I was going to say 0.75, but at 0.70 looks pretty good, and I'm just going to keep that the rest of the season. As far as I'm concerned. So keep going, man. If you run into any problems, let me know. And again, congrats on introducing Primo into your lawn care program. I dig it. All right, next up is K Bell. He says, can I mix Celsius with tenacity for 6,000 square feet? Is your question? All right, so K Bell's a question. He says, can I mix Celsius with tenacity for 6,000 square feet? I would not. If you think about what Celsius is designed for, it's designed for warm season turf. Tenacity is designed for cool season turf and centipede grass. And St. Augustine, if you're growing on a sod farm, but none of you guys have sod farms, so it doesn't apply to you guys. It doesn't apply in that case. So really, cool season turf and centipede grass are the places where you can use tenacity. Celsius is really for warm season turf. So all grass types, warm season grass types other than Bahia grass. And if you spray Bermuda with tenacity this time of year, you are going to injure it. So I would not do that. I would not spray Celsius. I would never mix Celsius and tenacity. There's just no reason to ever do that because one is for warm season turf, one is for cool season turf. There's no reason to ever really combine the two of them. What I would mix with Celsius, if you're going to spray 6,000 square feet this time of year, is I would take Celsius, which you may or may not already have, and I would take Certainty like this. This combination can work well together, right? So if you're trying to control sedges in your lawn, like this stack works beautifully. It's the bee's knees on warm season turf. But this and where's tenacity? I had a ball of tenacity. This and this is a no-go. This is a no. This is a do not pass go, do not go. Danger Will Robinson. Do not do this. This and this also a no-go. Do not do this. Danger Will Robinson. So really, these two is the combination you're going to use for warm season turf, for cool season turf, tenacity, and if you're trying to take care of sedges in cool season turf, then sedge hammer. So this combination is a yes, but this is for cool season turf only. Sedge hammer can work on both, but really this is for cool season turf. Do not spray tenacity on your Bermuda grass or zoysia grass lawn. It is going to damage and or injure it. And there's really no reason to do it. I mean, Celsius is so much better than tenacity when it comes to controlling weeds in a Bermuda grass lawn, and you're not going to damage the lawn, in the process. It doesn't have the side effect that tenacity produces where it can temporarily discolor the lawn. It can temporarily bleach or cause the surrounding grass that gets hit with the overspray of the weed you're targeting to lose its color. It can turn, sometimes it'll go completely white, but in most cases it just turns a bit more pale in comparison to the rest of the lawn. Like Celsius doesn't do that, and it's designed for warm season grass. So to answer your question, K-Bell, can you mix Celsius and tenacity for 6,000 square feet? I would not. I would not combine tenacity with Celsius and spray that on warm season lawn, and I would not spray tenacity on warm season turf outside of centipede grass, and really only for taking care of crabgrass. Like the only thing I would use tenacity for on a centipede lawn is for crabgrass control. Outside of crabgrass control, there are other options like Celsius that will, or not for crabgrass control, like Celsius for broadleaf control. But the one herbicide, probably the best herbicide for crabgrass in probably across really most turf types is quinclorac, right? But you can't spray St. Augustine with that, and you can't spray centipede with that. So that's where tenacity for crabgrass on centipede makes sense. But for broadleaf, I wouldn't use this. I would use Celsius. It kills a lot more stuff, not gonna discolor the lawn. It's a great product, So tenacity really has a special use case, even in my opinion, for a centipede lawn. Overall, if you got warm season turf, use Celsius and use Certainty. That is a much, much, much better choice. You're gonna like the way the lawn looks after you're done if you do that route versus using tenacity on your lawn. All right, next up we have JazzBot 584. And the thing is, before I go to JazzBot, the one thing I'm assuming that you have a warm season lawn, right? If we flip this, if your lawn is cool season grass, don't use Celsius on cool season turf. So, my mindset is that, this is someone that's mixing tenacity with Celsius. They're going to spray a warm season lawn. If it's the other way around, where you have a cool season lawn like ryegrass, Kentucky bluegrass, fescue, you can't use Celsius on cool season turf. It's going to damage or it's going to injure it. Best case scenario, in some cases, depending on application rate, you might even kill it, right? So you don't want to use Celsius on cool season turf, and for the most part, you don't want to use tenacity on warm season turf. So hope that helps. All right, next up is JazzBot 584. He says, "Happy Friday, lawn family. Ron, how does one both fight and arrest fungi while still trying to manage water properly, half an inch weekly with 100-degree heat?" Okay, so let me start over again. So how do you both fight a lawn disease while also trying to water an inch weekly with 100-degree heat? So what I would say, JazzBot, is one, spray your fungicide. So fungicide is very good for this purpose. So if you have a disease problem in your lawn, apply a fungicide. So a couple of options. I'll show you really quick here. Two that I like. If you go to shop and then the fungicide insecticide section on the Golf Course Lawn Store, we have two. If you want granular, go with Headway. If you want liquid, go with Pillar. So Headway is a granular product. Again, we got your application rates and how to use it there. There's a rate card and everything there as well. But if you like liquids, if liquids are more your jam, then I would go with Pillar SC. Of the two, they're both going to be very effective. They both have two different fungicides, so it's two different modes of actions. I think it's 3 and 11 is what these both have in them. So they're both going to do a great job controlling disease in your lawn. It really comes down to, do you want a liquid fungicide, liquid product, or do you want a granular? The benefit that that Pillar has is being a liquid, it's going to get into the soil a bit faster. It's going to start working a bit faster. And as far as ease of use, it's going to be a little bit easier to use than Headway from an application rate standpoint. With Pillar, there's only one application rate. It's 1 ounce per thousand, whether you're doing it for preventative or for curative. With Headway, the rate that I like to use for preventative is around just over 2 pounds per thousand. And then if you're going up to, for curative, it varies based on the disease. It could be 3.5 pounds up to 4 pounds per thousand, depending on the disease you're trying to take care of. So if you have an active problem, I would get a fungicide down now. I would water it in properly, you know what I mean? And I would continue to water the lawn. I wouldn't stop all your watering. I wouldn't cease watering. If you are drenching the lawn to where it's like a sappy, muddy mess, then we can maybe back the water down a little bit, you know what I mean? But as far as ensuring the lawn still gets hydration, I would still do that. Like the fungicide is what's going to do the job of arresting the spread of the disease. And then, if you've got an active problem, 14 to 21 days later, you're going to want to do another follow-up application of fungicide. And throughout that, you can still water the lawn. Just don't overdo it, like most things, right? In moderation. Don't overdo it. Don't like soak that area. Don't get it to where it's like a swamp. I would not do that. But as far as watering, I still would water your lawn. I wouldn't cease watering, because the thing with fungicide you have to keep in mind too is that it's not like when you apply a fungicide, if you went out and you put down Pillar or Headway, it's not like it reverses the damage. What a fungicide does, like to use your words, it arrests the spread of the disease. It stops it from getting any worse, which is now going to allow the lawn to heal and recover from that. And part of the lawn healing and recovering is making sure that it's getting enough water, enough sunlight, that you're mowing it properly with sharp equipment. Like you're just doing all the things that are giving the lawn the best opportunity for it to recover from the damage from the fungicide. So yes, I would continue to water your lawn. So yes, you still water it. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's just because you have a disease problem in your lawn does not mean you cease all watering. Just be more sparing with it. Just be more careful. You didn't say what the problem was. You didn't tell me what kind of lawn disease that you're dealing with. But with 100-degree heat, you're going to need to put some water on the lawn. It's going to need that. Something else you can do as well, JazzBot, is if you're not using a moisture manager like Hydrotain or like Foreplay, so I can show you that. We already covered the fungicides, but something else you can do to help the lawn cope with the higher temperatures, 103-degree heat, is under shop and moisture management. You've got three different options here. You've got hydrotane as a liquid, you've got hydrotane as a granular, and then you've got the new kid on the block, which is Foreplay, which is basically 70% hydrotane. It's got a surfactant in it, it's got humate in it, and it's got kelp, a kelp product. So this is, you can think of this almost like hydrotane 2.0, and it's specifically designed for localized dry spot. But there's nothing that says you can't use this over your entire lawn either. You know, that will work just fine too. So consider doing that. You know, if you're pulling back on your watering, get hydrogen or some kind of moisture manager into the soil to help the lawn manage the heat stress of 103 degree temperatures. So hope that helps. I would apply the fungicide. I would still water the lawn. Just be sensible about it, is I guess what I'm trying to say. All right, next up, let's see, we got 67 Mustang here from Instagram. He's saying, good Friday. Just want to say the verticalling, I think you're saying vertical, the verticillum helped a lot. And the speedy shipment of PGR and Humic Max. You're very, very welcome. Oh, the Vertica. Yeah, the Vertica helped a lot. And thank you for the speedy shipment of Humic Max and Primo. You're very, very welcome, 67 Mustang. That's what we try to do. Try to get the stuff out to you guys as quickly as possible, because I know this time of year, it's go time, right? You want to make sure the lawn is looking its best, and when you order your stuff, you want it. Right. So yeah, I'm glad the Verticut did help with the lawn, and I'm glad that the products made it to you safe and sound, and that you are in good shape. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, next up, we have Ryan Babich. Ryan Babich. He says, how often would you recommend aerating? I.e., I've gotten new patches, and I feel like this is the best way to get rid of the patches. When you say patches, what do you mean, Ryan? I'm not sure what you mean by patches, but to answer your question as far as aerating, I like to do it at least once per season, at least once per year. This year, I'm using the Solitine aerator that is a cartridge that's in my outlets. I've been using that to do some of the aeration work, but at least once per season. Reason being, aeration is a great way to relieve compaction, to allow air, water, nutrients to get into the soil. So it's something that I would do once per season. You don't have to do it, often, more often than that, but once per season is really good as far as an interval. If you want to do it more than that, you can, but most people get, the benefits from one aeration per season. I'm not sure again what you mean by the new patches, but yeah, as far as aerating, at least once per season. If you're doing top dressing, I like to also incorporate an aeration into that. So normally in my lawn, I do it once per year. If I top dress the lawn, it'll happen again, because especially if I'm doing the back lawn, I like to aerate as part of the top dressing work. So yeah, but once per year. And because if you've been through a lawn aeration, you really don't want to have to do it more than once a year. It's a workout. It's a workout. It's not a whole lot of fun. And so yeah, once per season is really what you'll need in most cases. If you want to get some guidance or some tips and tricks that I've learned along the way on aeration that I like to use to get a better result, not the only way to do it, but it's how I do it. If you go to the store, to the Golf Course Lawn Store, and to the blog, there is an article, a blog here. I think I made it to page 2 at this point, it looks like, on core aeration, on how to core aerate your lawn, what it is, when to do it, the benefits of doing it, the equipment you're going to need to do it, the aeration to do it, whether or not you pick up cores, because believe it or not, you may not realize this, but this is a major point of debate on the internet of whether or not you should pick up the cores or not pick up the cores. Like, when I do, every time I aerate my lawn and I say I'm not picking up cores, people are saying, oh, you're doing it wrong, you got to pick up the cores. And the real answer is it depends. If you have a hard clay soil, then yeah, do it. And if you don't have a clay soil and they break down quickly, don't do it. But really, whatever floats your boat. But yeah, going back to this, if you want some more tips on it, as far as how aeration can be incorporated into your top dressing project, and then products you can use after aeration, like a biostimulant like Essential G and a fertilizer like the Complete, it's all in there. And because you asked, I will link this in the chat for you. So it's a quick read, fun, lots of great tips. Again, not the only way to aerate the lawn, but it's got some good guidance that I find helps produce a good result while minimizing the amount of work involved in it. Right? It makes something that can be unpleasant far less unpleasant. How about that? Best way of saying it. All right, next up is Harper's Knitter. He says, did you have a check to look at the yellow spot on my lawn? Did you send me a picture with it or something, Harper's Knitter? I don't. Let me see. I'm not sure. I don't have anything from you as yet. I don't have anything from you as yet as far as pictures. And if you do, here's the thing, guys. If you guys are going to send me email, especially during the live stream, to try and get a picture of something you want me to show on the show, put your name, like whatever your handle is. In your case, for example, it's Harper's Knitter. I assume that your actual legal name on your email is not Harper's Knitter. So what I would want you to do is, like, in the subject line, say whatever it is, and then also put like your handle, so I know I can tie the name to the email. It makes things quite that much easier if you can help out. Another thing too, if you guys want to get your lawns on the show, my email is still open even when the show's not on. So Ron at Golf Course Lawn. If you have pictures of your lawn that you want to show off, or there's some issue that you want me to talk about, I try to get them as I can while the show is going, but sometimes it's hard to do. So if you want to submit your questions ahead of time, that's one way to guarantee you're going to get your question answered, because I'll get moved to the front of the queue because I've got pictures. You send it in ahead of time, and we're good to go. But if it happens during the show, it's harder to pull that off. But if you can, just let me know what your name is and when you sent the picture, and I will see if I can find it and do my best to help you out. I got a bunch of emails here now that have come in, but I don't know which one of these is you. So there is that. All right. On the topic of great looking lawns, another a picture from a viewer, one that I also got in my queue here to show you guys, is from Mr. Randall Lard. He was showing off his double cut. I guess Bryant kind of inspired him, because in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, we have a private Facebook group. And in that group, one of the topics we recently were talking about was like double cutting. How often do you double cut your lawn? Do you do it every mow? How often do you do it? So I want to make sure I'm doing it enough. And Bryant is obviously double cutting. You can see the diagonal there. And not to be left out, Mr. Randall Lard also is double cutting his lawn. I got a picture here as well. I'll show you guys that. Kind of cool. So you can see he's got the diag. He's going for the diamond action. I like it. Diamonds. It's looking good, man. The color looks very nice. Good job, sir. Appreciate the pictures. I do like the stripe action. The diamond pattern is a personal favorite. This year I'm doing checkerboard because, just doing the crosshatch. But diamonds has been a favorite of mine in years past. Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, Harper's Knitter, I have no problem looking at it. Just send me an email and say, hey, this is me, and I'll do my best to try and get it on the show if you make it very obvious that which email is yours. Next up is Mr. NMS Auditor. He says, happy Friday, everyone. Email to Picron, one rough spot left where I had a tree stump ground up and it's almost grown in. So I do know who you are, because I've, one, you sent in the subject line, you says where the tree was. I'm trying to find a picture of the tree you sent. I don't see it. I don't see any picture of a tree NMS. So if you sent that, maybe you sent the wrong images. I don't know. But if that's what's going on, send me another picture of the area where the tree was exactly. Like, send me a new email, say this is the picture you want me to show on the live stream. All right. Next up is Mr. Doug 350Z with the twin turbo package. He says, hey Ron, I was almost going to spoon feed, but the weather is showing a chance of thunderstorms. I will do it in the early morning. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with doing it in the early morning, Doug. The thing is, really all you need is about 4 hours of dry weather. So if you get out there in the morning and it's rain in the forecast in the afternoon, that's plenty of time to spoon feed your lawns. If you want to get out there with a carbon kit, your Primo, maybe a little micronutrient because you're trying to give that extra green pop, you could absolutely do that in the morning. As long as you got 4 hours of dry weather before any kind of precipitation comes down, you're good to go. So definitely do it tomorrow. Spray the lawn in good health, and hopefully it goes well, and keep me posted on how the lawn looks. Sounds like a fun time. All right, next up is Mr. Tom Hoffman. He says, hey Ron, I love your expertise and advice. I use an Out Sterling and love cutting my RTF at 1 1/4 height of cut. Nice, very, very cool. Very cool. I'm glad that one got a great mower. Sterling's a great mower. So here's some of you guys have been having issues here and there, but overall the sentiment that I've been hearing about the Sterling is that it's been pretty good. So I'm glad that you're happy with yours, Tom, and that it's been working well for you, and that how to cut that you're after is working well. And I'm also happy that you're getting some value out of the content. So thanks so much for all the kind words. I really do appreciate it. I'm actually going to say, so thanks, Tom, because you're coming in from Facebook and you may not see the comments that I put on YouTube. So I'll drop it in there so you can see it. Really do appreciate that, sir. Thank you for watching the content, and congrats on the Sterling. Congrats on the mower. It's really, really cool mower. Nice piece of equipment. All right, Harper's Knitter is back. He says, I put up a short on it. I'm having problems on 5-month-old turf where a tree used to be, same as the front yard, and I believe a tree stood there. You said a YouTube short. Send it to me again if you don't mind. I apologize for not having it, but I don't have anything here with like a link to a YouTube short in the top of my comments. So if you don't mind, forward it to me here really quick, and I'll do my best to get it on the show. I'll try to do my best to be able to do that. But the long short of it is, if you're having problems, where a tree used to be, I love we could just talk through it without even seeing the issue, is if you got rid of all of the tree, meaning you had the stump ground down, hopefully you actually got like the roots and everything else removed, you got all that taken out of it. So if you've gotten all that done, what you may have to do is bring in some quality soil. So some quality topsoil. A good option is like carbonized PN. It's a great product, but any kind of rich compost that you can bring into that area where the tree used to be is a good idea. That's going to help speed up the process whenever you transfer plugs in there, or if you're going to do sod, it's going to help the sod establish faster. In general, making that part of the lawn where the tree used to be, that soil more attractive for grass to grow in it, is going to help the recovery process that much faster. Again, I haven't seen the spot, but these are just general guidance that you're going to want to keep in mind whenever you are trying to get an area that was once occupied by a tree to start having turf grass and have it grow in that much faster. So hope that helps. I'll look out for your email. If it pops in, I will do my best to get it on the show. All right, next up we have JazzBot 584. He's up next. He says, does it bother any of you when FedEx or Amazon people trample through the middle of your yard after you put down treatments that should not be treaded on? I try hard not to be annoyed by it. A little. I mean, do they walk on my lawn? I mean, not really. So the thing is, I look at it this way, right? So yes, we are lawn care nerds, and we really want our lawns to be pristine. And for people, the only walking on the lawn is whenever we're mowing it or whenever we have company over and we allow someone to walk on our lawn. But if you look at it from their perspective, right? If the Amazon guy or gal, the FedEx guy or gal has got a ton of packages to deliver every single day, hopefully undamaged. So if the fastest path is for them to go up your lawn and drop the package off, I get it. I mean, looking at it from their perspective, I get it, because they don't know. They don't know that your lawn is sprayed. What I might do is this. If you put a sign down saying, please keep off the grass, lawn products or lawn chemicals applied, please stay off the grass. In that case, they'll likely avoid it. But if they don't know, they're just going to take the path of least resistance. They'll go right up the lawn. They're not gonna go around. Now, granted, my local FedEx guy and my local UPS guy, they both take the sidewalk because they know who I am. They know, hey, you're on, I'll give them a sticker and we'll just hang out and talk about grass. I'll talk to them about their lawn problems. So they understand. They respect the game, right? So they won't run over the lawn. But like Amazon, all bets are off. I mean, Amazon actually, you guys probably saw, I think a couple of years ago, I showed this on a live stream where they forget walking on the lawn. They drove over the lawn on both sides. They drove over like the vanity strip, and they drove over like my front lawn and damaged like a sprinkler head. I had to dig up the lawn and they damaged a sprinkler head on the vanity strip and cracked a pipe on the front lawn. There was a live stream, I think it was maybe last year. They'd all runs together, but either last year or the year before is when this happened. And I showed you guys what actually happens. I don't know if I still have that video. I might be able to show you of this. Oh, I do have it. Do you guys want to see? I don't want to. I really want to relive this, but you guys want to see this? Let's. I think this is the video here. Yep, right. Oh no, this is so painful. But yeah, you guys can laugh along with me. Why not? Let's do it. Let's bring it up. Let's see if YouTube will cooperate. So you guys want to see what happens? What Amazon did to my lawn? You guys want a good laugh? I mean, it's painful. It's funny now, but it was painful at the time. But this, yeah, it was 2021, so it was 2 years ago. So this is what happened on the lawn. Let me see if this is loading, and let's make sure an ad's not going to play first. It's not. Cool. All right, here we go. You get to relive Ron's lawn pain. So, what did I do? I messed it up. Hang on a second here. Let me let me go back and paste this again. And let's see if technology will cooperate. Give me 1 second here and I will get it. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right. All right. So this is, I can even turn the audio on so you can hear it. Here he goes. Here he goes. Got the vanity strip. That's where he broke the sprinkler pipe. All right. So ran over the front lawn. That's what cracked the pipe of the front lawn. And then if we fast forward, so they deliver the package, and then not to leave any turf unabused. Let's back up here. So this is them pulling out. And look to your right, to the right part of your frame, you will notice my vanity strip being assaulted. Look at this, look at that. Look, right over the vanity strip. So I get it, man. I get it. The struggle is real. Not everybody has love for the lawns like we do. You know what I mean? So I too have suffered through the pain of Amazon and FedEx. My FedEx guy and my UPS guy are pretty good about it, but Amazon, man, it's a crapshoot. But again, in their defense, they got a lot of packages to deliver and they're just trying to get it done. That person was just a really bad driver. I mean, I don't understand how you run over, you get like 3 sections. You get the vanity strip on the left side coming in, the lawn on the left side coming in, and the vanity strip on the right side going out. Almost like it was intentional, right? Hey, all right. Anyway, thanks for that, Jazzbot. You allow me to relive, some a painful experience, but hopefully you guys got a little bit of a laugh out of it. And for those of you on Instagram, if you guys want to see what I'm talking about, this is the video that I'm referring to, and I just posted here on YouTube for everyone to see. So I'll put it here in the chat. You guys can relive it and watch it later if you like. There you go. It's there. You guys can have fun at my expense. In Amazon's defense, though, they did pay for the damage. They paid to get, whenever I had to get the irrigation repaired, they sent me a check. They fixed it. They apologized. So it happens, things happen, but I prefer to not have to do that. All right, anyway, moving on. We have Chris Webb. He says, with a manual reel, you get more waves this time of year too. I noticed because of the float. That is true, Chris. That is absolutely true. So it's not just the powered reel mowers. Any reel mower, even rotary mowers, you are going to run into cutting issues, or it's more likely for you to have cutting issues this time of year if you don't do something to thin the turf out. So if you're not verticutting it, doing a light mid-season scalp, that's also an option. You will get some of that washboarding, or some of the waves, as you call it. That's not an uncommon thing to happen this time of year, and it really it's down to the lawn just getting really thick and the mower's just floating on it, and it causes cutting problems. So sorry you're dealing with that, but take I guess solace in that everybody's dealing with it, especially if you're real mowing or you're mowing your lawn a lot. So you know what to do, though. You know what to do to fix it. A light verticut, light scalp will restore order to your lawn. Next up is Mr. Bustelo. Bustelo, named after a coffee. I like it. I like Bustelo. I actually drink Bustelo. That's the coffee I drink. He says, hello, Ron. Thank you for all your help with this lawn nuts. Let's go hit that like button. I'm helping out my neighbors with their lawn here from Long Island. Very cool, man. Awesome. Awesome. Got to clap it up for that. I'd like to hear that. Love to hear people sharing the love, helping other folks get their lawns awesome too, because it's always fun to have someone to play with, right? You want to have someone out in the lawn when you're out there mowing. You can have like a friendly competition and you can bounce ideas off of, you got someone, whenever someone's putting out products in their lawn, you can kind of peek out the window. You can see what's going on, it's all that fun that you miss out on if you don't have a neighbor that you can bounce mowing ideas off of. All right. Next up, we got Mr. I think I got NMS Otter. I did get his picture. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So this is a picture he sent of where the tree used to be. All right. This is interesting. All right. So you guys can see that. You guys remember he sent pictures in the past. So NMS Otter, I would just say time, man. I'm not really unhappy with that. The more I look at that, I mean, the thing I'm seeing in that is that the lawn is growing in. It is filling in. You saw where the tree used to be. But it's recovering nicely. Like the lawn is growing in really nicely in that spot. I would say by the end of the season, if you keep up with your mowing, you probably won't even notice it anymore. So yeah, I wouldn't be too upset about that. That looks solid. It looks solid, man. Thanks for sending the picture. And I would just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. In your case, it's just a time thing. It's a time thing. The lawn is already well on its way. The color looks great. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep mowing it. Keep feeding it. And it's going to recover. You're not going to be even tell that a tree was there. Definitely next season, but perhaps even, I'll say a month or so from now, you're not going to be able to tell that a tree was there. So keep doing what you're doing. Looking really good. All right, next up we have Mr. Justin Judkins. Justin Judkins. He says, I have a major disparity between my left side, no tree or shade, versus right side, big tree and lots of shade. No shade side looks a ton better. Is it common to have a big disparity from shade? Yes, Justin, it is. It's very common for that to happen. Bermuda and shade are like ice cream and mayonnaise. They just don't go together. Bermuda of the warm season grass types is incredibly sensitive to shade as far as sunlight goes. It needs to have a lot of direct sunlight. How much? All the sunlight. The more sunlight you give Bermuda, the better it's going to do. So if you have an area that is heavily shaded versus an area that is not shaded, the heavily shaded area, if the grass grows there at all, is going to be thinner. The color's not going to be as good. It's not going to recover from injury as well because Bermuda it needs sunlight. It does not do well in shade. Like shade tolerant Bermuda is not a thing. It really isn't. So hope that helps. Sorry that you're dealing with that, but yeah, shade in Bermuda, just not a thing. I'll give you an example. Like I've shown this in the past, but if my front lawn, I'll do like a short tomorrow just to show you guys that because like YouTube stories aren't really a thing as much anymore, but I'll do a short to show you what I'm talking about. So I have a shrub in the front lawn, right? And the grass around that shrub, and again, the shrub's only 4 feet tall, maybe 4.5 feet tall. It's not that big. And there's plenty of sunlight that the grass near it, the Bermuda around that gets. However, just that the mere act of that shrub being there, about a foot, 18 inches from around that shrub, the Bermuda is thin. It doesn't look as good. It doesn't look, I mean, you go 2 feet away, you go 3 feet away from that shrub, the turf looks awesome, looks great. But near it, it's casting enough shade that the grass just doesn't do as well. I mean, it's not like it looks terrible, but there's a noticeable visual difference. So your choices are do something to get more sunlight. So like, cut the canopy back, cut back the foliage on the trees some if you can to try and get more sunlight on the lawn. That will help some. But if it's it's just not there's going to be a disparity. It really isn't uncommon. Like, I mean, the difference between a shaded part of the lawn and a part of the lawn that's getting a lot of sunlight, it's going to be a night and day difference in the appearance when it comes to Bermuda grass. There are other grasses maybe less sensitive, but Bermuda, shade is the kryptonite. It will not grow in shade, will not do well in shade. It's like ice cream and mayonnaise. They just don't go together. He says, or might there be something else going on? Bermuda, San Antonio, 3/4 of an inch. Nope, it's the shade. I mean, there might be something else going on, but the shade is the problem, because to your own admission, the words you're actually using, you didn't say a little bit of shade, some occasional shade. You said on the side that has it has a big tree and lots of shade. Not a little bit, a lot of shade. So a lot of shade in Bermuda is bad news. It's bad news. It's bad news bears for Bermuda grass. So it's not, you real mowing it at 3/4 of an inch it's immaterial. It doesn't really matter. It's the fact that you have all that shade that's causing the grass to not do as well. So at least which is good, right? Because there's people that'll go out and they'll try and buy like, shade tolerant Bermuda grass or shade tolerant, grass to put in there. And really, a shade tolerant grass that will work in a warm climate is like a fescue. Like fescue will do well in shaded areas, but Bermuda, not so much. I mean, even the cultivars that they tout as being shade tolerant or more shade tolerant, they still need a lot of sunlight. It's not like you can get like 6 hours of sunlight and it's still going to look incredible. It still needs a lot of sunlight. So Bermuda and shade just don't go together. Hopefully I wasn't unclear on this. Bermuda, shade, mayonnaise, and ice cream don't go together. All right, Chris says Bermuda is very sensitive to shade, especially if there's a lot of it. Yeah, so Chris is exactly right. Yeah, I mean, if you look at my back lawn, a big part of why it looks the way it looks, where is it? I don't have a picture. I'm not sure what I did with it. Maybe not that one. Yeah, so if you look at that, like the back lawn looks really good because it gets like all the sunlight. Like there's nothing there. There's no trees. Literally, there is like the sun and the lawn. Like there's no shade. And the areas near the house, like near the driveway, that the house does cast a bit of shade, those areas, take noticeably longer to fill in from any kind of injury. The color isn't quite as good. I mean, it just lags behind because Bermuda needs sunlight. All right, next up we have Kuna is a question. He says, should I continue to spoon feed my Bermuda through summer? Yes, absolutely. I am a big fan of doing that. Every 2 weeks, you can follow the spoon feeding program that is outlined in the blog post that we released. I believe it was last week. So yeah, because the thing with spoon feeding, Kuna, is you are putting down a small amount of nitrogen. You're not putting a big amount of nitrogen at one time. You're kind of like what it sounds like. You're spoon feeding. You're introducing a little bit of nutrient over the course of the month to help with color and consistency. There's no problem with doing that as long as you're following, sensible rates. For some guidance on how I like to do it, or one way of doing it, is if you go to the resource section of the Golf Course Lawn Store and you look at our spoon feeding blog. In this blog, it talks about all the benefits of spoon feeding, and I give you a formulation that will work. So I talk about using your granular product, so Humic Max, and then a liquid product, 901C, and I even give you the rates that you can use for each one of those spreader settings, everything, so that you can get a good result with spoon feeding your lawn. I'm going to be spraying my lawn tomorrow. It's probably going to be in the 90s tomorrow. I'll likely spray tomorrow, probably after karate. Yeah, so it'll likely be in the 80s at least tomorrow whenever I do get around to doing it. And yeah, there's no issue with spoon feeding at all. Again, make sure you're just applying it at the proper rates. There's no problem with that. So as part of my spoon feeding program, it's going to be Nutra. It's going to be the carbon kit. So 901C, NutriKelp, of course, Primo. Got to have Primo. Of course, Primo. And I'm going to put some Nutrizolve in the tank as well too. A little bit of micronutrient, give it a little kicker. Give the color a little more pop. But yes, every 2 weeks, every 15 days, you can do that on your lawn. No worries at all. Especially if you're keeping the rates low. Like in that blog, the rates that I give, you're putting in like 1/10 a pound of nitrogen each time, so not very much. There's as long as you're applying it properly, you're not like your sprayer's calibrated, you're spraying the lawn properly. I've not, again, knock on wood, it could happen one day, but I have not, in all the years I've been doing this, I have yet to burn or injure my lawn spraying it at higher temperatures when I'm spoon feeding it, because the amount of nutrient going in is really so low. There's very little chance of that happening. So to answer your question, yes, you should continue to spoon feed it during the summer. I absolutely would. Your turf will thank you for it. It's a good thing. And if you are interested, I'll also link that blog post for you in case you have not seen it, on why you should consider spoon feeding your lawn. All right, your name is Kua. Cool. And there you go. That's the blog post. If you need anything else, let me know. Appreciate the question. It's a good one. So yeah, so Primo, liquid fertilizers, no problem at all. During the summer months, feel free to spoon feed your lawn. Again, you're not going to hurt it. All right, Madam is in the house. She's saying hi. What's going on, Madam? And then next up, we got No Name saying, hey, Ron and fellow lawn enthusiasts. Looking forward to some great turf talk. Let's get those likes up. I appreciate that, No Name. If you guys would not mind following No Name's, his charge to hit that like button. We got, well over 100 people, 130 people in here right now. So if you guys would not mind hitting that like button, assuming you haven't as yet, please do so. It costs absolutely nothing, and it's a free way to support the channel. Think about it. How many things can you do in life that are absolutely free and help somebody else out? And this is one of those things. Just move the button over there, hit the like button. Free. Super free. And then Greg has sent me a picture of some turf, some Bermuda turf here. He says, check out this Bermuda. Let's see here. It looks like it's a ball field. That does look good, man. I mean, it's a good picture. Yeah, some good seats, man. Yeah, it's looking good. Color looks great. I cannot complain. It looks good. Color looks good. Very nice looking lawn, or very nice looking turf field. Big lawn. Big lawn. All right, next up is Jason Harrison. He says, Scott, accelerate is intense. Can yellow easily? Yeah, that's a good point, Jason. And as I point out to him, right? I mean, so Celsius certainty, the big reason why I like that combination so much is because like this time of year, you could still use them, and the chance of you injuring or heavily discoloring the turf is very minimal. Once you start stacking other stuff with it, like if you try and spray 2,4-D this time of year, you gotta be careful. Like you could be looking at an ouchie. You gotta be really careful as far as the temperatures that you're gonna be seeing whenever you spray that. If you're gonna be spraying quinclorac, same thing. I mean, it's a great product. As far as as far as a herbicide for targeting crabgrass, it really doesn't get much better than quinclorac, but you got to be careful with it as far as discoloring your lawn. So that's why I am a fan of Celsius. Celsius will work against crabgrass. It's just not as good as quinclorac is, but it's also not going to discolor your lawn in the process, assuming you spray it properly at the correct rates. All right, next up is Vahid Navi. He says, hi, dear. Happy Friday. Vahid, thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming out, taking some time out of your Friday evening to come hang out in the live stream. On Instagram, we got Robert over there now. What's going on, Robert? I see you're coming over here to hang out and support on the gram. We got Lawn Fix. What's going on, Lawn Fix? Prestone Scott, and then Yankees Dolphins is in here as well. Tyler's in here. What's going on? Hopefully you guys are doing well. Guys, feel free to participate. Just because you are at Instagram, you're in your own little world, does not mean you guys can't ask questions, can't comment. You can't tell me what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong. Feel free to be part of the show. Next up is Lon Guido. He says, thoughts on top dressing my lawn with cow manure. I've never done it. So I can't say for sure. It's going to smell. There is that. But as far as introducing organic material and as like a natural fertilizer, I mean, it should be all right. You know, I would say this, be careful about piling it up. You know, you don't want to, if you're getting it like in bulk, you don't want to put like big piles of it on the lawn and then go to spread it out. What you're going to find if you do that is it very likely could end up burning the lawn in those areas where you had it piled up, especially if those piles sit there for hours. But if you can do a light top dressing with like compost that has some manure in it, I mean, I'm not opposed to that. I mean, the smell is going to be a thing. So just make sure you go light, make sure you spread it evenly. And I would not do piles in the lawn, especially if you're going to let them sit for any period of time, because you will, or it's likely, highly likely, you will discolor or damage the lawn in those areas. So yeah, give it a shot, Lon Guido, and let us know how it does. You know, not something I've done before using cow manure. I have done a lawn. A friend of mine, Lee, we did his lawn. This was years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago. We top dressed his lawn, and it was like a sand and soil blend. But the compost they use, it had like pig manure in it, so kind of rank, kind of smelly. And we made the mistake that I'm trying to tell you to avoid, which is we went out with a wheelbarrow and we put piles in the lawn. Like you ever watch people on YouTube or watch like a picture on Instagram of folks like doing top dressing on their lawn, and they'll get out there and they'll put piles all throughout the lawn. That will work just fine if you're doing sand. It'll work just fine if you're doing sand with compost, like a sand compost blend. But if you're using something that has, you know, some nitrogen in it, some go juice in it, like a manure, you really want to avoid doing that, because we did that on Lee's lawn, on his lawn, and in those areas where we let it sit for maybe 2 hours in some cases, like we did we put the piles all over the lawn. The back lawn sat longer than the front lawn. Whenever we started raking and spreading it out, you had a nice circle, like a yellowish circle, where the lawn had been discolored or burned from that product, from the manure that was in that top dressing mix. So it's temporary. The lawn will recover from it, but it's just something to keep in mind if you are going to go forward with that. Just don't pile it up and let it sit for any extended period of time on the lawn. Take pictures. Let us know how it does. All right, next up is Phyllis Lawrence. Phyllis is in the house. She says, happy Friday, Ron. Here we go again in Texas with water restrictions. So I am hand watering my Bermuda grass during the daytime. Is there a specific dosage for PGR to get rid of seed heads? Not really. It's whatever is whatever's correct for your lawn. So the question that Phyllis has is there a particular dosage of growth regulator that you would use to suppress seed heads? And the answer is no. Whatever the label rate is for your grass type, you would apply that. And a byproduct of that is that you get some suppression for seed heads. So for Bermuda, for hybrid Bermuda, the rate is 1/4 ounce to up to 0.38 ounces, 0.4 ounces per 1,000 square feet. So if you're doing it the way that I would recommend, using the split application methodology for your Bermuda lawn, you would do 1/2 ounce, so 0.5 ounces, so 1/2 ounce with 4 gallons of water, and spray that over 4,000 square feet. That rate is going to be a good rate for your lawn. You can go a little bit heavier than if you want to, but that's a good rate to start out with, especially if you're new to using growth regulator. And you should see a reduction in seed heads if you were to do that. Now, kind of like to segue this in, or to kind of revisit a topic that I said earlier, Phyllis, is that As far as seed head suppression, like Primo, that is one of the labeled uses for it that it will help with, but you are going to want to, but it works better if it's already in the plant. You know what I mean? It works better. In other words, if you had already started using growth regulator really like in May timeframe and you'd kept it in the plant the entire time, in the grass the entire time, like the amount of seed heads that you would get would be far less than what you're trying to accomplish now, which is to start introducing PGR and then and as a benefit, try and get seed heads to be reduced. It's still going to help, but it works better if it's in the grass for an extended period of time. I'm just answering a question here really quick. All right, so yeah. But as far as the rate that I would tell you for Bermuda grass when you're starting out, 1/2 ounce with 4 gallons of water over 4,000 square feet is what I would go with. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Noek95. It says, what's up, Ron? Started using Primo Max and that thing did not disappoint. Like the video. I'm glad to hear it. It's a great product. I too am a fan of the Primo Max. If you apply it properly at the right rates, it like literally it's like yanking the e-brake on how quickly the lawn grows. So it's a great product. Absolutely love it. It's just been a staple of my lawn care program. Like it's one of the things I talk about in the Golf Course Lawn Academy. We talk about Primo growth rates, application rates all the time. And it's one of those things that once you start using it, you will wonder why you waited so long. It's really that that good. It's really that good of a product. So yeah, I'm glad that you're getting great results with it. All right, next up we have Stephen Thompson. He says, "Hey Ron, I asked last week about aerating often. I am wanting to do it every other week for the rest of the season with lighter flagship apps, pushing the grass to spread to bare spots and loosen." Yeah, so as far as aerating, I would not do it every other week. I wouldn't do it every other week. That's too much. Because remember, when you aerate the lawn, you are injuring it. It is pretty rough on the lawn. It's not as bad as like dethatching the lawn, but it is like causing injury. And I don't know what benefits you're really going to see from doing it every other week. Like if you aerate your lawn every 2 weeks, the lawn's going to be in a constant state of trying to recover. So I wouldn't do that. I mean, if you wanted to do it, maybe once every 6 weeks, maybe that's a lot, but every once every 6 weeks I could see, but every other week is quite a bit. I would not necessarily do that because again, you're trying to do it from a standpoint of trying to encourage the lawn to spread, but remember, you are injuring the lawn as part of doing this, especially if you're doing core aeration. So I wouldn't do that. I would, best case scenario, or the most frequent I would do it is if you really want to every 6 to 8 weeks, man. There's really no reason to do it every other week, in my opinion. If you want the grass to spread into bare spots, assuming there's no environmental conditions that are causing the lawn to not grow in those bare spots, you can use plugs to transfer into those. You can transfer plugs from the parts of your lawn that are not doing well into the areas where there are the bare spots. You can make sure it's getting enough water, enough nutrients, so you're feeding it properly, and just time. If you look at NMS Auditor's, that's not it. NMS Auditor's screenshot here. He had a tree there. I think he did plugs and he's trying to get the grass to grow in, and it's just a time thing. It's a time thing, unfortunately. You just have to wait to allow Mother Nature to do her thing to allow the lawn to grow in. So yes, I would not aerate every other week if that's what you meant to say. That's in my opinion too much. All right, we got a couple of super chats. Let me get down here and grab those really quick. I see Ted is still the show sponsor, but we've got some others down here. Let's run down here and grab one. All right, first we have Mr. Okay, we got Mr. Luis Ayabareño. Thank you so much, Luis. Appreciate that.
Super chat received.
He says, Ron, good news. Irrigation system done by next week. I like it. Bad news. Neighbors are dominating. Luis, why? What happened? You were doing so good. How are you letting the neighbors dominate? This is not good, man. He continues. I'm dealing with dry patches, compacted soil, broadleaf weeds, and a severe grub problem not seen in years, even after the aceleprant and granular application. Not good, not good. Yeah, that's odd that you're still dealing with, you're still seeing grubs in your lawn, Luis, after aceleprant, because I mean, most cases, one, in my case, one app and I'm good. Grubs are not really an issue. It sounds like you got a lot going on there. So I guess for aeration, to deal with the compaction, you're going to wait till the fall to do that. Because if I remember correctly, your lawn, you have a cool season lawn, so you're not going to want to aerate this time of year. Get another aceleprant app down. If you're sure it's grubs that are causing the damage to your lawn, there's nothing. Do another app to clean that up. But it sounds like also your lawn is in it's in a state of flux. You got irrigation going in. There's some other damage problems going into it. So the negative of it, Luis, is that you're dealing with all that now, but it sounds like you're getting all the pain out of the way. You're going to get the grub problem under control. You're going to be able to aerate this fall. You're going to have the irrigation in here in a couple of weeks. So really, this time next month, this time in August, you should be on the mend. The lawn should be looking a lot better. And, you having cool season turf, your second season, your go time should really be starting up then. So sorry you're dealing with that. If anything I can help with, let me know. But yeah, it sounds like at least the irrigation going in is a good thing, right? So there is that. And for the super chat, I will have you share the super chat with the show sponsorship with Ted, because you guys both gave the same amount. So I will say Luis and Ted. And hopefully this all fits, because Luis, your name is long, but it fits. Yay, look at that. Cool. Awesome. So Ted, thank you so much for the super chat. And Luis, also thank you for the super chat. Both your names in lights, whatever that means to you. Luis, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. And send me pictures of it, man. I'd like to see what kind of problems you're going on with, the damage that you're facing. You have my email address, but in case you don't, it is ron@golfcourselawn.com. So send me an email of the damage in the lawn if you don't mind, because I like to see what you're working with, sir, what the problem is. Next up, we have another super chat, or super sticker. This one from the notorious Mr. LG. You think Connor's the notorious, LG the notorious.
Super chat.
He says, a post-it note with the text, "I'll be back," appearing on it. That is you. That's one way, if someone ever comes in and tries to impersonate you, we'll be able to know in a few minutes whether it's the OG, the original LG, or if there's someone that's trying to impersonate our beloved LG. So thank you so much for the super chat, sir. I appreciate the love and support. And yeah, a post-it note with a Terminator, and I'll be back sticker on it, huh? That's kind of cool. All right, next up we have Ted Rogers. He said, guys, my phone must be acting up. My super chat isn't working. Hope everyone is having an awesome Friday. Yeah, it's been pretty good. Ted, yeah, try again. I mean, there's nothing that really, maybe you're having maybe a reception problem, but if you are able to watch the show, super chats should be working. If you're able to watch the show and you're able to comment, then super chats should also be working as well. So try again. You can dethrone, Luis, and then you'll be on top again, if that's your thing. If having your name in lights means a lot to you, then a super chat will do it. All right, next up is Jordan Goodman. He says, hey, Ron, would leveling with sand be a good idea when some of my lawn is still needing repair? I live in Austin, Texas. Or would it be better to top dress level in addition to my soil amendment? So the answer to your question is yes, Jordan. I mean, is there any negative to still doing some top dressing work, even though there's parts of your lawn that are still growing in, or there's some areas that are still trying to catch up with the rest of the lawn? Yeah, there's no problem with doing that. Caveat, if you do it the way that I recommend, which is to go light. So when I say light, 1/4 of an inch to at most 1/2 an inch of material. If you go that route, what you're going to find is you're not really going to introduce a lot of additional stress to the turf. It's going to bounce back quickly. And what you might find is the compost that is in the top dressing mix, if you're using a blend, is going to help those areas that are still growing in to recover or to grow in that much faster. As far as your question about, in addition to your soil amendments, I tend to use soil amendments like Essential G, like my granular soil amendment of choice, as part of my top dressing project. So if I'm going to be doing, say tomorrow, right, I'm going to top dress my lawn. I'm not, but let's say we're going to do it. What I would do is I would be core aerating, and then I would be using Essential G or whatever biostimulant you like to use, but I would be using Essential G. I would follow that up with a granular fertilizer. So in my case, Humic Max. And then I would top dress, level the lawn, and call it good, and just water it and wait around until the grass grows through it. So my stack would be this. So I would do Essential G. So after prior to you putting the sand down, I would do Essential G. I would do a fertilizer. So in my case, it's going to be Humic Max, but whatever fertilizer you like to use, like this is what I would be using on my lawn, the 1608. This would go down. And then after that is when I would top dress. Even if you don't aerate, you can still do a granular biostimulant. You can still do a fertilizer, but it's better. Like one, the biostimulant gets in the soil faster if there's aeration is done first. The fertilizer gets in the soil faster if the aeration is done first. And the leveling work that you're going to do, like that sand soil blend or whatever you happen to be using, is going to integrate faster or better with the existing soil profile if the turf is aerated prior to doing that. So there's a lot of good reasons to aerate prior to your top dressing project. So I hope that helps, sir. The answer to your question is yes, but I would not just do sand. I would do some kind of organic material. A blend would be best. Like, if you want Supersod, I believe is running a sale here on their leveling mix. So if you're you're in Texas, so you can't get it. But any kind of a sand compost blend would be good. It would be good to do. And that's something, a good talking point, guys. For those of you that are in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Alabama, or Tennessee, Supersod is going to be running a sale here on their leveling mix. If you want to be able to save an additional, I think it's additional $10 off of whatever their current sale is. So they have like a sale that's open to everybody. But because you guys are viewers and because you're awesome, you guys will, they're not started it yet. But so hang on here. I'll find out when the actual dates are. But I believe they're going to be starting a sale here soon in the month of July, in which you'll be able to take like an additional off of whatever the current, whatever the sale, whatever promotion they happen to be running. And if you want to do that, you can use this. You can use my discount code, which is I will take you to Supersod, and it's on any of their products. The Level Mix, the Soil Cube Compost, any of those will get you a discount. So hope that helps, Jordan. If you need anything else, let me know. The big thing is go light. Don't go super heavy with your top dressing. The lawn will recover faster. All right, we have another super chat, one here from Mr. Cedric G. Thank you so much, Cedric. I really do appreciate it.
Super chat received.
He says, Big Ron, next Saturday is the big day for top dressing. Top dressed last year and was pleased with the result, but as one can never leave well enough alone, it's not too late for you and Alex to sign up. I have a dingo, aerator, and the top dressing machine waiting on you, big guy. Yeah, Cedric. So Alex has been really busy lately. I have also been busy, and it's just so much work. It's so much work, man. Top dressing is just so much. It's so much work. But here's the thing. Even though Alex and I likely will not be there, you are doing it right by having the dingo and the top dressing machine. You didn't say, I don't see aerator in there. So if you don't have an aerator, get one. I mean, I would. You're doing it up. You're doing everything else right. You already got everything to make the process faster and easier, more smoother. So why not also aerate as part of doing that? But yeah, take pictures, Cedric, if you don't mind, because I'm not going to be there to film it. Take pictures before. Take pictures of your equipment. Like, if you have all the equipment lined up, take a picture of that or a video of that and send it over. We'll show it on the live stream if you want to see it. And then definitely of the after. I definitely want to, see the before, the during, and the after of the top dressing project. It's a really good job or good call going with that package. It's going to make quick work of top dressing. And it borderline makes it fun, sort of. Makes it less painful. All right, but again, thank you for the super chat, sir. You are now the show sponsor for that. So your name in lights, whatever that means to you, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the love and support. It really does mean a whole heap and then some. All right, now the tough part. You know what? Finding where I left off. And because LG's here, I'll put some intermission music on while I look for where I left off and take a sip of, what am I drinking tonight? It's lemonade, water, and I got like a mint tea that's in there. It's a really nice combo, like mint tea, lemonade, a little bit of water. It's good. I approve. It's tasty. I like it. All right. So next up we have Mike. He says, what cocktail would you recommend prior to top dressing for 419 Bermuda, RGS, humic, fertilizer, hydrotane? Yeah, that sounds like a good plan. I mean, if you got those products already, if you got RGS, you got humic, if you got a fertilizer and hydrotain, doing all those prior to the top dressing is a great idea. It's a great idea. I mean, in my case, what I would do in place of some of those is, and I've already kind of just went over it, is for my fertilizer, I would use Humic Max. It's a great product. The lawn's going to help the lawn recover faster from top dressing. And then for my biostimulant, I would go with Essential G. So I would apply this. I would apply Essential G, I would apply Humic Max, and there's not going to hurt to do, RGS and hydrotain as well. But I would pick one fertilizer and apply that. RGS you can still do in addition to Essential G. Humic, if you have a humic product, you can do that in addition to Essential G. And the only thing and hydrotain, obviously you can still do with Essential G and Humic Max. The only thing I would say is pick one fertilizer. So don't do like Humic Max and then go do another fertilizer on top of that. Like pick a fertilizer and do that. But everything else there, you could also do Essential G in addition to that. That is what I would roll with, Mike. If you look at any of my videos here in recent years, whenever I'm doing a major top dressing project, a granular biostimulant is part of what goes down. And Essential G is my biostimulant of choice. My biostimulant of choice. All right, next up is Falcon Pilot, where he says, thanks, Ron. I found your channel. I've been binge watching ever since. I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. I'm glad I made it to the live stream. Recently got hooked on lawn care and hope to take my cool season lawn to the next level. Very, very cool. Yeah, man, we got tons of content. There's the YouTube content. There's the weekly live streams. There's like the library, the huge library of previous content that I've done over the years. What I'm also doing here now is I'm starting to take like clips of the live streams when I answer certain questions and doing little shorts and dropping those up as well. So like if someone has a quick question, hey, can I use PGR when it's hot outside? Yes, here's a little short section in the live stream where I answer that question. So I'm doing some of those as well. And in addition to that, Falcon Pilot, you've got the blog. So on the Golf Course Lawn Store, if you go to resources and blog, we've got tons of content on here. That the goal is every week to put out something new. It doesn't always happen, but that's the goal. Every week to release a new piece of content on various topics, on PGR, grass seed, weed control. In addition to that, we have our knowledge base, which has other articles like fall lawn care guides, spring lawn care guides. You have the big monster guide, which is a lawn care schedule, which gives like a macro level article on a yearly approach to lawn care, like what you do in the spring, what you would do in the fall, what you would do in the summer. And at the very bottom, you have the calendar. So the month by month breakdown. So you can know in March, what would you be doing? In April, what would you be doing? Like May, June, July, August, September. So you've got all of these resources available to you. In addition to that Falcon Pilot, we also have our newly released calculator. So it takes into account that you have cool season turf and that it is summertime. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store again, you go to lawn fertilization calculator. So there, or if you want, you can find also on the fertilization page. That's also, we've got it built in there as well. So if you pull that up and it asks you for your lawn size, so we'll say you have like a 3,000 square foot lawn, right? And then it'll ask you whether you have cool season or warm season turf, because that changes the fertilizer recommendations. And then do you want to do liquids? Are liquids your thing or not? Liquids are, okay, we'll do that. Does your soil need phosphorus? Probably not, but so we'll say no. But I mean, and the way you would know how to answer this question is by getting a soil test. So, I'm not a fan of applying phosphorus to soil unless it actually needs it. So get a soil test. That will allow you to determine whether you need that or not. By default, it's set to no, because I'd rather you not apply it. I'd rather you not apply it if you don't need it. And the next up question is whether you're using growth regulator. And by that, we mean Primo Max. And then next is the last question is, are you going to be using granular biostimulants, which in this case is going to be Essential G. So if your answer is yes to all those questions and you hit next, what it will do is it will build a program for you. It says you're going to need one, based on the fact you have a 3,000 square foot lawn, you're going to need one bag of 12-0-24, which is the correct product to use on cool season turf in the summertime. You're going to have the carbon kit. So this is going to cover your biostimulants and also your liquid fertilizer for spoon feeding, and then Primo, right? Primo for your growth regulation, and finally a bag of Essential G. So it will build a program for you based on that. You can add it all to your cart, and boom, it makes your life super simple, right? You don't have to go through and go from place to place to place to place. You can just pick You can just answer a few questions and away you go. So there's tons of resources. Hope that's useful for you. I mean, between the YouTube content and the blogs and the knowledge base and the calculator and everything else, and my email, if you have a question that's not answered anywhere else there, kind of doubt it. But if you have something that you're dealing with, want me to take a quick look, then you can send me an email to ron@golfcourselawn.com and I'll do my best to help you out. The only ask I have for people whenever if you're going to email me questions is one, make your question, make it concise. Like I get a lot of emails. So if you write me like a small book, it's going to be it's going to go to the bottom of the pile because it takes a long time to read through all that. And in most cases, what you're asking is something that could be summed up much shorter. So make your question very short and to the point. If you can, include pictures of whatever the issue is that you're dealing with. And be sure to also, if you're not going to include pictures, tell me what your grass type is. Like sometimes people will say, well, I have no idea. I have this spot in my lawn and, and there's no details added, so it's very difficult to answer the question. So you've got tons of resources. I'm really happy to have you as a viewer on the channel. And if there's anything I can help out with, let me know. So thanks so much. I really do appreciate it. Next up, we got Ted Rogers. He says, same here, Falcon. Thanks, Ted. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much again for being part of the channel. We have 2 more super chats. This one we have, let's see who's back here. We got LG is back with a super sticker.
Super chat received.
Shiba Dog with sparkles in his eyes saying, my hero. Aww. And then next up, Luis with another super chat.
Super chat received.
He says, could my hard water and high pH be causing a compaction issue? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so, Luis. I've never heard of hard water causing a compaction problem. So it might, but I've never heard of that. That would be a first. High pH will cause issues with nutrient uptake. So if you're using like a micronutrient, let's say you're trying to apply like a granular fertilizer with iron in it, it's not going to, like, depending on where your pH is, right? It's not like iron will become less available as the soil becomes more and more alkaline. So in that case, you could still use a granular that has iron in it, but really to really get the benefits, you're going to want to spray your micronutrients. So that's where a product like Nutrisolve comes in, right? So if you have a case where you have a soil that's very acidic and you're working on fixing that, or a soil that's very alkaline and you're working on fixing that, that is where foliar apps really are a great tool to have in your tool belt, because you're bypassing the soil, right? You're basically putting it, you're rubbing the stuff on the skin of the plant and it's able to take it up that way and you're able to get the benefits from it. So, but no, I've not heard of hard water and high pH causing a compaction problem. But I mean, get through this this summer and this fall. If you want to aerate, you can do that. Because from what I recall, you do have cool season lawn and you don't want to be aerating it this time of year. You don't want to be beating it up right now. All right, so I hope that helps her. Again, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate all the love and support. If I can help with anything else, definitely let me know. Definitely let me know. All right, now the fun part, guys. Remembering where I left off. All right, here we go. Next up is Mr. Will Covey. He says, my lawn is starting to get heat stress, average 92 degrees this week in Northern Virginia. Anything I can do to help reduce the heat stress? Some browning, loss of color in heavy sun areas, tall fescue that is irrigated. Well, you're irrigating it, which is good. What I would also say, Will, is if you can consider introducing a moisture manager to your soil, that will also help the lawn manage heat stress better. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. If you go to the golf course lawn store and you go to shop and then you go to soil moisture management, given that you're already seeing some browning and loss of color, I would not do Hydrotane or either of them. I would go for Foreplay. Like, this is Hydrotane with a kelp product with some humate and a surfactant to help it penetrate the soil faster. So I would go with Foreplay. This will be beneficial from a standpoint of helping your lawn manage that heat stress. It comes in a gallon, in a gallon, and also in a hose end sprayer. Either one of those will help with that. In addition, if you are feeding the lawn, if you're still fertilizing the lawn, use a fertilizer with higher potassium and ideally slower release nitrogen. So a good option that we just so happen to carry is our Stress 12024 product. So whereas Foreplay is great from a standpoint of keeping moisture in the soil and making it available to the plant root system, going with a fertilizer like this one, like the Stress 12024, you'll notice that it's got 24% potassium in it, which is really going to help the lawn get through this time of year when it's seeing more stress from heat. The 12% nitrogen in this is a slower release nitrogen. Like of these three fertilizers, we've got three of them here, right? We've got Humic Max, the Complete, and the Stress 12024. The amount of slower release nitrogen in the Stress product is higher than in Humic Max. So this is a fertilizer that you can use on your cool season lawn this time of year without risk of pushing a lot of excess growth. The potassium is going to help the lawn manage the stress better, and then I would, like I said earlier, I would pair that with a moisture manager like Foreplay. So between those, it'll put you in a good spot. And what I'll do is I'll send you links to both of those in the chat so you don't have to bother going through and looking for them, because you asked the question, and why not just make it easy for you? So at Will Covey, so there's the fertilizer, and then this is the moisture manager, Foreplay. Again, Hydrotain can work, but why not just use Foreplay? Because basically Foreplay is Hydrotain and some sweeteners, we'll just call it, right? So between those two, between the fertilizer and the moisture manager, you should be all squared away. That is what I would say to do. Now, and for next year, now we can't fix it now, but for next year, what I would say, Will, is start introducing the moisture manager before temperatures get really hot. So next year, say May timeframe, start using that. Like start using Foreplay on your lawn, or Hydrotain. You can get it with Hydrotain if you're introducing it earlier in the season, but use that moisture manager earlier in the season, get it into the soil. And that way you're not behind the curve. You're not trying to get moisture into the grass, into the plant when it's already stressed out. By having Hydrotain in the soil, by using higher potassium fertilizer, like all those things, like the sum of all those things, all those different techniques put together, is that your lawn is going to manage the heat of summer better than if you had not done those things. So you're here now, right? So you can still apply the fertilizer, you can still use the moisture manager, but for next year, let's start using the moisture manager a bit sooner in the season. And what you'll find is that you shouldn't have the stress problems that you're seeing this year if you do that. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. Okay, next up we have Ted Rogers. I can't wait. He says, I'm gonna nuke it and start brand new grass in September. Yeah, so after your irrigation. Sounds like a project, Ted. You know what I'm gonna tell you? Take pictures. Take pictures before, during, and after. All right, next up is Brew Cruise Fishing. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Happy Friday, Brew Cruise. Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you. And next up, we got Matt Jackson. Matt says, Ted, get that height cut down to like 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch is what all the cool kids are doing, or that's what they tell you they're doing. But 1/2 inch this time of year is it's a lot of work. 1/2 inch to keep a Bermuda, or well, Zoysia, you probably get away with it, but to keep a Bermuda lawn at 1/2 inch this time of year is a trial. It's a lot of work because it's even with growth regulator, the grass is really growing quickly. So you're unless you like to be out there mowing quite a bit, not quite every day, but every 36 hours is what it's going to take to keep the lawn green between mowing. So 1/2 inch is cool in like April, May, and it's cool in like late August, September, but it is not so much fun in the middle of summer if you have warm season grass, in my opinion. I've lived it. I did not find the experience to be fun. It looks cool, but there's a price to be paid for 1/2 inch Bermuda grass. That is green between mowings. 1/2 inch Bermuda that's not the hard part. 1/2 inch Bermuda that stays green between mowings, that's the hard part. All right, next up is T1000. He says, hit the like button. It's free. I appreciate that, T1000. Let's do that. If you guys have not hit the like button as yet, definitely hit that like button. It is absolutely free to do so. All right, Anthony Palak is up next. He says, so I want to redo my lawn this fall in Northeast Ohio. Should I aerate it first before I put down new dirt? Also, should I mix topsoil with sand when I put the new material down? So yes, if you want to aerate your lawn, especially if your lawn is currently compacted and you want to relieve that compaction as part of your seeding project, Anthony, I am all on board with doing that. If you're going to be doing some top dressing work as part of your seeding project, adding some topsoil or rich compost to the sand is a great idea. You're going to be putting organic material into the soil, which is beneficial, one, just for the soil in general, but also for the new seed or grass that you're going to be putting down. It's going to help with germination. It's just going to give the new turf conditions that are going to allow it to thrive and do better. So yes, I would do both of those things. So hope that helps. Great question. All right, next up is C. Pims. Actually, no, it's David Q. He says, actually, make a note here real quick. I need to make a note of where that was. All right, so next up is Brew Crew. He says, David Q says, I just verticut my backyard with a Sun Joe, and it makes a huge difference in the cut. Prepare to bag a ton of trash. That is a good point. You know what? I do talk about verticutting like it's all sunshine and roses, and it is sunshine, but the roses part depends if you have a way to get all the clippings, like all the debris and trash that comes out of the lawn after you verticut. If you don't, it's like sunshine and like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not like sunshine and it's not a great time because it means you have to go over the lawn twice. You know, you got to verticut it and then you have to go out there and rake the entire lawn to get all the trash off of it, which is not fun, but it's a great thing to do this time of year for your turf. I mean, if you have, as far as the lawn maintaining its color and not having cutting problems, like having scalping issues where you didn't before, verticutting is one of the best things you can do for that. It's just more work though, right? So the question is, how badly do you want it? How badly do you want to dominate? If you want to dominate, get out there and verticut. All right, next up is C. Pims. He says, just sent you an email with a picture of what a new spot looks like before it turns orange. I've noticed that with this fungicide issue I'm dealing with, that a new spot that pops up, it is gray before. C. Pims. I'm trying to look for your, what is your name? I see Meredith. Man, if you can, send the picture again and put like C. Pims in the subject line. So I know which one it is, because I got like a bunch of email here. I'm not sure which one of them is you. So if you can do that, I would appreciate it. And then I'll pull it up. Okay, next up is War Cry. He says, long time. It has been a long time. He says, I just bought a Jacobson Greens 22-inch. Have you had any experience with them? I have not. I've not had any direct experience with a Jacobson. I've heard good things. I've just never used a Jacobson Greens mower myself to be able to comment on it, but I imagine they're okay. They're not as popular in the States as obviously Toro or John Deere, but you know, it's a real mower. It's a greens mower. So as long as it's set up properly and it's sharp, you should do a great job. So yeah. So I wonder, Warcry, why did you end up deciding to go with a Jacobson? Were you just get a really good deal on it? Were you able to, what you're able to find? Is there like a friend nearby that has one, or is like in your particular part of the country, Jacobsons are more of a thing and that's why you went with that? Be interested to know why you went with that particular greens mower. I'm not knocking the decision. It sounds like it's going to be a great mower, but just wondering why you did it. And of course, because you got new equipment, we must clap it up. Got to do it. It's got to happen. All right, next up is Mr. Randall Lard. He says, what's up, Ron? Got my mow in, and my 1600 is starting to float also. Oh, man, this time of year, I tell you, man, that scalping article is apropos, is it not? Because I have verticut some of the lawn, about to do it all, sent you my last mow pick. Yeah, that's what's going to help, Randall. You know, if you are mowing with a greens mower, if you're real mowing, it really becomes apparent. So in your case, you have a couple of choices. You can raise the height of cut, but really that's kind of a Band-Aid problem because it's really you're still going to have cutting problems even if you raise the height of cut. You can raise the height of cut, you can verticut the lawn, or you can do a light scalp. You need to do something to thin the turf out slightly, and if you do that, then order will be restored in the lard lawn, and you will not have the issue with the cutting problems that you're having with the mower floating. It's just a byproduct, unfortunately. This time of year, Bermuda is growing really quickly, which is nice, but it's also not great if you don't have a way to thin the turf out. Also, if you're not using Primo, if you're not using growth regulator, that's something I would encourage doing as well. You know, Primo is a good product as well to help slow down how quickly the turf grows. All right, next up is Mr. McNasty Motorsports. He says, regarding plant growth regulator, I've been putting it down since May. Did a nice healthy overdose due to lack of attention to detail. Half an ounce per 1,000 square feet. Yeah, that would be too much. That's too much. Bronze for about I'm not sure. He says I guess maybe 2 to 3 weeks or two. I'm guessing 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah, so over applying it will cause a problem. It tends to be a temporary problem, but you just don't want to do it. I mean, that's why, if for nothing else, why Primo is worth it is because you have, like, Syngenta put this measuring cup in here, which makes it really easy to be dead nuts on with your applications with your growth regulator. So if for nothing else, buy one of these at least once and then use it for measuring out your Primo. I would continue to use Primo because it's a great product. But yeah, it's the measuring cup that's built into there is money for making sure that every backpack, like the mixture, is exactly the same every single time. All right, Mithril is up next. It says, "Hi Ron, what would be the most start over. Mithril is up. He says, "Hey Ron, what would be most effective product against clover? It depends on what kind of grass you have. So there's a lot of different products that will kill clover. Celsius will kill clover. Most three-way products like Triad will kill clover. The best product, or the most effective, really depends on your particular grass type. If you have a warm season lawn, Bermuda Celsius is a good choice because this time of year you can spray Celsius and there is less chance of discoloring your lawn. If you use like a three-way or any kind of product that has like 2,4-D in it, which again is great against clover, but you have to be very careful with temperatures. As far as like temperatures, once you get above 85 degrees, you're potentially going to damage the lawn. You're looking at, when I say damage, you're going to discolor the lawn if you go out with a 2,4-D product when the temps are in mid 80s, going towards the 90s. Whereas with Celsius, you can eliminate clover in warm season turf without that. You know what I mean? So most effective, it depends. It depends on your grass type. If you have warm season grass, and if you only have a little bit of clover, you can get one of these. Get like one of the Celsius packets. If it's just only a little bit, maybe getting the 10 ounces doesn't make a lot of sense for you. But we also have the single-use 10-ounce packets. Like single-use 0.226 ounce packets that are great. They'll treat up to 4,000 square feet at the low rate, or 2,000 square feet at the higher rate. So you can decide which one you want to go with, and that's a good product to use for eliminating clover in a warm season lawn. So I hope that helps, sir. The answer of most effective depends on your grass type. So any three-way will do it, and if you have warm season turf, I would go with Celsius. So hope that helps. Have anything else? Let me know. Okay, next up is Jacoda. He says, "Hey Ron, another question. Now they have discontinued Princess 77 and Arden 15. What do you plan to seed with going forward?" I don't plan to seed going forward. And there's no reason really to do it. The lawn looks good. And really, if I had to go back and do it all over again, when I introduced Princess 77 and Arden 15, well, not Arden 15 so much, but when I did Princess 77, I was trying to solve a problem that I experienced in my lawn, not the best way. If I had to do it all over again, I would have just dug up the sod that they put in that just did not match the rest of my lawn. So when the story behind this, if you've never heard this, Jacoda, the reason why I used Princess 77 many moons ago is whenever I had a tree that was in the back lawn that was removed, they put down sod that was supposed to be Tifway 419. It was assured it was Tifway 419, but it did not look like Tifway 419. Like it didn't match my existing lawn at all. Like it stood out like a ton. It was very, very apparent that it was that it looked like two different types of grass. So what I did was I overseeded the entire lawn with Princess 77 as a way to try and get the color to be consistent. If I had to do it all over again, what I would have done is after the tree was removed, I would have just plugged that part of the lawn and then it would have matched perfectly. But you live and you learn. So then Arden 15 was a successor to Princess 77, and I wanted to try it, and I do like it. I love the way the lawn looks with, it's a blend of Princess 77, Arden 15, and Tifway, right? So it's kind of a mutt Bermuda lawn, but it's not strictly necessary. Where I would say let's say Arden 15 were still a thing. Let's say you could still get it. Where it would fall in is if, say, you're someone that wants to establish a new Bermuda lawn from seed and you're doing a renovation. So you're burning the entire lawn down, you're killing off your existing grass, and you want to grow Bermuda grass from seed. That is when going with Arden 15 would make a lot of sense. But as far as overseeding an existing Bermuda lawn with another Bermuda cultivar, in most cases, people are trying to fix a problem the wrong way. They're taking an incorrect approach to fix the issue. So the best way, if you want the grass to match, is to plug it, to use to transfer plugs. But if that's not the case, or if you're trying to fix like a bare spot or anything like that, like figure out why in other words, try and figure out why the part of your lawn that's struggling is struggling. And once you fix that, Bermuda tends to fix itself because it's a very, very aggressive grass. It doesn't take a whole lot to get Bermuda to grow well. And most people that I get, or as far as people that email me and ask questions about, what grass seed should I use to fix this bare spot on my Bermuda lawn? When I write them back, I'm always like, why do you have the bare spot? Like, what's going on with it? Send me a picture of it. Is it just shade? Is there debris or something else going on? Because Bermuda it's not hard for it to fill in if it is getting enough sunlight and conditions are good. So, yeah, and to your point, Arden 15 has been discontinued, and they haven't introduced another seed, as a successor for it. And the thing to keep in mind too is, let's say you have Arden 15 and Tifway look reasonably good together, but let's say you have a different type of Bermuda grass like Tif Green or something else, right? And or you take like Yukon, for example, and you add that to Tifway 419. The problem with Bermuda is that there's not really a selective way of removing Bermuda grass from Bermuda grass. So if you overseed your lawn with, like, say you got Yukon and you oversee Tifway with Yukon, and again, I've never seen Yukon in person, but say you were to do that and you're like, you know what, I really hate the way this looks, you're in for a renovation, because there's not really a way to kill the Yukon without killing the, your underlying Bermuda grass. So for a lot of reasons, that and a lot of other reasons, it's just not, I don't really recommend it. Like if you want to grow a lawn from seed, burn it down, start over, sign the waiver that you're up for establishing a lawn via hard mode, which is what grass seed is, and then have fun. But if you're going to do a lawn from scratch, what I would say is just go get Tahoma, because it looks pretty awesome. It's a great looking grass, and it's sod, and it's just less work, and it looks awesome. So that's what I would do. All right, next up is Scott Harrington. He says, David, quickly, I use the Sundra to verticut, mainly to bust up St. Augustine, stolons, strangling my Bermuda. Bermuda recovered nicely. I wouldn't be afraid. So there you go, Scott, David. You got someone that's actually done it and has said, hey, there's life after this. There's life after verticutting your Bermuda lawn with a Sundra. I would just go light. Just make sure you don't go too aggressive. That's the only thing I'm telling you. Don't get crazy with it. Next up is Mr. Sean Murphy. He says, happy Friday. Enjoying another Friday night live stream. Much love from Tampa. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate you coming to hang out. Next up, we have McNasty Motorsports. He says, one of two. No stranger to PGR. Second year using it, but the first time applying weekly instead of following growing degree days. This year, I gave it an accidental overdose of 1/2 ounce per 1,000 square feet. Looked like a third place trophy, for about 2 weeks. So I've never heard that. I've heard my lawn looks yellow. I've heard it looks like it was a fertilizer burn. I've never heard tip burn from PGR application. Looks like a third place trophy. I don't know why that's so funny. I know why I'm laughing so much. That's good. So I'm now spoon feeding it weekly, about 0.15 per 1,000 square feet. So far, it's been great. Yeah, that should work. Should work all right. McNasty. Look like a third place trophy. That's good. I'm gonna use that. I don't know why that's so funny to me, but it's good. You overapplied PGR? You're not looking like a third place trophy. All right. Next up is Will Covey. He says, I have some Japanese stilt grass, which is a really nasty invasive species. I've read there's no herbicide available for it, and pull it is the only way. Is that true? I believe that's correct, Will. I've read that you can use glyphosate to injure it, but I don't know if that's going to permanently get rid of it. Kind of like Dallas grass on residential lawns, your best bet is likely just to remove it, just to physically remove it. You know what I mean? So I've seen when you look up Japanese stilt grass and herbicide, like glyphosate gets mentioned over and over and over again. I mean, we have a glyphosate product if you want to try it. I'll show you. So if you go to the golf course lawn store and you go to shop and weed killer, we have, where is it? We have Roundup Quick Pro, which is a 70%, I think it's 70% glyphosate 73% glyphosate by the percentage of the product, and then it's also got diaquat in it, which is defoliator. It'll really, as far as really burning down a plant, like 73% glyphosate and diaquat is a very good blend for doing that. So if you want to try this, it's not going to hurt. I mean, these are nice that they're already pre-measured packets. You just, you drop one of these in your sprayer with a bit of water, with a gallon, or I think it's a gallon of water. Yeah. So 1 packet per gallon of water, and you're good to go. If you want to give that a shot, if you have a lot of it and see what happens, it won't hurt. But yeah, like you, I've heard glyphosate or physically remove it. And what it's likely going to be is physically remove it if that doesn't do the trick. So hope that helps, sir. Sorry you're dealing with that, but at least you know what you can do going forward as far as how to get rid of it. Next up is Mr. Matt Jackson. He says, where's Matt? He says, can I mix quinclorac and just keep it in a handheld spray bottle instead of using 1 gallon sprayer? I have way less spot treating to do and a little bottle would be convenient. I wouldn't, Matt. So really when it comes to those herbicides, like any kind of herbicide where it's a dry product and then you're mixing it with water to get it suspended and then apply it, really you want to mix what you intend to use. So in your case, yeah, you're just doing spot spraying here and there. What I might do is, one, you might just try digging it up. If you can physically remove the little bit that's there that you're trying, that's being a problem, you could try doing that. Or you can wait until you've got not just one spot, maybe like, several spots throughout the lawn, mix up a gallon of it and then spot spray with that. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't mix up like a bottle of like a spray bottle of quinclorac and leave it sitting on the shelf. It's really not designed to be used that way. It's those products are designed to be mixed and used after you sprayed after you use them. You really don't want to have them sitting around for extended periods of time. So I would not do that. It's your call, but I personally would not. All right, next up is Short Grass Living. Says, good evening, Ron. Evening, Short Grass Living. I like your handle. It's a good one. Short Grass Living versus Tall Grass Living. Not that there's anything wrong with tall grass. We love all grass types here on the Golf Course Lawn Show. We love, all grass types are welcome. But I mean, we are kind of partial, as you can tell, greens mower to shortcut grass. Rob Short is up next, continuing the theme of short. He says, hello, Ron. I leveled a few spots on my lawn recently. Should I wait until it recovers before I apply T-Nex? Empire, Zoysia, Panama City, Florida. At this point, yes. So, you've waited this long in the season before introducing growth regulator. You just leveled it. Why not wait for it to recover fully and then you can start using growth regulator? If you told me, ask the question a different way. If you said, hey, I've been using growth regulator since like May on my lawn, I want to level it. Is it okay to do that? My answer would be yes. Because again, most of the times my lawn's been leveled in the past 5+ years, it's been under regulation. But in your case, you've got Zoysia, which is a slower growing grass, and you'd be introducing it now. It's not like the lawn is already under regulation. You'd be introducing growth regulator now. So let it recover first, and then go ahead and spray your growth regulator if you want to do that. That would be my my recommendation. All right, next up is Lage. He says, how much is too much nitrogen? Even if you've watered it in very well, when could you expect burning? This seems like a loaded question, Lage. So what's the backstory here? Level with us. Did you over apply? Did you dump some fertilizer on your lawn? It seems like there's a story behind the question. So too much is it's just like you said, too much. If you over apply it, where you have like a pile of fertilizer in your lawn, that's way too much. Even if you don't get to that point, let's say, let me think of the best way to answer this. Every grass type has a certain amount of nitrogen that it needs per month during the growing season. So for Bermuda, which is the grass type that I'm most familiar with, conventional wisdom calls for about 1 pound of nitrogen per month when it's actively growing. So about 4 to 5 pounds of nitrogen over the course of the year, right? Because really the growing season, when you're feeding it, heavier amounts of nitrogen is really May through whenever, September or something like that, right? So anything really more than that, anything more than 1 pound of nitrogen is really too much. So even if you put down, let's say 1.5 pounds or 2 pounds of nitrogen, that really is too much nitrogen. Is it too much? Is it enough that you might see a fertilizer burn? Not necessarily, but it'll cause like thatch problems. It'll cause, you make it a lot more prone to disease issues. But fertilizer burn isn't the only visual symptom of applying too much nitrogen or too much nutrient to your lawn. So in your case, let's assume that you over applied nitrogen or you put too much down, which is what it sounds like, and you water it in. You're trying to disperse it, trying to wash it through the soil profile. If it's not burning, if you're not seeing a fertilizer burn within, let me see, it's a granular, I'm assuming you're using. With a granular product, if you're not seeing a burn within 4 to 5 days, you're probably okay. If it's a liquid product, if you're not seeing burn in 2 to 3 days, you're also likely okay. So liquid product, if you grossly over apply it, I would expect to start seeing discoloration within 3 days, like burning within 3 days, and a granular 5 days or so. Like if you spill a bunch of fertilizer in a spot in your lawn, within 5 days, 7 days tops, but 5 days, you're going to start seeing it discolored. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. It's going to get like you're going to get like a it's going to look like you bleached your hair. It's going to look really bad. Actually, you want to see what it looks like? I can show you. I've got a video of when I did exactly what. We don't know what you did because you're not telling us. But I can tell you when I too had a problem with too much nitrogen being applied to my lawn and the results from it. It's a video from 2018. Yeah, and it asks the question. It's like 3 videos, like fertilizer burn, and then how long to fix fertilizer burn. I show it in my lawn. Actually, it's funny, you know, kind of an Easter egg. If you watch my video, my review video on the True Cut, which I got in 2018, I think. If you look really carefully when I'm demoing, showing mowing with it, if you look to the right of the mower, you'll actually be able to see the burn spot that's in that video that I just linked to you in the background, on the right side. You'll be able to see it. But yeah, at 5 days if it's a granular, and if not, you dodge a bullet and consider yourself lucky. But don't make it. I would not make it a habit of doing that when it comes to everything, any kind of nutrient. Like you want to give it the grass as much as it needs and no more. Like too much water, bad. Too much nitrogen, bad. Too much iron, bad. Too much of anything is not good. So so hope that helps, Lej. Like I said, if it's not burnt yet, if it's not burning yet, then you're probably okay if it's been like a week or so. All right, next up is Ernest. His thoughts on PGR. He says PGR is the most underrated in turf care. Ron's half dosage is a game changer. I was a foolish doubter, and this year I have applied it to my Xeon. It's darker and tighter than it's ever been. Turf looks fake. I love to hear that. Yeah, man, I always say with PGR, there's 2 things. There's life before PGR, and there's life after PGR. There's life before you start using Primo, and there's life after you start using Primo. And you're right, it is a game changer, and doing it the way that I started doing it last year, where you do it every 15 days, so you're doing it the split up technique, really reduces the chances, reduces the risk of really getting any tip burn at all in the lawn. And to your point, man, there's tons of benefits. Great color, the turf is tighter, it's hardier and tougher. There's tons of benefits to Primo. It's really not that expensive. And if you're out there spraying fertilizers or any other liquid products on the lawn anyway, you can put it in the tank with it, right? So you don't have to go out and do an application specially for it. It's not like herbicides. You can spray it along with everything else. So no reason not to, in my opinion. Here it says, Lej says, better question is, what's to do when the feds come knocking? I don't know. Probably answer the door and say you lost all your guns in a boating accident. Maybe that'd be your answer. All right. Next up is Short Grass Living. He says, is there an outlet mower that would be comparable to a True Cut, or are they just completely different categories of mowers? Great question. They are different categories of mowers. So I have a True Cut and I have my Outlet, and the Outlet is closer to a greens mower. So my C27 is more along the lines of the quality of cut that you will get with a Toro Greensmaster or with a John Deere mower. So it's a different class of mower. The True Cut is a great mower. Cuts great, produces great results, but it's just not as good of results as an Outlet or a Toro or a John Deere, largely due to the propulsion system. So the way the mower is propelled with an Outlet or a greens mower is that it's propelled with a rear drum. So the weight is spread more evenly over the turf. So you don't have like these hot spots that you get with the True Cut from the drive wheels. So in general, it produces a better cut. The appearance is better. The stripes are better. It's just it's another level. It's a different level in comparison to a True Cut. That is absolutely the case at Short Grass Living. Now, having said that, if you're just starting out and you get a True Cut, especially if you throw a grooved roller on it, it produces a beautiful cut, great cut. You know, I mean, you're not gonna. Here's the thing: if everyone on your street is not real mowing, it's not like if you have a True Cut and you cut your lawn with that, they're gonna be like, "Oh man, you cut with a True Cut? I can't believe it." I guess that's how you were raised, using a True Cut instead of like an Outlet or a greens mower, right? It's still gonna look better than 99.9% of lawns out there. It's still gonna look incredible, but it's like if you want like the next level up, right? Which again, a true cut already is already like many orders of magnitude better than most of the residential lawns out there that are rotary mode. A true cut's going to be much better than that. A greens mower is just another step up. So it's really your call. Here's the thing: I would not. If you the biggest benefit to the Allet, I would say, is not so much the fact that it produces a better cut than the true cut. It's really more so everything else the Allet permits you to do. So you're able to verticut with it, you're able to turf rake with it, and that is that it being that Swiss Army knife of a cultivation tool for your lawn, being able to take care of your lawn, is really where it shines. That's where I would say, if all you care about is a better cut, like if saying, all I really want is the best cut, like go out and buy yourself a greens mower and save yourself a bunch of money. Because like if you're buying like a Sterling, like one of these, they're like $5-6 grand. They're expensive, right? And then all the cartridges and more money on top of that. But I would not buy this just strictly from the standpoint of saying, oh, I just want this. I want the absolute best cut. Yes, it produces a better cut than a true cut, but it's all the other stuff that you get to do along with it is where the machine really shines. That's where the benefit of it really, really comes through. So hope that helps. Short grass living. You can't go wrong either way. I had a true cut. All right, still have my true cut. Still love it. Still runs great. And yeah, you won't go wrong with any of them. Next up is Ryan Babich. He says, or Babich, Babich. He says, thanks, Ron. I appreciate the info. You're welcome. You're welcome, Ryan. No problem at all. I appreciate the you coming in and hanging out in the live stream. The next up is Billy Realtor. He says, hey, Ron, first time catching the show live. Nice. Congrats. Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you. He says, I have an area of my lawn that drains water significantly faster than the rest. How can I fix this? Already have done hydrotane and foreplay. This is not a common problem. Most people have parts of their lawn and water just sits there. You have a part that drains better. So I guess what you're asking is, you have an area of the lawn that dries out faster than other parts of the lawn. If that's what you're asking, then you've already done hydrotane foreplay, watering, that's the only other thing I can tell you, Billy. So if you are using Moisture Manager and you have an area of your lawn that's drying out faster than other parts of your lawn, your only other option at that point is more water, more H2O. You got to put some more water on it to help it stay looking nice. That's the next thing I would say. I mean, I would not recontour the lawn or do anything like that to help it hold on to more water, because that's likely going to cause more problems than it solves. If at all possible, just increase your watering to those to that particular area. But you're doing the right things. You got hydrotane, you got foreplay, and if on top of that it's still drying out, more water. That's what I would tell you. All right. So next up we have NMS Auditor is in the live stream. He says, the only rough spot you see in the picture is where the tree was. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll tell you, it looks good. I would just say time. Like what you sent me, that's just time, man. Just patience. Overall, the stripe action looks good. I approve of the plaid, the checkerboard action. I do like that. Looks good. It's clean. It's clean. I'll take it. And that one area is going to grow in before you know it. And here's the thing, we see it, lawn nerds see it, and maybe someone that's kind of the uninitiated, if you have company over, they might see, oh, that one area looks a little bit different, but they're not going to they're going to harp on it and be like, oh my goodness, that part of the lawn looks terrible. You know what I mean? Like most people, and here's the thing, I didn't realize this. I'm still kind of not really realizing it, but most people do not care about their lawns as much as we do. And it's the weirdest thing. I like to think that everybody, whenever they're walking through a park, they're like, they're like slowly, they're silently like, critiquing the grounds people and looking at the lawns like, man, what are they doing here? They need to get some herbicides down. What kind of program are they running? I like to think that everybody does that, but apparently not really the case. Most people just do not care about grass nearly as much as we do. And so don't worry about it. NMS Auditor, that spot's going to grow in. It'll be fine. And it's looking good overall. Oh, we got Devin in the house. He says, what's up, Ron? New lawn update. Nice. He says, fence was installed this week. Week after next, landscaping is going in. Ready to dominate the lawn game in the new neighborhood. I like it, man. I like it. You got the tools to do it. You're going to have the grass. You're going to have the mower. You're going to have a greens mower. I think you've already got some Miramichi products. You're already good to go there. I mean, and you have all the know-how. I mean, you're a pro. This is what you do. So If I am really looking forward to seeing how much better you're able to take the lawn on another level once you start real mowing. And I'm trying to find your picture of your lawn from when you won the contest. Yeah, this is it here, I think. Yeah, so this is it, and it looks good. It's not bad. I mean, for especially rotary mowed lawn. I mean, any kind of lawn, any kind of mowed lawn, it looks awesome. But now, Devin, we expect more. We expect more with the real mowing now. I mean, doing that with a real mower, that would be impressive. Like, I would like to see that pattern mode, like real mode. That would be pretty baller. So yeah, if and when we do another contest, we'll have to see what you're able to come back with your greens mower now. Now that you're stepping up to the big leagues. Step up to the big leagues in your personal lawn game. You're already in the biggest leagues in your professional life, but more in the lawn game at home. All right, next up is Pristine Auto Detailing. He says, "What's up? Thumbs up. Thumbs up, Pristine Auto Detailing. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream." And Devin says, "You think that's painful? We had this knucklehead drive his truck onto the course this week and did a donut on one of our why are people so evil? You know what? It's there's a small percentage of people. Most people in the world. I'm gonna go off on a tangent here. Most people on the planet are decent, but there's a small percentage, a very small percentage that just mess it up for everybody else. And this person is one of them. Like, why are you going to go drive a truck on a golf course and do a donut on one of the greens? This is evil. Evil. I mean, if you shoot a bad score, like, practice more. Like, don't go and just destroy a green because you're I don't know, because you hate life. It's terrible. Oh, awful. He says, painful, but the sod cut and plus the damaged areas as mad part one. As mad as it made the staff. And I said, we were the best agronomy team, and in a few days, we'll make it look like nothing ever happened. And sure thing, the staff killed it. It is all repaired. That's awesome, man. Dude, I'm sorry you're dealing with that. That is horrible. How do people even get a truck on the course? Is it a community where there's homes and somebody was drinking or just decided they're going to act crazy? Actually, they weren't drinking because they knew what they were going to do. They didn't go and do a donut on the fairway. They went onto the green. They knew exactly, you know what, Devin? They knew how to hurt you. They knew where to cut you deep. That's why they went for the greens. Man, that's evil. Oh yeah, that's not good, man. Oh, I'm glad that the team was able to repair it and get it fixed, but that's just like, why? That is just so man. A man in his grass. Why you mess with a man? A man's radio. Don't mess with the radio. Don't mess with stereo. Don't mess with his grass. Wife and children. Like, just some things just off limits. Grass is one of them. Like, why you can go do donuts on the green? Evil. All right, Corey Dale is laughing. He's like, he's falling out laughing. Yeah, it's pretty bad. And then Ryan Mortensen says, that Amazon driver gave your lawn the same treatment my kids give my lawn. Yeah, it was not cool. I can laugh about it now, but it was not funny. I mean, if any of you guys are just joining the live stream now and you're wondering, what's he talking about, the Amazon driver? Actually, I will put it in the, actually, it's already there, but I'll put it here so that you guys can also see what I'm talking about. So Amazon driver running over my lawn 3 times. Not once, not twice, but 3 times, because they hit the left vantage strip, the main lawn, and then the other vantage strip on the way out. So if you want a good laugh at my expense, you can check that out. Thankfully, it's not happened again. Knock on wood, that it hasn't. What's happened? What's funny is since then I'm trying to think. I don't think they really even pull into my driveway anymore. They stop on the street now and deliver the packages. They run up the lawn now and drop the packages off. They don't actually pull in the driveway that I've been seeing as much anymore. So maybe they have just like a note saying the crazy lawn guy's house, do not drive into the driveway. It already costs us a bunch of money having to fix his irrigation system. All right, next up, Will Covey says, me and my neighbor will mow each other's grass if we're out of town. Having a cool neighbor that likes grass is awesome. I agree. Mm-hmm. I agree with that. I do the same. Whenever Alex is out of town, he's going to be gone for like a week or so, I'll go out and I'll mow. Most of the time he doesn't even ask me, but I'm like, you know what? I can't we got a rep to uphold. I can't have the lawn looking bad, so I'll go for it and I'll mow it for him just because I enjoy doing it, because I like mowing grass. Is how I think. It's my quiet time. But yeah, it's good that you and your neighbor help each other out, Will. Very, very nice. All right, Eric and Stephanie Barron says, just got a Greensmaster 1000. Before we continue, we must first clap it up. Congrats. Very nice. He says, no clue how you mow your front with it. No way, I'm chancing it. I don't want to chase it down the street. You have to get used to it. When you first start, don't go after slopes in the hard parts of your lawn, but it can absolutely be done. As a matter of fact, I've got a video where I'm not talking at all. People just actually like that video quite a bit because it's not me just gabbing on the entire time through it. But if you want to see the Greensmaster on a slope, what do I have for that? I think it's just slope. If I do slope, will I find it? Yeah, here we go. This is it. So if you want to see just a greens mower, it's just 7 minutes and 16 seconds of me not talking at all, just the Greensmaster, just a man and his mower and a piece of turf that needs to be cut. And if you want to check that out, Eric and Stephanie, you can see that right here. That's the video showing, the greens mower on the lawn, on a slope, 1600. It can be done, but you're first starting out, don't go after that. And here's the thing, it's at first the greens mower can feel a little bit like the fact that you have to engage the drive system to also engage the reel and begin cutting. It could take a little bit getting used to, but once you get used to it, man, you really don't want to have it any other way. Like when I go back and I use my True Cut, it feels foreign in comparison to like using the Allet or using the Greensmaster, because it is a better way to do it. Like literally you can, as you're mowing, you can literally throttle down and do your whip turn and then drop it back on the turf and slowly throttle back up and continue your pass. I mean, it's definitely a more efficient way of doing it, but it just takes some getting used to. And once you get more used to the mower, you're more comfortable with it, then you can tackle the slope, because it is possible. You can check out that video. That's me mowing my front slope. It can be done. It can be done. I do it several times every single week. It is possible. All right, next up is Boom Bye Bye says Zoysia does well in the shade. Yep, you are correct. Zoysia, in comparison to Bermuda, Zoysia does do better in the shade than Bermuda does. It still needs sunlight. It still benefits from sunlight, but to your point, it is more shade tolerant than Bermuda is. Bermuda is not shade tolerant. It's not like some Bermuda is better or some. It's just really none of it really does well without a lot of sunlight. Next up is Scott R. He says, gave up reel mowing for the summer. Why, Scott? Why? Why you do that? He says, I rebuilt a zero turn and giving it a try. Transitioning back to a rotary is a new challenge, but I'm still going to dominate the streets. Okay, cool. Challenge accepted, Scott. So keep us posted as far as how the lawn looks cutting with your with the rotary, with the zero turn. You are correct. I mean, you see some lawns that are cut with rotaries and they look great. So you can, it's not like you can't have a great looking lawn if it's cut with a rotary mower. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm just saying that it will look better. I mean, better being subjective. It'll look better to my eye if it's cut with a greens mower or a reel mower. But if that's the look you're after, but some people love that long look. They like, they like 3-inch grass. If you like 3-inch grass, then a rotary is the way to go. That's the way to go. So I get it, Scott. Next up is Keith Madison. He says, sorry to be late for the show. I had to dominate the yard for the neighborhood to envy. I get it, man. You got to get out there and mow. Your priorities are in the right place, Keith. I mean, mowing, the live stream, and then everything else, like mowing, live stream. So definitely, or if you're a real boss, you're really a gangster, you can do live stream while you're mowing. There are people that do that, but I mean, I get it. If you want to participate, you don't want to be texting and mowing or, trying to participate in the live stream while you're mowing. That would be bad for your stripe action. So I get it. If you want to mow first and then come on the show, I will forgive this. Next up is Anthony Davis. He says, hey, Ron, how do I stop Bermuda from growing in my St. Augustine grass? I thought it was a weed, so I've been using Celsius and Certainty weed killer, but I cannot get rid of this. That's a tough one, man. The other way around, is pretty easy. Like removing St. Augustine from Bermuda is relatively easy, but removing St. Augustine from Bermuda you can do, but the other way around is not easy to do. So I don't know of a selective herbicide. I don't think Fungicide will work for that. Fungicide is for zoysia. I don't think Fungicide will work. As far as selective herbicides for removing Bermuda grass out of warm season turf, and this, again, while I'm looking at their label, this is kind of, for those of you with zoysia lawns, this is one area where zoysia is more alpha, because zoysia is, you think about it from a warm season grass type that you can truly keep like Bermuda free, Zoysia is a great option for it, right? Because you can, with Zoysia, there's a selective herbicide that works really well that will kill Bermuda in Zoysia, but not kill the Zoysia in the process. But I don't think St. Augustine is, let's see here. Yeah, no, month of August. Yeah, St. Augustine isn't on the, St. Augustine isn't, I don't see that on the label as one of the grasses that it's labeled to be safe to use on. So I wouldn't try it. So the answer, unfortunately, Anthony, I don't have a better answer for you. I can do some more research on this for you. Let me take a screenshot of it and I'll do some research, but I don't believe, or I am not aware of a selective herbicide that to remove Bermuda from St. Augustine. The other way around, you can use quinclorac. If you have Bermuda and you got St. Augustine coming into it, you can use quinclorac to remove St. Augustine from Bermuda, but there's not a way to do the opposite. I think it's part of the reason why in some areas, some neighborhoods, why, like particularly in Florida, where you can have St. Augustine, where they have St. Augustine lawns, Bermuda grass is banned. Like you can't actually have a Bermuda lawn because once it starts spreading, you can't really get rid of it easily without like doing a renovation or starting over. So I'll do some more digging on that, man. I don't believe there's a way for you to get rid of the Bermuda without also injuring the St. Augustine in the process. So I wish I had a better answer for you. I'll do some digging. We'll chat about it next week, but I believe that's correct. I believe that is correct. All right, so we got Papa Moslow here on the gram. He's in two places. All right, Papa Moslow, thanks for coming to hang out. We got Georgia Top Dressing also here on the gram. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Making lawns smooth and level, which is an important job. And then Papa Moslow says, just send an email to show NMS Auditor. It just takes time. Very cool. Very cool. I don't, let's see here. Yeah, support for NMS Auditor. Oh, cool. That is, this is excellent. Wow. This is perfect. Thank you so much, Papa Moslow. This is good stuff. I love this. Okay, so bear with me here while I get these pictures up. So NMS Auditor, you remove that tree from your lawn. You're worried about, it's taking a while to grow back in, and how long is this going to take, and what's going to happen, and what can I do to speed it up? That's always the question, right? We always want everything faster. And Papa Moslow was dealing with the exact same problem, and this is pretty awesome. This is as far as like before and afters, it didn't get much better than this. Very nice. Okay, so this is the before. This is his front lawn, which one could argue looks very nice. I mean, the tree eventually would have become a problem and started killing his Bermuda grass, but we will overlook that. So that's the front lawn before. And then this is the front lawn after the tree is removed. So you can see times were tough at that point. There's a big bare spot in the lawn. It looks like some sand went down there. This was a low point in Papa Moslow's lawn. And then finally, we have the after, which is this. So that's what it looks like today, which is pretty awesome. You can't even tell a tree was ever there. So let's go through it again. So you got before, tree there. Next up, tree removed, bare spot. This is about where you are right now. NMS Auditor. And then finally, with enough time, enough patience, it can look like that. And I'll be honest, I have a hard time. It's kind of really tough to see where the tree you can't really see where the tree was. So an area is a little bit darker, but it's tough. I mean, if you didn't show someone these pictures and you told them a tree used to be there, they wouldn't believe you. Like your lawn looks better. Like your tree removal was better than my front lawn tree removal. Like with my front lawn, at least up to my eye, I can still see where the tree was. I still see it every time I mow it. But yours looks really, this is really good. This result was very good. So from that to that, very nice. So yeah, NMS Auditor, Papa Moslow just sent the pictures. Just hopefully that helps. Stay the course, give it time, and before you know it, your lawn will look like there never was a tree there. It will grow in just fine. Next up is Jared Reeves, sorry, that's not right. Let me see here. It's Jared Reyes. All right, next up we have is Jared Reyes. He says, good evening, Ron. What's the fastest way to cure a herbicide burn in my zoysia lawn? Just time. There's not really a way to reverse it. Like once you've applied the herbicide, once it's down, there's not a lot you can do to really reverse the process. Like it's already been taken up by the plant and it's just got to run its course. I really wish there were a better answer for you. but it's just a time thing. Keep mowing it, keep feeding it, and it will grow through it over time. There's not like a silver bullet. All right, so next up is Jared Reyes. He says, also, have you ever heard of diesel exhaust fluid being a good fertilizer? I have heard of diesel exhaust fluid. I don't agree that it's a good fertilizer. I agree that it's a source of nitrogen. So if all you want to do is put down like some nitrogen in your lawn, I guess go for it. But I mean, if you look at a fertilizer that is formulated for use on turf grass, it's not just nitrogen. Like you'll have nitrogen, there'll often be some other macro in there like potassium or phosphorus. There'll be micronutrients. A good example, if you look at I'll show you, Jared. If you look at like any of the fertilizers that we carry on the golf course lawn, right? Take for example, like the Stress 12-0-24, right? So while this is a fertilizer, it does contain 12% nitrogen. It also contains kelp. It also contains humic acid. This has micronutrient in it. It's, if I pull up the other label, if you look what's also in here, you get some magnesium, you get some sulfur. It's got a bit of everything. So as far as a tool for improving the nutrient levels in your soil, which by extension is going to make your grass better, this is a much better choice than using diesel exhaust fluid. Again, the only reason you would do that, the only benefit is that it's cheap, but it's not like if you do that, you're still going to have to find other things to help supplement that to fill out, to round out the nutrient demands for your grass. So would I do it? No, I think it's more of like a, I don't know. It's like one of these. It's just something to do. It's people's like, I can do it, so I'm gonna give it a shot and try it out, and that's what it kind of comes across. It's like a novelty. In my mind, that's what it is. It's like a novelty. People want to try it out. They want to use it on their lawn and see what kind of results they can get. It's fine, but it does not replace actual like proper fertilizers designed and formulated for turf grass. So I would not use diesel exhaust fluid on your lawn. I mean, it's a good way to make content and get views, but it's not something that I would recommend that you use on your lawn. I would use proper fertilizer is what I'm trying to say. All right, next up is Jared, is Boom Bye Bye. He said, Jared, lots of water and spoon feeding with kelp and small amounts of mycorrhiza fungi. So as far as ways to help the lawn recover from a herbicide burn, I mean, just time. Continue feeding it, continue mowing it, and give it time. But I mean, it's not like if you go out and you apply fertilizer, you're going to reverse the effects of the herbicide burn right away. It's just a time thing. You know what I mean? So I would continue feeding the lawn like you normally do. I would continue mowing it like you normally do, and just let time run its course, and the lawn will recover. That is what I would do, Jared. All right, next up we got Hector Lopez is in the house. He says, hey Ron, I just started following you not too long ago, learning so I can get that thick lawn. One question, why do I have different color in some of my lawn? I've applied iron. Could it be chlorosis? It could be a couple of things. So as far as what will cause differences in color in your turf grass, a couple of things. If you didn't apply like your products properly, so if you miss a spot, that will cause a color difference. If there's a nutrient deficiency in the lawn, will also cause color differences in the lawn. You know what I mean? So if you have a good example, if you take like a Bermuda lawn that isn't getting enough nitrogen, isn't being fed well, it tends to get lighter in color. You know what I mean? So that's a sign as well too. And what you'll find is like a fun fact: if you have a lawn that has a Bermuda lawn that has say like a hybrid, like Tifway 419, and it's also got some common Bermuda in it, you'll find that the common Bermuda in the lawn will begin to turn lighter sooner than the Tifway will if there's a nutrient deficiency. I mean, the hybrid common Bermuda looks different to Tifway anyways, but if the lawn isn't getting enough nutrient, the color difference becomes very apparent. Whereas if it is getting enough nutrient, and especially if it's being real mowed or if it's using growth regulator on it, it's not quite as obvious. So it could be a couple of things: nutrient problem, a nutrient problem, or an application problem. The fact that you're saying that you just applied iron, if you didn't do the iron app properly, if it wasn't evenly applied, that will cause differences in color. If the other parts of your soil are not where or nutrient levels are not where they need to be. that will cause discoloration. Because the thing is, to kind of go off on a tangent here. Everyone, when they want green grass, they think, you know what, I'm just going to apply iron to my lawn. It's going to get my grass green. And yes, iron does help support, it does help support a darker color of your lawn. It does help support that. But iron by itself is not going to do it. Like if you just spray a liquid iron product on your lawn and the lawn is nitrogen deficient, it's still not going to look good. The color's still not going to be great. So nitrogen is very important to having a dark green, deep colored lawn. Iron helps support that, but nitrogen is really more important than iron is for those purposes. So if all you're doing is spraying an iron product, and you're not using any kind of other fertilizers, or if you're not using like a balanced fertilizer, like our Humic Max that we carry, like a 1608, or a fertilizer that's putting in nitrogen and potassium, and if all you're doing is iron, that would be why you're seeing just weird color issues in the lawn, because the lawn needs a healthy diet of nitrogen for it to do well. You know what I mean? Iron's important. Nitrogen is more important than iron, and if you do all of them together, so if you do the right amount of nitrogen, the right amount of iron, you get an incredibly awesome looking lawn. But iron by itself is not enough to do it. You know what I mean? So it could be that. It could be a lot of different reasons. It could be, again, incorrect application, not enough nutrient. Could be even different grass types. So different colors, different types of grass in your lawn, and if there's a nutrient deficiency, they'll show up more. Especially common Bermuda and hybrid Bermuda, you'll see the differences in color if there's a nutrient deficiency. Like the hybrid Bermuda will turn, the common Bermuda gets like a limeish green color. It looks like lime green. It looks like my shirt. This is the color of my shirt. And whereas the hybrid Bermuda tends to be darker and hold onto its color a bit better, a bit longer than common will. Okay, next is Kevin Hester. He says, got my round of spoon feeding and primo at half rate done today. Love to hear that. Awesome. Just follow the program and mow. Results will speak for themselves. Thanks, Ron. You're very, very welcome, Kevin. And that's what it is, man. It's just time. It's just, to your point, if you spoon feed the lawn, that's twice a month. You get out there twice a month to do it, and you mow, and you're just consistent with it. It's tough to not have a great lawn. I don't want to use the word impossible, but it's much harder to have a terrible looking lawn if you are mowing it regularly and you're feeding it regularly, the right amount of nutrients and the right quantities. Like if you do those things, it's like an awesome looking lawn is a byproduct. You know what I mean? Like your lawn's gonna have less weeds, the color's gonna look better, the neighbor's gonna ask you if your lawn's fake, people are gonna stop by and say like, hey man, what kind of grass do you have? Because my grass doesn't look like that. Do you have a different kind of grass in your lawn than my grass? And you get to say, no, it's the same thing. I spoon feed it. I'm on that golf course lawn program. I mow like a crazy person. And that's what my lawn looks like that, right? But yes, you are right, Kevin. If you add a good nutrient program and regular mowing and time, an awesome lawn is virtually guaranteed. Virtually guaranteed. All right, next up is Tutrilla is in the house. He says, happy Friday, Ron and Strap Action Gang. I sprayed Certainty this morning for nutsedge. I wasn't aware that it was going to rain in the forecast at 9 p.m. tonight. Will I be okay, or should I be looking to do a second app? You'll be just fine. You sprayed it in the morning, really 4 hours or so for it to dry, for it to become rain fast, and you're good to go. So if you sprayed in the morning and it's not going to rain until 9 o'clock tonight, I wouldn't worry at all. I would not do another application. What you can expect to see, especially this time of year, if you're spraying for sedges, is 10 days from now, probably sooner, but 10 days from now, you should start seeing that nut sedge yellow. If you get like 3 weeks down the road and you're still not happy with the kill off, which I kind of doubt, but if that were the case, then at that point is when you could look at doing another application, but you're going to be just fine. There's enough time that passed to where you shouldn't have to worry about doing another app. Great question. Great question. All right. Let me see here. 1, 5. All right. Next up, we have Rick Lloyd. Rick Lloyd. He says, happy Friday, Ron. On my 3rd season using T-Nex. Nice. Rick, and I'm sure you're loving it. I'm sure you're loving the results of it. You've been doing it for a while, so you're an old hand. You're a pro when it comes to using growth regulator, right? All right. So we have a super chat. We have a super chat here, down here. Let me go and grab this really quick. It's from Andy Hall.
Super chat received.
He says, how to treat St. Augustine grass in Michigan. The same way you treat it anywhere else. So if you have St. Augustine grass growing in Michigan, that's kind of far north for St. Augustine, but you would treat it the same way. You would fertilize it accordingly. You would mow it at taller heights, so 3 inches or taller. You'd use fungicides because St. Augustine is susceptible to lawn diseases, particularly brown patch. So you want to do preventative fungicide on St. Augustine in the May-June timeframe, but it's the same program. Take a look at what Alan Hain does. He's probably one of the best known people when it comes to St. Augustine grass, and whatever he's doing on his lawn, you could do on your lawn. I mean, it's the same grass, it's just growing in a different part of the country. Hope that helps, and I really do appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for the love and support. All right, yeah, St. Augustine up in Michigan. That's up there, man. That's pretty far north. Although I do have some viewers that are growing like I have a couple of viewers that have zoysia in New Jersey. Like they grow zoysia grass in New Jersey, so it's possible. It can be done. Not necessarily the best way to go, but it can be done. All right, next up is Kevin Barriga. He says, Ron, I was dealing with heat stress, cool season grass. I bought the 12-024. That product works like magic. I am happy to hear that. Glad to hear it. Overwhelmingly, the response with it has been really good, especially among the cool season folk. The cool season crowd really like it. And again, a lot of that has to do with the fact that the nitrogen that's released it's slower released, or compared to humic max, a higher percentage of the nitrogen is a slower release nitrogen. And then you've got 24% potassium, right? So it's designed, it's formulated to help your lawn in times like this. So for cool season lawns, this time of year when it's hot, it's a great choice. For a warm season lawn, it's a great choice to start the season with and also to end the season with. So whereas cool season lawn in this springtime, April time frame, you could be using humic max, and really August, September, you could also be using humic max in a cool season lawn. Really, June, July, maybe May, but really June and July, that's when the 12-024, like a higher potassium fertilizer product, makes a lot of sense. So I'm glad that you're getting great results with it, Kevin. Appreciate the feedback. Means a lot. Glad to hear that you're having great results. All right. Next up is, so Matt Jackson, he had the question about quinclorac in a spray bottle. I wouldn't, Matt. I would not leave quinclorac. So Matt Jackson's question is, can I leave quinclorac in a handheld spray bottle and spot treat from time to time? Is it stable, or do I have to use a larger sprayer? I would not leave it in the spray bottle for extended periods of time. I would mix what you intend to use and spray the areas that you're trying to target. I would not do that. I would not like spray it and leave it on the shelf for weeks, months, and just kind of pick it up whenever you're thinking about to go spray the lawn. I wouldn't do that. All right, next up is Mr. P Sensation, I think. Mr. P Sensation. He says, greetings, Ron. Laying down new sod. What would you recommend to the soil before laying down the green carpet? Great question. So if I were going to plant new sod or put down new sod, install new sod, what I would do is a granular biostimulant, and I would also do a fertilizer. So here's what I would go with. So if you go over to the golf course lawn store, let's do the granular biostimulant first. You go to shop and then Miramichi Green. I would go with an application of Essential G. It's a great product to apply if you're looking for something that can be spread using your broadcast spreader. If you are fine with spreading a product with a rake, like if you want to go even a little bit heavier and you want something that you have to rake in and move around manually, carbonized PN is also a great choice. So either one of these, carbonized PN, great product, but you have to manually spread it. You have to manually distribute it around your lawn. Essential G can be applied with your broadcast spreader. So either one of these are what I would use as part of your process before you install new sod, as part of your prep work. As far as fertilizer goes, I would go with a balanced fertilizer like this, like the Complete 14-7-14. It's a great starter fertilizer. It's got some nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium in it. It's got a little bit of humic acid, a little bit of kelp, a little bit of micronutrient, got a bit of everything. So between Essential G or carbonized PN and the Complete 14-7-14, you're going to be in great shape to be able to lay that sod down, water it, and just wait for the new lawn to establish. That is what I would do. That will produce a great result. I think you'll like the results if you were to go with that. And between the two, between Essential G and carbonized PN, carbonized PN was formulated, like the idea behind it was that if you were installing high value ornamentals, so like if you're installing like Japanese maples or any other like plants or trees that are pretty expensive and you really want them to take, that's where carbonized PN was helpful for that purpose, as far as like really ensuring they're going to establish, and also for exactly what you're trying to do, for establishing new sod. So if you had a lawn where, like a nicer property where they were going to go out and like pay to have zoysia installed, so like someone that had some more money was willing to put that into to getting a nicer turf installed at the get-go, that is where the installers will often opt to use carbonized PN. So this product right here. So of these two, this is granular, and then carbonized PN is some of the most is very, very rich. It's a very, very rich compost product. So it is. I'm sure I got a close up here of it. Yeah, so you can take a look at it right there. It's 50% compost and 50% biochar. So as far as but the only negative with this one, right, is that as far as applying it, you have to manually spread it. So you could use a leveling rake like you see me doing here to move it around and work it into put a thin layer down over the entire surface of the soil. You could use a light rake to do that, but really a top dressing rake a leveling rake is what you're going to want to use to move this around. That's going to do the best result. Alternatively, you can go with Essential G, which is basically your broadcast spreader. So all you need is your broadcast spreader. You throw it in that, and then you can apply that over the entire area that the sod is going to be installed, and that will work equally. That will work just as well. So either one of those two products, carbonized PN or Essential G, is what I would go with for a new sod installation. And then I would stack that with the fertilizer, with the complete 14714. Do all those prior to the sod going in, because if you think about it, you want those to get into the soil, like the granular biostimulant needs to get in the soil. Fertilizer also needs to get in the soil to work, to make the nutrients available to the plant. So doing it before the sod goes in is going to be better than putting the sod down and doing it after. Could you do it afterwards too? Yes, but it's better to do it before. All right, so next up we got Tragic G saying it is cray cray. It is cray cray. What is cray cray? Oh, you're talking about us coming over to help you out with doing your top dressing. That is kind of cray. That is that is a bit on the cray side, Cedric. All right, next up is Scott Harrington. He says, we'll need some pretty extreme grade work done on portions of my 53,000 square foot Princess, just starting to take the gold after years of weeds out competing. Should I just let it finish taking over first? Oh, man. Yeah. I says, or do the work, wait for it to come back. Hate to sod, not enough good parts to plug it back to life. Scott, 50,000, you said 53,000 square feet, so over an acre. You're not going to sod that. I guess the question would be this first. The grade work that you need to be done, is it over the entire property? So like the entire 53,000 square feet is going to get graded, or a small section of it? If it's the entire thing, then, yeah, you're going to grade it and then really start over with whatever you want. 53,000 square feet for sod is going to be very, very expensive. That's not going to be cheap to do. And you can't get Princess 77 anymore, so you'd be stuck with doing a different Bermuda grass seed if you want to still stick with Bermuda, So yeah, your question is, should I let it finish taking over first before you do the work? The thing is, this is, once you do the work, you're going to destroy the grass anyway. You know what I mean? So even if you let it grow in, or you let it fill in a little bit, and then you go and grade the entire thing, it's still going to destroy the lawn. You're going to be right back where you started, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So if you are going to grade it, I would get the painful work out of the way. Kind of like what Ted is doing with his irrigation. He's making a mess of the lawn right now, digging it up and trenching it and all this kind of stuff. But it's got to get worse before it gets better. So if you want to grade it, like something you're absolutely going to do, I would grade it, get the property looking the way you want it to look from a grade standpoint, and then decide which way you want to go as far as grass, and it might not be Bermuda. It might be Bermuda from seed. It might be Bermuda from sod. It might be something completely different. But I would, but it's not like if you go out and you let this Princess 77 fill in more and then you grade it, I mean, depending on how aggressive you should talk about grading. It's gonna destroy the lawn. If you're coming out there with a grader, you're literally just you're truly grading it like a skid steer or whatever you do to grade the lawn. You can destroy the grass in the process of doing that. So I would get that out of the way now, and then worry about grass afterwards. So sorry you're dealing with that, but I think that's the wiser course of action versus letting a bunch of more time pass, getting the lawn looking kind of decent, and then messing it up with your grading process. And let's see here. And you said, just do the work, wait for it to come back to life. You should take it off or take off and not gold. Yeah, I got what you're saying, Scott. Yeah, my answer still stands the same. I would do grading before worrying about preserving your turf grass, because grading is going to destroy it. It's going to mess it up. A good example, like my neighbor, I could take a picture if you guys want to see. My neighbor across the street from Alex is doing like a retaining wall that's getting put in, and the lawn is completely destroyed. They were up there with like heavy equipment and backhoes, and I mean, like the lawn is an afterthought at this point, right? Like they're driving heavy equipment on it, so it's all like the lawn is completely destroyed. Once all that's done, once the retaining wall is in, then he can look at, okay, all the heavy lifting is done. Now I can either resod or I can do whatever I need to do to get the grass back. But I mean, if you're going to be grading it, I wouldn't even worry about what grass is going to look like at this point. All right, so next up is who do we have next? We have Eric B. Eric B. He says, hello, Ron. Hope all is well. It is. Can't complain. He says, when do you use the red and green tip with the Yard Mastery backpack sprayer? How to attach the adjustable nozzle and what is it used for? I understand the flood jet and the T-jet tip. So you wouldn't. So you could use the green. So here's the thing. In years past, when I had my flow zone, I used to spray lawn products. I used to spray like my fertilizer apps and even Pre-emergent growth regulator using the green tip. But it's not the best tip for doing that. It really isn't. You know what I mean? It's not really a pressure washing tip, but it's not the best tip for spraying lawn products. So in your case on your lawn, you wouldn't. The red tip is for insecticides. It creates like a needle. It's like a jet spray is what it does. So if you're spraying like insecticides, like along baseboards or whatever, you could use that for that purpose. But for the purposes of lawn care, you wouldn't use either of those. You would use you would use the white flood jet tip. You would use the white flood jet tip for your soil, or my eyes. You would use this one for your soil-based products. So your fungicide, pre-emergent insecticides, you'd use this one. And then you would use the red T-jet tip, this guy, for your herbicides, Primo Max, fertilizers, pretty much any foliar-based products, you would use that particular spray tip. So the other ones, you just leave them in the bag or just leave them in the drawer. And if you ever use it to spray insecticide, you could use one of those other tips. The other one, the adjustable nozzle that has a cone, I don't know what you would use that one for. I've never even used it on my flow zone. The flow zone comes with that too, and I've never used that one either. So I'm not sure where you would use it. I guess if you're trying to spray something and you want to be able to adjust the spray pattern is where you would, but I've never used it. It's sitting in the drawer there. The only time that's ever come out is for me to film it as for B-roll in a YouTube video, but as far as like using it, no use for lawn care. All right, next up is Nico Brawley. He says, happy Friday, Ron. My lawn is 9 months old and no pre-emergent. I saw your shirt about verticutting. Okay, cool. Okay, here we go. He says, I saw let me start over. He says, Nico Brawley says, happy Friday, Ron. I have a 9-month-old lawn and I didn't put down any pre-emergent. You suggest verticutting once per month, but I'm afraid of giving weeds a path to grow. What do I do? So if you have weeds in your lawn now, or better way of answering that, if you don't have weeds in your lawn now, I wouldn't imagine that verticutting is going to introduce them. Case in point, like I verticut my lawn and it's not going to, I don't have a bunch of weeds growing in it. You know what I mean? And people would argue that verticutting could disturb the pre-emergent barrier. Turf raking could disturb that barrier. I have not had a bunch of weed pressure in my lawn after regular verticutting and turf raking. If your lawn is already thick and you're mowing it regularly, you should be just fine. It's just the big thing, Nico, too, also is if you're setting up the verticutter properly, it's not going to be getting into the dirt. It's not going to be getting into the soil. You're literally going to be cutting the stolons, like the runners on your lawn. You're going to be cutting those. You're going to be thinning out the lawn, but you're not going to be like cutting channels into the actual soil. So even if you had pre-emergent, it shouldn't negatively impact it. Again, if you have the verticutter set up properly and you're not running it too aggressively. You see what I'm saying? So as far as verticutting once per month, that is designed really for lawns, for people that are starting to have mowing issues. Especially if you're real mowing, you're really going to see it. But even people that are rotary mowing their lawn, if you are mowing your lawn regularly and your lawn is starting to get really thick, what can start to happen this time of year is the mower can begin to float on the lawn, and you just get scalping and cutting problems that you didn't get before. Verticutting is a way to help correct that problem. If you're not having that issue, or like to your point, your lawn's only 9 months old, it's a brand new lawn, maybe you're not having these issues, you're just kind of getting up to speed in your lawn game, you could forego verticutting. You don't have to necessarily do it this season. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. In other words, people that verticut their lawns know that they need to do it, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like if you're at the point where you're considering verticutting, you know what the telltale signs are of, like, you know what, I probably should start doing this because, you know, the lawn was looking great. It wasn't scalped before in these areas, and now it's scalping at the exact same heights of cut. I probably need to thin this out with either a scalp or a verticut. So I wouldn't be in a rush to do that. If you want to wait till next year and consider adding verticutting to your lawn care program, then that's absolutely fine. It's not strictly necessary this time of year, for a brand new lawn. You know, given that it's only 9 months old, if you don't want to aerate your lawn this year, I wouldn't be opposed to that. 9 months, being that it's 9 months, you didn't say what kind of grass you have. If it's a Bermuda lawn and it's 9 months old, you really could even aerate it if you wanted to, but if you wanted to wait a full year for that, I wouldn't be opposed to that too. You know what I mean? So you're still getting into it. I wouldn't worry about it. It's a brand new lawn. Just mow it. Mow it a lot. Mow, and mow some more. If you can make it your goal to mow the lawn at least twice a week and then have a good nutrient program, so you're fertilizing the lawn, you're going to love the way the lawn looks. You know what I mean? And then next year, when you are really getting more into this, you're putting down your spring pre-emergent. That's when, you're like, in other words, you're doing all the things. And if you're saying, hey, you know what, late June is rolling around, I'm starting to see some cutting issues, maybe I should do that thing that guy on YouTube was talking about of either doing a light scalp on my lawn or maybe consider verticutting it. That's when you would do that. So for a brand new lawn, I wouldn't sweat it. And if you have a Bermuda lawn, as far as pre-emergent, you're going to want to apply that this fall, because if you don't do that, the next time we talk, if we talk, in like February timeframe, we're going to be talking about all of this green stuff that's growing in your lawn that you're having a hard time getting rid of. So you may not have done a spring pre-emergent, but if you have a Bermuda lawn, you're going to want to do a fall pre-emergent application to keep Poa annua out of your lawn. That's something you're definitely going to want to do. You can use prodiamine, but the best product for Poa annua is a product called Spectacle Flow. So this stuff here is an excellent herbicide, excellent pre-emergent herbicide for warm season turf for keeping POA out of your lawn. But again, if you just want to put some prodiamine down, that can work too. So hope that helps, Nico. You are not committing some cardinal sin by not verticutting your lawn this year, especially given that it's a brand new lawn, it's 9 months old. Just mow it a lot, feed it, learn all you can, and then next season, we'll hit the ground running, and you can do all the things if you so desire. Right? No need to rush right now. All right, next up is Adam Carter. He says, well, I finally did it. I killed the Tiff Tuff Bermuda grass off, and I put in Zeon Zoysia sod. Bermuda was just not getting enough sun, and I like the way the Zeon feels to the feet. Look at you being all bougie, Adam. You're like, you know what? He's talking trash about Bermuda now. Yeah, I had Bermuda, but then I got a taste of the more sophisticated grass. The grass for the more discriminating lawn care nerd. I want my Zoysia, so I get it. You're moving up in the world. You don't need us. You're not us. Ooh, let me see here. You're not us like with us folk doing Bermuda anymore. You guys want to see Adam's Zoysia project? Let me see if I can make this happen. I think I can do it. I think I can. All right, Adam. All right, so Zoysia. So this is his Zoysia renovation. This is picture 1. This is it going in. And yeah, that looks like Zoysia. That's picture 1, and this is next picture, shot from the street. And then finally, we've got that. Yeah, I could see that, Adam. Now, the picture where you were from the street looking at the lawn, I don't know how big those trees are or how far the tree line goes. Like if the trees border the entire street, like if they run along the entire length of the street, I would, yeah, zoysia is likely going to do better there than Bermuda would. I mean, that area looks like it's open enough that you would get enough sunlight, but between your houses there, and then I don't know how big the trees are across the street, I could see how you could potentially have a shade problem. Zoysia should do just fine in what you just, that area you just put in. Yeah, great stuff. I get it. And I get it that you feel like you're better than us now because you got your zoysia lawn and you're stuffed with our devil grass, with our Bermuda. But we like our Bermuda. All right, sir. Well, keep me posted as far as how it develops. Make sure you keep plenty of water on it. And I look forward to seeing how your new turf develops. C. Pims is up next. He says, just resent you the email with the pictures regarding what I mentioned earlier. Colin is the name in the email address. Let us see. Colin. Ah, I got you. There we go. Colin. All right. And so the issue is, you said, so just actually research the picture. What I mentioned earlier, Colin is the name of the email address. I also put the one before of what the spots look like. If it's melting out spot, I don't know. Let's look here. We'll bring it to everyone else. What do you guys think that is? It looks like it is some kind of a disease, but I don't know if that's melting out. Not sure. Devin, what say you? What are your thoughts on the matter? I mean, this is the one picture he sent. I don't know. I'm not sure on that. So do you have spots like this all throughout the lawn, all throughout the lawns, Colin? My other question would be, are the areas where you're having this, are there areas where the lawn is holding onto a lot of moisture, or is it just spread all throughout the lawn? Like, is it areas that are particularly more wet, or is it just in random spots throughout the entire lawn? It would be interesting to know. At any rate, it's not going to hurt to put a fungicide down. If you've not applied one, get one down. Get Headway or Pillar are both great options, and then just time and see how it recovers. So I'm glad. Thanks for sending me the pictures, and I will. You have to keep me posted as far as how the lawn recovers from that. It does look like some kind of disease problem. It looks really wet though. Like the area where it is looks damp. Like you look down how dark and it looks like it's like an area that holds on a lot of moisture. So I don't know, man. If there's any other details you can give me, out of band, like sending like a follow-up email as far as what else you can share about that, let me know. And I will, I'll do my best to help you out. I'll also bounce it off of some friends that I have in high places that will be able to levy another opinion about this, and let me know what they think it is. So I will do my best to help you out. All right, next is Chaz Bishop. He says, hey, Ron, I am told chicken poop is good for my lawn. Is that true? I've heard the same thing. It smells, but yeah, I've heard that it's chicken poop, manure, pig, same thing. Any of the animal byproducts tend to do pretty well as fertilizer. So yeah, I don't see why chicken feces would be any different. All right, next up is NMS Auditor. He says, 1/2 inch or less Bermuda is why I splurged on the Toro 3250D triplex this past winter. I tried it one season with the 25-inch True Cut and cut every day all summer. Needless to say, I was worn out by the fall. Yep, it's true, man. 1/2 inch Bermuda sounds pretty awesome until like July hits, and then it's a lot less fun. And granted, I was below 1/2 inch. I was 0.45 inches that my bench height was set to, so really probably a little bit lower than that. But it was still a ton of work. I was literally mowing every single day to keep the lawn looking nice. And it started to take the fun out of it. And frankly, the lawn didn't stripe as well. The color wasn't as good. So, and I was out there literally every day. Like mowing started to feel like a chore. You know what I mean? So for that reason, I just took it up a little bit more, 0.7. and I like the way the lawn looks, and I enjoy it more, and the color's better. Dan the man is up next. He says, hey, Ron, I appreciate the stream. I have St. Augustine grass. Don't hold that against me. I don't have a problem with St. Augustine. It can look great. So if you just mowed properly, it looks good. Yeah, no problem. He says, can I use Primo on my lawn? You can, but the rates for St. Augustine grass for Primo are very low. It's like super low. I think it's like let me tell you, I looked at the label here. If we look at the rates for Primo on St. Augustine, so if we go to the blog, and then this post on growth regulator, so these rates are the split application rates. So case in point, right? So for Bermuda, for hybrid Bermuda, 0.13 or thereabouts every 2 weeks. This is per 1,000 square feet is what you would use, right? For St. Augustine, it's 0.05, so very, very little. I mean, it's a very small amount. So you're talking about a tenth. So in other words, for 1,000 square feet per month for St. Augustine, you would use, like, that's too much. Hang on, let me show you. Let me get it out. Here's a trick, guys. If you ever put too much Primo in the cup, turn the cup sideways, and you can do this to siphon it out. So for St. Augustine grass, what you would use at the full rate is that much. Like 0.10, that's the full rate for St. Augustine for 1 month. So if you're spoon feeding, you would use half that. So let's do the math on this. So 0.1 per 1,000 square feet. So that's 0.4 for 4,000 square feet with 4 gallons of water. So if you were going to do this, if you're going to do a split app like every 2 weeks, you would do 0.20 with 4 gallons of water and spray that over 4,000 square feet. That's what you would go with on St. Augustine. So the rate for Primo on St. Augustine is very low. Do not respect the label, respect the rate, like stick to that, like go low, stick to that rate. Do not go heavier than that. So again, if you're going to do the split application method, which is what I would recommend, especially if it's your first time doing, is less risky. I mean, less chance of tip burn or any kind of damage. What you would do is you would take that rate and then multiply it by the amount of square footage that you're gonna be applying it to. So again, if you have a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, 4,000 square foot lawn, like the mythical 4,000 square foot lawn, you would use 0.05 times 4, so 0.2 with 4 gallons of water. So this much, if I can do it on camera, let's see if I can make it happen. Can I do it? Maybe. So that much Primo with 4 gallons of water over 4,000 square feet for St. Augustine. Like, that's how low the rate is. So yes, you can do it, but you can, you want to keep the rate low. Also, can I mix liquid fertilizer with the Certainty Celsius combo? Thanks. You could, but I mean, I'd only do that if you're blanket spraying the lawn. So to answer your question, here's the thing. Like, Celsius and Certainty, as far as like blanket spraying, really should be reserved for if you're cleaning up weeds in a lawn that's been neglected. So if you're getting a new property, you're moving in somewhere, or you're helping a neighbor out, whatever, then their lawn is like it's a salad bowl. It's a lawn full of weeds, right? That is where blanket spraying with Celsius and Certainty makes sense. But it's not something you're going to be doing regularly. Like you wouldn't want to be throwing Celsius, Certainty, and your fertilizer and Primo in the tank, and you're spraying that every couple of weeks. Like, you really, you're doing, something is wrong if you're doing that. You know what I mean? So really, after you do an application or two to get the lawn under control, and you're mowing it properly, you get your nutrient program under control, and the lawn is starting to get thick, it's starting to go in to where the weeds are having a harder time establishing, then you'd be using these products for spot spraying. So to answer your question, strictly speaking, can you? Yes. Would you in practice? Not really. Not unless you're also trying to, say you're trying to clean up a lawn that's full of weeds, and you also want to put fertilizer down as part of you trying to clean up the lawn. I guess you could, but I mean, obviously the way I have never done that. I've never mixed fertilizer with Celsius and Certainty, even when I'm trying to think of the times I blanket sprayed. So I did do his lawn with it, and yeah, even in that case, I didn't use. I didn't put like Turfplex in the tank with it. I didn't do that. So yeah, what I have mixed with Celsius and Certainty and sprayed before is I have done mixed release 0 with it. I've mixed release 0 with it. I've mixed yeah, actually, I guess technically I have mixed fertilizers. I've mixed I've done the carbon kit. I've done the release zero carbon kit. So I've done release zero, Nutrikelp, and Biospectrum, and I've sprayed that along with Celsius Certainty when I was doing a blanket spray on my neighbor's lawn to help him get the weeds under control when he first moved in. But as far as like a matter of practice, no. Is you don't because you really shouldn't be using them that often. You definitely shouldn't be blanket spraying the lawn, every couple of weeks or once a month, if that makes sense. So yes, but you shouldn't have to. All right, next up is Gary Kellett Jr. is happy Friday, Ron, and to anyone new to the channel, check out Ron's store. I stocked up this winter on Lebanon turf fertilizer, and my cool season lawn is the best it's ever looked. Thanks again, Ron. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. You guys don't understand, man. It took an act of Congress to make, it's it's very, very easy. People say, hey, man, you should just carry XYZ. You should just go get this stuff in. You guys don't know. It's not easy to start carrying more products. Like to make, you guys would be shocked if you knew what it took to make these 3 items happen on the store. But I'm super happy about it. Super proud that Lebanon, is giving us the opportunity to carry their products because I'm a big fan of the brand. I was using their fertilizers before I had the opportunity to make it available to the DIY community, and the response overall has been very positive. Like everyone that's used it have loved the way their lawns look using the products, which is good. It's a great product, right? It's a premium product for people that are very discriminating, want the best looking turf possible. So it's great stuff. Really like their products. All right, next up is Chris Ferguson. He says, can you mix liquid fertilizer and weed killer together and blanket spray across the lawn? I just answered this one, Chris. You can, but I guess but it's not something that I would be doing regularly. So if you had let's say you had a brand new lawn, right? Or you're helping your neighbor out and their lawn's an absolute mess, and it's got some grass in there, but it's also got weeds you're trying to take care of, and you feel like you want to also fertilize and also take care of weeds at the same time. Strictly speaking, yes, you can mix like Turfplex or Release 901C along with Celsius Uncertainty and blanket spray the lawn. But it's something that should be a very infrequent thing. You're not going to be doing that very often. It'd be like a one-time thing, and again, the use case is you are trying to get some fertilizer down on a lawn that has quite a bit of grass in it, and you're also at the same time trying to kill off a lawn that's largely covered up in weeds. You see what I mean? So what I would do is I would get rid of the weeds first and then begin really feeding the lawn. I would spray the herbicide separately, and then if I'm going to start, doing a granular fertilizer, we could do that after the fact and just start the entire process. Strictly speaking, yes, you can do that, but I would not. It's not something that that's why I'm trying to be so careful how I answer this, because I don't want people to start thinking, oh, every month I'm going to start putting herbicides in the tank. So it's something that should be reserved for special cases where you are blanket spraying an entire lawn, where you are trying to clean up a lawn that's full of weeds, and it should be a one or maybe once or twice you do this over the entire time you're working on the property. It should not be a regular thing, if that makes sense. So if you're moving in somewhere and the lawn's a mess and you want to fertilize and take care of weeds at the same time, yes. What I would do is I will tell you this. I know that you can mix Release Zero. I can show you here really quick. I know you can mix Release Zero with Release Zero, Nutrikelp, and Biospectrum. So this, I'll show you actually, the kit is a better way of showing it. This kit, Release Zero, Nutrikelp, and Biospectrum, this I have personally sprayed along with this, with Celsius Uncertainty. Like this and that kit I have sprayed before. I've done it one time, and which is for my neighbor next door when they moved in and they didn't get pre-emergent down and the lawn was a big mess, right? And it was just fine, and there was no weird interactions. There was no, as far as the products are working nicely together, that works fine. The thing I would tell you is if you're going to be using, if there's some other fertilizer you're going to be using, do a jar test, and by that you're going to get like a mason jar. Fill it largely with water, put a bit of the fertilizer, a bit of the liquid fertilizer you're thinking about using, a bit of the herbicide you're thinking about using, get it suspended, and then let it sit for 10 minutes and make sure nothing weird happens, like it doesn't start separating or gelling. It shouldn't, but just check that first before you go out and mix up like 4 gallons of the stuff, and then you have a big mess on your hands. So yeah, you technically can, Chris, but it's not something that you should be doing regularly, is the best way to answer it. All right, next up is Progression Decibel. It says, undertaking continual remediation for backyard, but lush front yard, getting tons of compliments thanks to you, Ron. Well, it's really thanks to you. I mean, I gave you some ideas, but you did the work. So really thanks to you. You mentioned plugging earlier to fill in bare spots. Recommended plugging tool to use? Yeah, 1 second. It's, I tell you, mint and lemonade is good. You guys got to try that, man. If you like mint, some people don't like mint. If you like mint, mint and lemonade is a really nice combination. That's gonna be my new blend. Okay, so the tool you're going to use for plugging is a tool called the Pro Plugger. You can get it on Amazon, and what I will do is, where is it? Pro Plugger. I'll give you a link here. So if you feel like supporting the channel, it is an affiliate link. So you can, it's not gonna cost you any more money, but if you feel like supporting the channel and getting your Pro Plugger, you can click this and look at that. It's on sale. It's on sale, 11% discount. That's awesome. So at Progression Decibel, that is what you're gonna need. And this is what the item looks like. So before I had a striping kit. So it looks like this. This is the Pro Plugger. So yeah, lowest price in 30 days. So yeah, order it tonight because it's on sale right now. Kind of cool. You can save a bit of money. But yeah, this will do the trick as far as being able to transfer plugs. You can see that they have pictures showing the whole process. If you want to see like a YouTuber doing this, seeing that in action, go check out the Lawn Tools channel. Like you talk about some people that make use of a Pro Plugger. Those guys are always plugging something. Always plugging something. So if you want to like to subscribe to the channel, follow them on Instagram. They're always using that very tool in their lawn. So if you want to see some cool tips and tricks and just how you can use it, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You remove a plug. You remove a plug of dirt from where you don't like what you're trying to get the grass to grow. Get a plug from a good spot, transfer it, like trade them. Dirt goes in the old one. Plug with grass goes in the spot where you're trying to get the grass to go in. So, but yeah, get that. That will do the trick as far as making the plugging process easier. All right, next up we got Sierra Texeria, Clara, or is it Clara? Clara Texeria. She says, "Hi Ron, happy Friday. I have a newer lawn, moved into a new home in September, and do not have any weeds." That's awesome. That's a great way to have a lawn. Would I still need to apply pre and post-emergence when the time comes? Just am not sure. So post-emergence, no. So if you don't have any weeds growing actively in your lawn, there's no reason to use post-emergent herbicides, because the idea behind post-emergent herbicides is they control actively growing weeds. You don't have weeds, so no need for post-emergent herbicides. Pre-emergent, I still am a fan of. So if you can apply pre-emergent in the spring, so I'm a fan of doing it in the late February, March timeframe, and then in the fall, late August, early September timeframe, that is going to do a lot for keeping weeds out of your lawn. So I hope that helps as far as your question, as far as whether you need to use pre or post-emergent herbicides. I mean, because if you think about it, again, in your case, do you have a lawn service that's putting down products or chemicals? And that's why you don't have weeds, or you're just really lucky and you just mowing your lawn a lot and you don't have any weeds in it. But again, if you want to keep it weed free, pre-emergent it's a relatively inexpensive tool to keep your lawn the way you have it now, which is weed free. So yes, I would do that, but I would not spend money on post-emergent herbicides because you don't need them. You don't need them. If you keep up with pre-emergence, your need for post-emergence will be a lot less. So good stuff. And congrats on the new lawn. All right, next is Progression Decibel. He's back. Part 2. He says, I'm going to mix play sand and topsoil to level some low spots. I would use a coarser sand. If it were me, I would not use play sand, but that's up to you. Your call. Anything I should add to the mixture, or just lay it down and let my Bermuda poke back through it naturally? Yeah, so if you're, in addition to your top dressing mix, if you want to apply a fertilizer, assuming you haven't been feeding your lawn already, like a granular fertilizer, like Humic Max or whatever fertilizer you're using, that's a good idea. If you want to apply a granular biostimulant like Essential G, that's also good to do because you're putting, again, organic material into the soil. And then outside of that, apply your top dressing, water it in, and just wait. Just give it time. Give it time and allow the lawn to bounce back. But if you can, again, I would use a coarser sand if at all possible versus versus a play sand. Like you even look on golf courses, they don't top dress greens on golf courses with play sand. Like it's still a fairly fine sand, but it's coarser than play sand. You know what I mean? You want to use something a little bit coarser. Would be my preference. Next up is Jordan Godman. He says, I emailed you my soil test results and I'm pretty low in a lot of areas. How should I go about maxing my applications but not applying too much? So let me see here. I got your soil test results. Can I find it here really quick? Yes. Okay. So I can bring this up really quick, Jordan. Why not? We can do this live. I think I can. Let me get a folder and let me drop all your results in there. All right. So Jordan and soil test results. And away we go. Cool. All right, so this is picture, let me look at these really quick here. Why are you loading up here? Yeah, so you need macro, to your point, you need a bit of everything, and you also need, your pH is a bit high too. So yeah, so we're gonna wanna do a couple of things. Okay, so let's look here. So this is, let me bring up the one we'll bring up both of them. So this is soil test picture 1. So there's that. Let's zoom in a little bit. So there's that. And then there's the one that actually shows your pH and the actual levels. So if I can get both these up at the same time, we can dig through it. Okay. So on the left side here, you see you've got your nitrogen, your phosphorus, and your potassium. So they're all low. Given that they are all low, what I would go with, like a really nice fit for this would be the 14-7-14, right? So 14% nitrogen, 7% phosphorus, 14% potassium. So and it also has some micronutrients. So it's also got some iron, some manganese, and a little bit of zinc in it as well. So as far as bringing your nutrient levels up, as far as raising like your macronutrient levels, and your micronutrient levels, this would be a great option. So I'll show you here. If you go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop and then lawn fertilizer section, and then pick this one, the 14-7-14. The nice thing about this is it actually matches the curve of your soil test results really nicely. So if you look, so you figure, right, it's more nitrogen, a little bit less phosphorus, and then more potassium, right? And if you look at your soil test results, you have your lowest in nitrogen and potassium, but you actually have some phosphorus in your soil, but it needs a little boost, needs a little kicker. So the 14-7-14, like this is a great fit. This is a perfect fit for your soil. That is what I would do. Outside of that, if you want to lower the pH, you can use a sulfate, and there's a great product for that from Earth Science that I can link to you. That's wrong. It's a 5-pound bag. You need the big bag. You need a 25-pound bag. Yeah, this guy here. Yep. So in addition to that, I would use this. So this will help. Lower your pH. That's an option. So you've got like a sulfur that will help lower your pH levels. Another option as well too on the store is to go with Magical. So for your nutrients, 14-7-14, that's going to be your jam. And then for lowering your soil pH, go to shop and then go to soil tests, kits, and pH adjustments. And what you're going to want to go with is the purple bag. So this one is the one that's going to help to lower soil pH. It's going to take an acidic soil, an alkaline soil and make it more acidic. It's going to lower your pH. So the purple bag of Magical and then the 14-7-14 are both a great fit for this based on these soil test results. That is what I would do on your, based on that. And as far as your application rate, you can do the 14-7-14, just do it at like 5 pounds per 1,000. That's going to be a little bit heavier. But given that your nutrient levels are that low, that will help bring things up without over applying it, because that's going to be 7/10 of a pound of nitrogen. So that's good. That will work. That will do the business. So I'll send you links to both of those. I'll send you links to all 3 of them. How's that? So this is going to be, where are you? At Jordan. This is going to be the link for the fertilizer, and then for Magical. So that's the fertilizer, and then this is for Magical. And if you want the sulfate on Amazon, I can get you the link to that one too. Give me 1 sec, and then you'll be all squared away. So that's Magical, and then sulfur is this guy. All right, cool. Cool, man. Hope that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. Hopefully that was useful as far as going over your soil test results for you. You got it live. You didn't have to wait. And yeah, and as far as the fertilizer, I would do 5 pounds per thousand. Do not go heavier than that. Just keep using that particular fert for the remainder of the season. That's going to be a good fit for your lawn for the rest of the season. So use that again. 5 pounds per thousand is a good rate. That's not gonna, you're gonna be overdoing it, but it's also gonna make, it's gonna help the help improve the levels in your soil. All right, next up is Joe Wanga. He says, have you heard anything about Rolex mowers? Yes, people talk about them a whole lot. I've actually used one of them. Real Rollers had one for a little while. They had one they were testing out, and I actually got to use one for a little bit. And he says, seems like a good brand making a debut in the States. I am waiting on an affordable electric powered reel mower, and they bring their e-motor over. I'll have an option. Yeah, I mean, make sure, here's the thing, electric mowers are not easy to do right. So, I mean, if you don't believe me, go check out like the Swordman forum and people that have the Electra, and you'll see like the nightmares a lot of people are dealing with that. So what I would say is, if it's Rolex's first foray into electric mowers, I would give it time before I went with that, with that particular model. The gas-powered one, outside of, in my opinion, it being a bit, it being a bit back heavy, like it being wanting to tip up a little bit. Outside of that, the gas-powered mower felt pretty fairly solid to me. Like that one, I wouldn't feel bad about, about saying, yeah, you're probably like that one. But an electric mower, unless they've been making them for a long time, you want to you want to make sure all the gremlins are worked out before you go out and buy an electric mower, because it's a big investment. It's the mowers, the batteries, the chargers, everything that goes along with it, right? You want to make sure that it's going to be something you're going to be able to use and enjoy and get a lot out of your investment. He says, thanks for the show. Gotta get my carbon kit ordered ASAP. Yeah, man, definitely. I will, you can get on the store. We got them in stock. It's very well received. People really like it. Mine is going down tomorrow. So yeah, get out there and get your carbon kit. Get your carbon kit on, man. All right, next up is Lewis P86. He says, I sprayed some Primo late in the evening, and then I got a massive storm hours later, in the later hours. Should I worry about the product washing away? Thanks for all you do. No, you should be fine. So if you sprayed in the evening, as long as you had a few hours of dry weather, you're going to be just fine. As long as it's allowed to dry on the turf, you're good. I mean, I forget exactly what the label says, but 4 hours, I would say 4 hours of dry weather after application, and you're going to be in good shape. I wouldn't worry about it, Lewis. Do not go out and spray more Primo on your lawn tomorrow or the next day because you got rain. Please don't do that. Wait at least 2 weeks before you apply it again. So do not, you're probably just fine. Don't go out there and spray the lawn again, because that could be bad. Don't over apply it. All right, next is Greens Plus. Stephen Thompson says, Greens Plus, you said you watered in? Yes. It is absorbed through the roots, not the blade? Yes. It is it's a liquid fertilizer, but it is designed to be watered in. So you sprayed Greens Plus, it is designed to be watered in. He says, I have some spots in the backyard with no grass, and I don't know if I should spray them as well. Thanks for all the info, Ron. Cheers. Yeah, so I mean, here's the thing. I would not use Greens Plus as a spot spraying strategy. You know what I mean? Like if you are using it as your liquid fertilizer for your lawn, like spray the entire lawn with it. And the spots that are in the area that don't have any grass, or you're trying to grow grass, then yeah, in that case it would work well, because it's a soil. It's a soil-based fertilizer. So, or it's not soil-based, but it's a fertilizer that needs to be watered into the soil to work. That's a more correct way of saying it. So yeah, that would be fine. Yeah, and to help with that, Stephen, what you'll notice, and what I did to help with this, because I get this question so much, if you go to shop and then you go to lawn fertilizer, and if we go to Greens Plus, and it's going to be true for all products, but if you go to the questions and answers, you'll see here. So the thing that I added to every single product is based on questions that I get via email all the time. You're going to find a lot of those questions and the answers here. So the question about Greens Plus, does it need to be watered in? Yes. Apply a quarter of an inch of water from irrigation or rainfall to move Greens Plus into the soil. Can you apply granular fertilizer with essential G with it? Yeah. All the common questions that I get, I put them in the Q&A. And if I get more questions, I'll add them here as well too. But yes, to answer your question, it needs to be watered, and it's in the Q&A section of the product description. So hopefully you guys get some value out of that. I mean, it's really selfish on my part, because I'm just trying to save myself from answering the same question over and over. So I put it in the description, in the product description, so you guys can just go, oh, that's the answer. So I'm good to go, right? But yeah, you could do that. I would not use it as a spot spray though. I would apply it over the entire lawn. All right, next up is Joel Beja or Bella. He says, at Ron Henry, he says, hello, longtime follower, first time commenter. Would you apply hydrotain when you expect thunderstorms the next day, or wait? I would apply it absolutely if I expect thunderstorms. That'd be a good watering in. Are you kidding? That's awesome. He says, how much predicted rain is too much / intense? I mean, okay, if you're getting like 6 inches of rain, then probably too much. But if you're getting, an inch, 2 inches of rain, no problem, just fine. So I would take the opportunity to let Mother Nature water it in for you. I absolutely would do that. Yes, and more yes. Appreciate you being a first-time commenter. So you see you've been a follower for a while, but first-time commenting. So hopefully the live stream is valuable, or at least entertaining. And yes, to answer your question, if rainfall is in the forecast, I would get your hydrotain down prior to that. It can only help. Next up is Farak02, says, hello, Ron. How are most people scalping their lawns? My rotary mower doesn't get that low. Most people use a rotary mower. So the majority of lawns get scalped with rotary mowers. If you have a real mower, you can scalp with that too. So yeah, rotary would be the way to go. Rotary would, I would say this, if you are, because here's the thing you have to realize, Farak, when it comes to scalping, and I call this out in that blog post, the one that's the pinned comment in the live stream if you're coming in here from YouTube, is like when you scalp, you don't have to take it down to the dirt. Like it's like scalping doesn't mean, take the, get down to actual dirt level. Like if your lawn is growing at, say you're mowing your lawn at 2 inches, and then you go and you take it down to like ½ an inch, that is technically scalping it. Like you're cutting off a lot of material, right? You're cleaning out the lawn, and it's might also help thin it out quite a bit by taking that much material out all at once. So it's not like you have to get down to dirt level for it to be considered scalping. You just have to just cut the lawn, lower, quite a bit lower than your normal height of cut. So if you're mowing your lawn at 2 inches, if you scalp it at 1 inch, that's if you cut it at 1 inch, which most or a lot of rotary mowers will go down to, or 1 1/4 inches, that is still considered scalping. You don't have to go down to the dirt. And as a matter of fact, I really don't recommend going down that low. Like on my lawn, I've done it in the years I've done it in the past. I've done it one time, and I wouldn't do that again. I wouldn't, like most of the time when I scalp it, I'll take it down to like 1/4 inch. I'll take it down pretty short, but not like where I'm getting down into the dirt. Main reason is this, it's really hard on the equipment. The lawn takes longer to bounce back from it. And then the difference that I saw between scalping just below ½ an inch versus going down to like dirt level, like when the turf grew through, like you couldn't tell. Like if I took a picture of the year when I went down to the dirt and took a picture of the year when I took it down just under ½ an inch, and you say which one of these was scalped at like to the dirt level, which one was scalped at ½ an inch, you could not tell. So why make more work for yourself? You're taking out a whole lot more material, and it's more wear and tear on the equipment. So in your case, you are not mowing your lawn at the lowest height that your rotary mower will go. So if you set it to that point and you scalp or you cut it to that point, to the lowest setting on your rotary mower, and then you bring the height of cut back, or you slowly bring the height of cut back up to where you were before, then that'll be just fine. You don't have to be able to get down to the dirt for it to be considered scalping. All right, next up we have, let's see here, no one on Instagram. Sean, what's going on, Sean? I see you're here on the gram tonight. You're quiet though. All right, next up we have Sean, T1000 first saying, donuts on the green, blasphemous. I know, right? It's horrible. Horrible people. Who would do that? And then next up is Scott Harrington. He says, would one use PGR only after fully established? I don't. So when you say fully established, are you mean the lawn fully grown in, super thick, looking its absolute best, and then introduce growth regulator? I don't do that. So when my lawn is coming out of dormancy and it is starting to green up and it's not 100% green yet, so like in the April timeframe, my lawn typically is not 100% green as yet. And late April, early May is when Primo starts going on the lawn. So if that's what you're asking, no, you don't have to wait till the lawn for it to be completely 100% green before you start introducing growth regulator. The reason why I do it a bit earlier is it helps with seed head prevention. So by doing it late April, early May, while the lawn's not growing quickly, so it's not really doing a whole lot from a regulation standpoint, it does help when late May sets in and then seed heads start to show up in everybody else's lawn. I don't really get them as much in my lawn, largely due to the fact that I use Primo earlier in the season. So hope that helps, Scott. You don't have to do it after it's fully, you have to wait till it's fully established to do that. I mean, especially if your plan is to regulate growth in the summer months, getting it in the plant earlier is better. That is what I would I would say to do. You don't want to like wait till now and say, oh, now I'm gonna start using Primo. You can, but it works better if it's in the grass and the turf earlier, is what I find. And then next up, you say, while I wait for the Princess 77 to take back over the bare spots, should I push it and let it do its thing, or would the lateral growth PGR crates be better for filling it in? Yes, but if you're going to be, you said you're going to grade the lawn. Like, so when I think grading, I think skid steers, graders, like heavy equipment coming in, and I'm thinking like destruction, like mass destruction over the entire lawn. If you're going to do that, your Princess is going to get like demolished. You know what I mean? So I really wouldn't put too much thought into, getting it to fill in, because if you grade it, it's going to get all destroyed and messed up anyway. So unless I'm under misunderstanding, if you're only going to be grading a section and the majority of it is not going to get graded, and you want to use growth regulator, then yes, use Primo, because there's tons of reasons to do it. Like, again, less mowing, it promotes more lateral growth, the color's better. There's tons of reasons to use Primo. So yes, I would absolutely do that. But if you're going to destroy the lawn next month, I wouldn't, why bother, So it depends. It depends on what your plans are in the immediate future. All right, Matt Mueller says, if I have a large lawn, 1 acre lawn, where do I take the soil sample from? Or do I take multiple samples? You take multiple samples. You would take multiple samples. So with my lawn, it's like just under 12,000 square feet, and I do the entire thing. I'll tell you, I do 9, 11, and 14. So 14 samples. So I do 9 in the back, 2 along the swale area, and 3 in the front lawn. That's the number of samples that I think that adds up to 14. I think my math's right. Yeah, so that's what I do whenever I do a soil test on my lawn. So I pull samples from all over, mix all those together, and then that mixture represents the soil on my lawn. So, there's some people that'll break it up and they'll do different sections. You can do that, but I just take it all from one. I just do one big homogeneous mixture and send that in, and I feed the lawn based on those results. Good question. All right, next up we have LT Sullivan, Lieutenant Sullivan. He says, where are the lawn police when you need them? My wife calls me Stanley from Movie Friday because I tell people to stay off my lawn. Sucks because I stay on a corner a lot. Yeah. So you're that guy saying, get off my lawn, stay off my lawn. I get it. It happens, man. The thing is, it'll grow back. It hurts my pride more than anything else, It hurts my pride. So it's okay. Like I said, Amazon, they took care of it, so they made it right. I can't complain. All right, next up is Tom Hoffenkamp. He says, Ron, thanks be to you for my lawn growth and dominateth because of thee. Seriously, I appreciate all your long-term guidance. You're very, very welcome, sir. You did all the work, though. I gave you. I like to think I give pretty decent advice, but really, it's you. You have to execute on it. You actually have to do it, and your lawn looks awesome because you put the work in consistently, and that's why it looks awesome. So good stuff. But I appreciate it. Appreciate all the kind words. Really does mean a lot. All right, Claude Lipscomb is saying, been doing all the things you've talked about, and I am the man in my neighborhood. Very cool. Very nice. Very nice. I dig it. Very nice. That's cool. That's cool, Claude. I appreciate that. Glad to hear that the content is useful. And then Scott says, I mowed while listening to the first half of the show, still mowing with the John Deere rotary till I have the chance to get my feet wet with the allets. I get it, man. I hear you. Well, here's the thing. With the allets, don't go out and scalp with those. Don't, I mean, please, Scott, let's not do that. Where's your picture? Do I have pictures of your of the babies of the kids? It's further down here. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So Scott, please don't do it. Don't scalp with these. I mean, so after you get all the scalp work done, these guys are only for cutting, for only, maintaining the pristine appearance. You don't want to scalp with those. Don't do it. It'll be painful. All right. Next up is Tim Pasher says, does lightning have nitrogen? I don't know. I think it might. It'd be something cool to Google. Next up is Frederick Von Cole says, can chicken feed improve a lawn? Chicken, I don't know about chicken feed. Chicken, their manure by chicken byproducts can, but I don't know what chicken feed. I've not heard about chicken feed on a lawn. It might be a thing. I have not done that. And I've not heard of that. I've heard of like lawn care products that have chicken product or chicken material as a byproduct, or chicken manure as an additive. But I don't know if you're talking about like chicken feed is in what chickens actually eat as fertilizer. I don't know. It might be a thing. If it's organic, which it probably is, it would likely work. I just don't know how good of a fertilizer it would be, or if it would benefit the soil, in what way it would. So the answer is I don't know the answer to that one. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. He says, happy weekend to everyone. Hit the like button. It is gratis. It is free. Appreciate that, Higgy Pop. And then, guys, on Instagram, you guys got like 3 minutes before they cut me off. All right, next up is Doug350Z. He says, 53,000 square feet. I would do common Bermuda. The difference in grass blades isn't worth the cost of hybrid seed. That's a fair point. It's a fair point, Doug, because it's an acre. It's a lot of property. And the grass is going to be expensive. Establishing is going to be expensive. And yeah, just everything about that's just going to be, like, taking care of it is going to be expensive. Like, you go plug, Scott, 53,000 square feet into the calculator on the golf course lawn store. And let me think, you're going to probably get, if it's humic max, how many is that? Let's see. You're going to get like 4 bags. You're going to recommend like 4 bags of humic max just for one feeding of 53,000 square feet. It's just a lot, right? So it's going to be expensive. It'll look epic though. If you can real mow the entire thing, real mow an acre, pretty epic. A lot of work though. All right, next up is, Scott says, I guess I was thinking grading in sections. Front, I may be able to get away with light leveling, but let Princess take holes. I could use it to plug the back, which will be much more destructive. Okay, that's a strategy. Yeah, so as long as you're going to create like a little sod farm, a little Princess sod farm in your front lawn and use that to transfer plugs into the back. Yeah, I could deal with that. Just realize that patience is going to be the order of the day. Like, what you're doing is going to be a long-term process. It's going to take a while to do it, but it's, what your strategy makes sense. It can work. It's just a time thing. All right, guys and gals on Instagram, you guys got 30 seconds before we get cut off. Okay, next up is Nico Brawley. He says, thanks for the wisdom, Ron. It is Bermuda, and I have my prodiamine ready. Nice. I like it. All right, guys and gals on Instagram, again, the show's about to go away. I appreciate you guys watching. Definitely get out there and do something fun in the lawn this weekend, and I will see you guys next week. Take care. Peace. All right, next up, go back to YouTube. Next up, we have Jerome Teal. He says, what have I stumbled on? I'm sitting in Melbourne, Australia, and I just saw this. Might watch for a bit. Nice, Jerome. So yeah, it's over here stateside on the other side of the Pacific, the other side of the pond. We're just our Friday night show where we hang out and just talk about lawn care and plans and, herbicides and growth regulator and top dressing and all the great things, real mowing, all the great things associated with having great looking turf. So hopefully you're finding it entertaining. I appreciate you watching from down under. Visiting Australia is on my bucket list. It's one of the places I want to visit one of these days. Have not been yet, but I want to visit. All right. Next up is C. Pims. He says, so the picture I sent you is what I noticed when a new spot pops up is gray colors before it turns orange. Also mentioned in the past couple lives. I'm dealing with hard clay soil, so drainage is a problem. Yeah. So so CPIMS, if you can, let's work on correcting the issue with drainage. So if we have a lot of standing water, we want to fix that. So yes, you can use a fungicide to help arrest the spread of the disease, but the way to help truly correct this problem, let's aerate. And if you can, believe it or not, man, if you can get out there and top dress the lawn like with a sand soil blend, that is going to do so much for drainage. It's going to be a night and day difference on how much better the soil drains if you introduce a bit of sand to that profile. So fungicide, yes, but in your case, it's kind of a band-aid because you have to keep doing it. You know what I mean? Until you fix the conditions that are causing the disease to be there, which it sounds like in your case, a lot of standing water, it's still going to be a problem. So yes, you can use fungicide, but I would look into doing core aeration and also top dressing. I think that is how we ultimately, like long game, fix this and make the situation better. That is what I would recommend. All right, next up is Archie Amos. He says, evening, young man. Chicken crumbles from Tractor Supply is a great organic product to add to your lawn, and it doesn't smell. Cool. I learned something new today, Archie. I appreciate you. I'm getting more learned. Chicken crumble, so it doesn't smell, and it's good organic product. Cool. Let me take a screenshot of that. I'll look into that. Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate you chiming in. All right, next up is the issue is I've been throwing everything at it: fungicide, gypsum, cut back on watering, stop fertilizing as well. Now it's a headache. Okay, so the next thing I would say to do is top dress the lawn. That's the big thing. That's what we're really after. But aerate a good heavy aeration as part of the top dressing project. So if you're doing it or you're paying a service to do it, make sure the lawn is aerated, like a good aeration, maybe a couple of passes, and then use a sand and soil blend when you top dress it. And that is going to do a lot to help improve the drainage problems. All the other stuff you're talking about, can gypsum help with hard clay soil? Yes. Is it as good as like aeration and top dressing? No. Not even close. Not in the same universe. So you can still do gypsum. You can still do a lot of the other things. You can do like some of the liquid aeration products, those types of things. But really, hollow tine core aeration, like mechanical aeration, followed by top dressing, where some of the top dressing mix is sand, is going to help improve your situation with drainage. That's what I'd recommend CPIMS. It's more work. It's more money. It can be a bit of a headache, but that I think ultimately is going to move you in a much better place with this problem. I'll tell you, like the biggest benefit that I got out of top dressing my lawn is that I didn't anticipate is drainage. Like yes, the lawn looks nice, but like it just drains water like nobody's business. Like if I can get like a heavy monsoon out there, it'll form like a lake, and as soon as it stops raining, like 2-3 hours later, it's gone. Like it's like gone. Like you could actually walk on it. And if it happened in the morning, I could mow I could mow that afternoon, and it's firmed up enough to where you're good to go. And all of that, like all those benefits are from top dressing. So that's why I'm really pushing that so much, that top dressing is something you really want to consider doing, given you've tried everything else. I think that's the next step to really try and address this problem. All right, next up is Tyrell Griggs. He says, North Carolina here, yard full of weeds, crabgrass, and clover, amongst other weeds currently. Will Celsius and certainty help? So yeah, so Celsius will kill, clover, yes, crabgrass, yes. It works better against younger crabgrass, but Celsius will kill crabgrass. St. Augustine, well, Celsius help St. Augustine grass type. Yeah, it's fine to spray on St. Augustine. Yeah, so as far as spraying St. Augustine with Celsius and certainty, that's absolutely gonna be just fine on St. Augustine. Yep, no problems at all with that, Tyrell. No worries at all with that as far as using that on St. Augustine. Make sure you follow the application rates and obviously spray it properly, calibrated sprayer, all that jazz. But yeah, it's no problem on St. Augustine. All right, we have a couple of super chats. Let me get those really quick. We got one here from Trav Smitty. Thank you so much, Trav.
Super chat received.
He says, do you normally have to break up clumps in the sand after you level after watering? Not really, no. I use a good, like the stuff that I use, the super sod material is very good. It's a very high quality leveling mix. So if you use that, no, and really if you use any good top dressing mix, you really shouldn't have to be breaking up clumps. It shouldn't be clumpy. It should be sandy. You know what I mean? There shouldn't be a bunch of other garbage or clumps or debris or anything like that, or anything of that in there. You know what I mean? So no, I don't have to do that. I don't. And then next up, we have another super chat from Gino MKL.
Super chat received.
It says, PGR put down too strong. Help. If you put it down if you over apply growth regulator, then it's weight. It's going to be a time thing. It's going to be a time thing. It's not, there's not a whole lot you can do to fix, just time. You just let time run its course to be able to have the lawn bounce back from it. So Gino, so I wish I had a better answer for you, but there really isn't. Just give it time and it will recover. It will recover. And I did just put links in the chat there for the top dressing mix that I was talking about. It's the stuff from Superside. Really good product. I've tried a lot of different top dressing mixes. That stuff is by far the best stuff that I have personally used. I'm not saying it's the best out there, but it's the best that I have ever used. It's like, love it. Whenever I'm top dressing my lawn, if I'm going to be doing it, I'm going to be using that. All right, next up we have Joel. Let me see what else we got here. Now, we already answered that question. We already answered Jerome. So next up is Patrick Dufresne. He says, would you spray Primo Max before or after you scalp? After. And what is the ratio you use for Primo and Turfplex together? Okay, so for Primo, it depends on your grass type. So if you have a warm season grass like Bermuda, so we'll use Bermuda's example. So I'll we'll use the example of the mythical 4,000 square foot lawn because it makes the math easy, right? So if you're going to spray 4,000 square foot Bermuda lawn with Primo Max and you're going to do it twice per month, right? Which is what I recommend, like doing it every 15 days. You would mix half an ounce. You would mix 0.5 ounces, that much, 0.5 ounces with 4 gallons of water, and that would cover 4,000 square feet. The rate that I like to use for Turfplex is 6 ounces per 1,000 square feet. So you would take 6 times 4, 24. So you would have 24 ounces of Turfplex with half an ounce of Primo. So half an ounce of Primo, 24 fluid ounces of Turfplex in 4 gallons of water, and you would spray that blend over 4,000 square feet. So hope that helps, Patrick. That is how I would go about doing it. That's how you mix Primo and Turfplex together and spray them over your lawn. If you're doing another fertilizer, find out whatever the rate is for that, and then just mix the correct amount in the tank and spray it, and away you go. So hope that helps. All right, let's see here. Next up is Gino. Yeah, he says, what happens if you put... Actually, let me make a note here with this real quick. Patrick. All right. So the next up, our question we have is from Gino MKL. He says, what happens if you put PGR down at too heavy a rate? So it's just time, Gino. I appreciate the super chat. When it comes to over applying growth regulator, you just got to wait it out. There's not really anything you can do to speed up the lawn recovering from it. Keep mowing it, keep feeding it with fertilizer, keep doing the normal things, and it will recover over time. The thing with Primo or any growth regulator that has trinexapac ethyl as the active ingredient is that it regulates the lawn for about 3 to 4 weeks. So this problem that you have is about a month-long problem, assuming you didn't go crazy heavy with the rate, right? So give it time, the lawn will bounce back, and then you'll be good to go. All right, next up is Trav Smithy. He says, fast turnaround time from the store on my Celsius Uncertainty. We try, sir. We do try. We don't always get it right, but we do our best. Next up is Michael Raymond. He says, looking to get into real mowing, into a real mower striping world. Xeon Zoysia lawn under 1 year. McLean or California trimmer. Either one, your preference. Either one will do a good job. Of the two, the one that I would say to get is not on your list. But the McLean is a decent mower. California Trimmers makes a good mower too. You can actually get those too. Like Real Rollers has California Trimmers, I think, in stock. If you give them a call, like Lee can probably hook you up with one of those. Either one will be fine. Whichever you like the propulsion system of more, whichever one you can get parts for, and you have someone in your area that can service it, that is the one that I would go with. From the standpoint of like cut quality, they're pretty much equivalent. Ian Mashal is up next. He says, I've got 3,000 square feet of zoysia in its second year. It's 95% filled in and very thick in most areas. I want to verticut it. Should I avoid the few bare spots that have new grass spreading into them or hit them too. So if you want to avoid the areas where the lawn is a bit thin, because remember, the idea behind verticutting is to thin out a lawn. It's to help thin out the lawn a bit. So if you have an area that's struggling, that's maybe a little bit behind, lagging behind, you can omit like verticutting that section or just go over it, like make maybe a light pass if you want to, right? But if you, but yeah, there's no reason to go out and verticut an area that's already thin, if that makes sense, Ian. So yeah, hope that helps. Verticutting is not a bad idea for your zoysia. Just again, go light. Do not go too aggressive with it. That is that's the order of the day. Light, not too aggressive. Archie says chicken crumble, not chicken feed. Gotcha. Okay, so some people said chicken feed. You mean chicken crumble. Okay, so chicken crumble, you can use. Chicken feed is a no-go. Gotcha. Appreciate it. And then we have Julius. Elias says, I have a bare spot. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Julius. Write another comment with more details as far as what's going on. All right. NMS Otter says, pick set of PGR results. Stem on the left is from my neighbor's yard, and the pick on the right is from my yard. Use it early and often this season to grow a thick lawn, life before and after PGR. Let me see if I can find that. That's a cool picture. I want to check that out. Let's see here. PGR results. Do tell. All right. So cool. So the picture, we'll bring this up here. So the picture on the right is from his lawn. The picture on the left is from the neighbor's yard. So you know what we say that using growth regulator can help your lawn thicken up, help it get denser, encourages more lateral growth. This is proof right here. So this is an awesome illustration. So the right is a grass that has growth regulator, has primo. The left, one, no primo. So you see how much denser, how much more leaf there is on that grass versus the one on the left. So it's a big difference. Nice. Thank you so much for sending that, NMS Otter. Really appreciate it. That's really cool. Yeah. I might have to email you and ask you if it's cool if I use that. That's a great picture. Love that picture. Yeah, man. Good stuff. That's a great illustration of the results of growth regulator Primo Max. Awesome stuff. Very, very good. All right. Next up we have Jazzbot. Yeah, so you guys talking about chicken feed adds organic matter. So I think what Archie was saying that is chicken crumble and not chicken feed. I got you. All right. Let's see what other questions we have here. And then Ian Mashal says, how many square feet does one of those big bags of level mix cover? So it's one cubic yard per 1,000 square feet the first time you top dress. So 1,000 square feet is about what you'll get out of it. So if you have, how big did you say your lawn was? 3,000 square feet? I think you said 3, right? I believe. If you have a 3,000 square foot lawn, if it's the first time you've top dressed it, or the first time you're going to top dress it, go with 3 bags. If it's the subsequent top dressings, like if you're going to top dress 3,000 square feet again, you might be able to get by with like 2 bags. But the first time, 1 bag per 1,000 square feet is what I would go with. That way you're ensuring that you have enough material. And it's enough to where you're going to get a good top dressing, but you're not going to be too heavy, and you're not going to run out halfway through the project. So go with 3 bags is what I would say. So 1 bag, 1 cubic yard per 1,000 square feet. So 1 bag per 1,000 square feet is the way to go, Ian. All right, let's see here. Let's see. TL Wusuf says, Signature Extras stress guard will help with an over application of PGR. Cool. I'll have to look into that, TL Wusuf. I did not. That's something new. I'll have to look into that and understand, figure out what that product does and how it helps with an over app of Primo. Let's see here. What's called stress guard. I don't see that. Let's see, signature. I'll have to look into it. I'll look into it after the show and learn something new. That would be cool. That would be cool if it will help with it. So is it specifically designed for that purpose? I would hope not. I should hope there's not that many people over applying PGR to where you growth regulator to where you need to. Where a product this needs to exist. Let's see. So yeah, I see it here. Signature Extra Stress Guard. That's a Bear product or an NView product. And it will not load. What is the active ingredient in this? Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah. Well, it might help. So it's a fungicide. So it's a fungicide. It's a fungicide that will help with over application. And you can. It looks like you can't use it in a lot of places. It looks like it could be used on golf courses, sod farms, sports fields, institutional, municipal. I'm not sure if it's allowed for residential lawns. I'm not sure if this is labeled for that. And there's a whole lot of states where you can't even get it. So yes, I don't know. I'll have to look into it some more. Look into a bit more. TL. I appreciate you sharing that one, but it looks like, I mean, again, this is like my 30-second investigation of it, but it looks like it's not for residential lawns. Looks like it's designed for professional turf. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but yeah, that looks like that based on what I'm seeing here on the label. All right, well, I'll dig into it. Cool, thanks for that, I appreciate it. All right, next up is Mark Romano. He says, thank you, Asia's Wise One. All right, next up is Asia's Wise One. That's good. I wish, man. Believe me, man. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and I'm like, why does sleeping wrong hurt? That's when you know you're getting old. When you can actually sleep wrong. When I was in my 20s, when I was a teenager or in my 20s, you sleep however. You sleep on your back, sleep on your neck, sleep on your side, sideways, wake up next day, do it all over again. Now, if you sleep the wrong way, you wake up with pain. Such is life, right? All right, next up, our last question, I believe, is going to be Michael Raymond. He says, what reel mower would you recommend for an entry-level reel mower to get started? Enjoying your channel. Thanks for the content. So for a push reel mower, one from Earthwise or Scott's, they make, I think, a 20-inch that is 7 blades. That's a great way to start. If you are looking to spend a bit more money, you can move into a True Cut, a California trimmer, or a McLean. The thing with entry-level reel mower is you don't want to spend too much when you're first getting into it because you want to ensure that it's something you're going to want to do. You know what I mean? So if coming from rotary to reel, you need to commit to really twice per week mowing. So that's why starting out with like an entry-level mower like the one I'm going to show you here makes, I think, a lot of sense. So it's an Earthwise, let me see, 7 blade reel mower. That's it. Something like this. You didn't say push. You didn't say push or powered. I mean, I guess they're technically both push mowers. But this guy, why do they change their product descriptions? Where is it? All right, yes, I'm looking for a 7 blade. This guy here. I think this is the one. This is the one. All right, so you have the American lawn. Well, no, I think did they get rid of it? Nope. Yeah, this is it. It's only a 16-inch. I thought there was an 18-inch. I thought it was a wider cut. I thought it was a wider cut than 16. Maybe they're just not carrying it anymore. Oh, here it is. Found it. Yay for that. Persistence, right? Okay, cool. So this is what I would go with for a push reel mower, Michael. I'll show you here on Amazonia what it is that I'm talking about. So this guy here is a good entry-level push reel mower. It's a 7 blade. And the thing with this is it's not the mower you're gonna date. With this mower, you guys are very much in a dating phase. But the whole thing this is gonna teach you is, or determine for you more, is do you really like reel mowing? Do you like having to get out there twice a week and mow your lawn? Because if you don't like doing it, then it's $140 or whatever these cost. How much do they go for? It's $181, decision versus buying a powered reel mower, which could be it could be several $1,000s. So I would start out with this. If you are certain, or you're saying, hey Ron, nope, I'm ready to go, then I would say a True Cut, a McLean, or a trimmer are good starter mowers. You could also go for a greens mower if you want. That's another class of mower. It's going to produce the best cut out of all the mowers that I've mentioned. But they're just more expensive. There's more to them. Like the parts are more expensive, and that's the biggest thing. The parts are more expensive, and then transporting them, moving them around is a bit more involved than like the one I just showed you, or like a True Cut or a trimmer or a McLean. The outside of what I've already shared. The other thing I would look into as far as making the decision of which mower to buy is what can you get worked on or serviced in your area. So figure out in your area like who works on real mowers, like who can sharpen real mowers, and then find out which ones they are used to working on or have a lot of experience with working on. That will further narrow down your choices, because that way you can buy a piece of equipment that's going to work well, and when it needs repairs or service, you've got a place you can take it, and it's going to be, you'll be all good to go. So hope that helps. And yeah, as far as the link for that product at Michael Raymond, that is a link to the push reel mower that I showed you on Amazon. All right, our last question of the evening is from Ian Michelle. He says, does growth regulator work well on cool season grass? Yes, it does. I've got pretty much every grass type here. That photo convinced me to order right this second. Thanks. Yes, it absolutely does. What you will find is there are application rates on the store for Primo for both cool season and warm season lawns. So I can show you here really quick. If you go to shop and then lawn fertilizer and then Primo Max, under the how to use section, you see this is the cool season. You got your application rates there for cool season grass and your application rates for warm season grass. So yes, you can absolutely use Primo Max on cool season turf. If you look at last week's live stream, the gentleman that was on, our guest that was on, Devin, he's a golf course superintendent. They use tons of Primo on their cool season turf, which is primarily ryegrass. So hope that helps. And if you want, Ian, I will send you a link here really quick showing you, to a link to where you can look at that description. It's in the how to use section of the product. Hope that helps. Well, guys, gals, everyone, really do appreciate you guys hanging out this evening. It is summer is in full swing. It's also the middle of the month, so for you guys who are in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, you guys know what that means. It's time to get out there and spray your Primo, get your carbon kit down, get that spoon feeding down. We've got plenty of blogs on the Golf Course Lawn Store that'll teach you all this cool stuff, and we have products to be able to help you reach your lawn care goals. Guys, thanks so much for watching. I really, really do appreciate all the love and support, and I will see you guys next week. Take care. Have an awesome, awesome time. Go out and do something fun in the lawn this weekend, as always.